This battle froze all living things in inexpressible horror. It seemed as if the sky itself had descended to the earth, painted in mournful dark colors. The rocky terrain where the massacre took place was covered with the bodies of dead monsters and people. Everything was mixed together in one heap. Scaly dragons, human remains were burning in the fire, which moved from body to body in cheerful tongues. From the highest cliff, stones danced in the air from magical attacks, and a soft blue glow reached into the sky. The blood of the fallen flowed in streams from the demon's huge, forked blade. The monster was pleased with itself. There was only one human left. The demon seemed to be made of the blazing flame that was his essence, a grin playing on his face as his clawed hand reached out to the man, sensing a quick victory. The demon, without even getting close to the victim, with one movement plunged the sword straight into the man's chest, knocking the victim off his feet. But the weapon the man desperately clutched in his hand had long since shattered into pieces. Blood gushed from the young warrior's mouth and he coughed violently, trying to breathe air through his punctured lungs. The guy, with the last of his strength, rose up on one knee, leaning on the broken sword, and opened his right eye, as if he wanted to destroy the demon with one glance. This world has come to an end. It has been a year since people have been defeated in the war with demons. The human race has remained in the minority in this battle. Violent fires and monsters that amaze the imagination with their incredible size and power destroyed entire cities. The surviving humans became vessels for the birth of monsters. They were buried in layers of webs, like the corpses of tiny insects. But as the last survivor of the resistance, the blonde, stately warrior continued to fight until he met the main demon. From head to toe, clad in hellish armor, with his horned wings folded behind his back, he stared fixedly at the man bowing before him. The warrior knew the one who mortally wounded him. It was Tartaros, the Demon King. Tartaros looked mockingly at the dying man, as if he had just noticed that he was in pain, and offered his help. A yellow light shone on the outstretched claw, and a tangible spell of prolonging life force appeared. It snaked around the boy's body, giving him short moments of rest, because the demon wanted to chat a little with his toy. Tartaros initially addressed the warrior impersonally, but then remembered his name, Jeffir. The king turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, and told him that Jeffir was the first one to bother him so persistently, and praised him for his persistence. They say that he who fights without a chance of winning is foolish. With these words, Tartaros walked past the boy who was gritting his teeth, continuing that those who surrendered, afraid of the enemy's strength, are not wise. Eyes blazing with hellish fire darted towards the man, cutting off the fact that such people are fools. Tartaros bared his teeth. He was incredibly angry when he saw such a weak and impatient trash. Jeffir, the strongest of people, should understand him. The grin faded from the demon's face as he looked down again to offer the boy a daring deal. To switch sides with Tartaros. Together they could leave this filthy land, conquer others, including the abode of enemies with the help of their common strength. With these words, the demon again extended his hand to Jeffir. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the heavy breathing of the man. He let out a long breath, looking down, and asked if Tartaros would really accept him into their ranks. The demon chuckled, the corner of his mouth twitching upward, once again confirming his intention. Jeffir licked the blood from his cracked lip and smiled, saying that it sounded good, but it flashed through his mind that this was complete nonsense. The guy was mortally wounded in this battle. The insidious demon could not help but know that the man could no longer be saved, but still offers to conquer something together, saying that he will give a chance. Isn't this a trick of a heartless monster who just wants to see a desperate young man beg him like a coward? And how can Jeffir beg his enemy who took away his friends and loved ones? With these thoughts, the guy extended his trembling hand to the other man's palm, as if he was ready to do anything for the sake of his life. With each slowly dragging second, the disgusting grin on Tartaros's face grew wider. A female silhouette appeared in front of Jeffir's face. Someone complained about the guy's nasty character, but the woman asked not to swear, because that's what he would have done. The warrior smiled, however. He never listens to anyone, so he will just do one funny spell. His hand stopped shaking and instantly covered the remaining distance to the demon's palm, clinging to it with a death grip. Tartaros, not expecting such a sharp maneuver from the weakened man, stepped back in amazement. Swallowing the blood that was rising to his lips, the guy said that if he did it with his own hand, the force that was beyond his capabilities would simply tear the human body apart. The handshake was illuminated with blue light. Jeffir stared angrily at the devil Tartaros. This was his answer to the offer. With his other hand, the young man showed the monster the middle finger and loudly sent him to hell. A long journey that drunken workers in the city tavern sent each other on in times of peace. If Jafir had found the strength to laugh, he would have been laughing at Tartaros's defenseless, childlike face, staring in surprise at his and the man's palms, from which an incredibly bright light was now emanating. The warrior could only stretch his lips into a caustic smile, while tears flowed from his eyes due to the glow. The demon's body burned brighter than ever, like the largest and most solemn funeral pyre. And then it flared up and exploded. The fire became so large that it stretched for kilometers, and the charred silhouette of Tartaros, which could not move from one place. The monster opened its yellow eyes in shock, looking ahead. Covered in soot, he saw how his hand, which had recently been clutching someone else's palm, became charred and separated from his body. He still stood motionless, his mouth slightly open. The fangs clicked loudly. The eyes became even wider. Only one thought swarmed in the head. What happened to the hand? Time sped up again as Tartaros realized what had happened, his face twisting into a grimace of incredible anger. There was a deafening cry from the demon who had been so insidiously deceived by man. He sank helplessly onto the hot ground, unable to do anything. Tartaros was burned and charred, leaving only thin membranous threads from his once majestic wings. With all the curses known to the monster, he cursed this rotten little man Jafir, who dared to deceive his. Let this freak's mother give birth to him again. With a furious cry, Tartaros swung his fist and slammed it into the stone block with all his might. The blow was decisive, and the demon's charred body crumbled into many pieces. This is how the battle of the last man ended, who could not avenge the people dear to him. He burned, unable to protect everyone as he promised. Everything ended in a shameful defeat, and everything should have been exactly like this. But the fading consciousness returned to the deceased again. Jafir was able to feel his own finger movement. He opened his eyes sharply and cried out in surprise, finding himself whole, lying on a cold floor in some bright space. Thoughts raced through his head about how this could have happened to him, the one who had burned alive in that nightmarish battle. Jafir sat up and began to feel himself, noticing distantly that even the armor is intact, and on his body he did not feel a single wound that he received in the fight with the demons. The warrior had no idea where he was, and there was no one to ask. He sat all alone in a beautiful, majestic hall with high ceilings, huge columns, and 3 statues. The figures depicted gods. Did this mean that the guy ended up in some kind of temple? Was there such a building nearby? My gaze fell on the inscription that was located under the central statue. Jafir narrowed his eyes, reading the symbols carved into the stone several times. He smiled wryly when he finally managed to let what he had read into his confused thoughts clearly: the afterlife. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out in his head, which objected to him. This is not the afterlife, but the lower level of the pantheon, the abode of the gods. In the opening opposite the warrior, from which a bright blue light emanated, a large cloud of energy appeared, resembling a portal. From there, a fair-haired woman in white robes fluttered out, her huge snow-white wings behind her back losing several feathers, which softly landed on the stone floor. She opened her eyes, and framed by completely white eyelashes, the woman's gaze was as innocent as that of a newborn child. Jafir remembered the main rule: do not trust anyone, and immediately instinctively reached behind his back with his right hand to grab his sword. But everything did not go according to plan. He realized with concern that the weapon was not being summoned. The palm grabbed onto emptiness. The man had nothing to defend himself with in case of an attack. The woman, flapping her 2 pairs of wings for the last time, told Jafir that he had nothing to be surprised about. She, the eldest angel Mercedes, had come to convey to him the will of the gods. The warrior is dead, and following the procedure, the angel is obliged to send him straight to the underworld. But everything was not so simple. Due to persistent requests from several gods, the 3 supreme gods decided to send Jafir into the past. The warrior's thick white eyebrows drew together as he asked Mercedes what this meant. The woman explained that he would be sent back in time with all his memories, meaning that the boy had a chance to change the outcome of the battle. And although he will return to the past along with his memories, Jafir will not have all of his acquired skills, magic, and endurance. Mercedes' face was expressionless as she added dispassionately that the young man had once already become the one who had climbed to the top of the human pyramid. Jafir narrowed his eyes warily when he heard that it wouldn't be difficult for him to restore everything again. He still couldn't figure out if he was in a dream, since Tartaros, as far as he knew, didn't have the art of illusion, or if this was just death euphoria. The guy exhaled heavily, placing his hands on his hips, thinking about what the angel had said. Straightening up, Jafir asked why they decided to give him such a chance. Mercedes raised her hand, agreeing that it was hard to believe, but she could provide evidence that would help. The guy waved his hand, interrupting the angel. Let's say he would believe. but he just had no idea yet what he should do. After all, in the world you always have to pay for everything. It turns out that the gods need something, so he is given such a unique chance. When demons were killing people by the thousands, people prayed with all their hearts. The gods cut off contact with the world, did not answer prayers, and did not accept offerings. Moreover, they took away the powers of the priests, who could fight by borrowing the power of the gods. Thus, the human army, having lost its defensive and healing skills, was instantly defeated. Zephyr wasn't going to believe the angel's sweet words, because the gods abandoned the human race as soon as they realized that they would not get anything more on Earth. Such calculating freaks can't just give a chance. As if having overheard the man's thoughts, the angel obediently lowered her eyes, saying that she would convey to him the will of the gods. Blue Eyes looked straight at the guy, suddenly flashing dangerously. From Mercedes' body came a roar, forming the speech of many gods. They demanded more bread and circuses from man. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's face darkened in rage. How dare those bastards? The young man's eyes fixed on the woman's figure, and he asked again, hoping that he had imagined it. Mercedes easily reported that the gods who had turned their attention to the guy felt sorry for his life, because it was rare to meet a person who would go so firmly to the end when only death lay ahead of him. The veins on Zephyr's temples bulged with anger as soon as he heard how the battle with numerous monsters, which he had been waging for 5 long years, seemed very interesting to the gods. Many gods would be upset if everything ended too quickly. So they watched the man. He should remember that closer to the end, he was lucky more and more often. Mercedes barely had time to report that the gods were helping the warrior until he paid for something, when a bright stream of light flew at the angel. She silently took a step to the side, dodging the attack of the maddened Zephyr. The columns in the hall collapsed from his furious force. The warrior cursed filthily at the angel. Well, it turns out the gods were having fun. The guy lost his dearly loved ones in that battle, and he still feels their touch on his skin. They fought so desperately with the monsters because they wanted one thing, to live. And now the gods are telling us that they found it interesting and fun? Zephyr screamed furiously, clenching his fist to summon another round of magic spells. Did the gods really think he was fighting to amuse them? Was this really a puppet show? Mercedes, with an unreadable look, held out her palm with a divine spell, pointing it at the guy. The tangible figure of the spell rose up, and from there appeared the foot of a giant, chained in golden chains. Zephyr felt an inhuman force pressing down on him, pulling him towards the floor. He couldn't stand it for even a second before his knees buckled under the weight. The giant moved his foot and crushed Zephyr like a disobedient bug. Mercedes extended her hand again, slightly lifting her foot off the ground. And with this, the destroyed slabs moved apart. Coming closer to the kneeling boy, she quietly asked him to be polite, because the gods were watching them. Mercedes leaned toward Zephyr, resting her hands on her knees, and told the warrior, who was shaking with tension, that it seemed he had not understood her thought. When the gods said, "interesting," they meant only one guy, and were not at all interested in humans as a race. Angel lifted Zephyr's chin, and he bared his teeth in disgust. A strange light of madness lit up her eyes, which frightened the warrior for a moment. But Mercedes said that if he proved his worth, he would get what he wanted. It could be something for him personally, or for all people. It didn't matter. The young man understood that he had no way out, not a single option to change his fate, and in impotent anger he froze under the weight of the giant. After all, as the angel said, you always have to pay for everything. The woman wanted to add something else, and snapped her fingers. The giant's leg disappeared, allowing the man to breathe deeply again. It turns out that among all of them, there was a god who persistently asked to return the guy to the past for another reason. Zephyr raised his head sharply, vaguely guessing whose hated name he was about to hear. In the pantheon, walls exploded and furniture flew from Tartaros's devilish fury. While one of his hands was bandaged, the second demon threw pieces of columns at the workers who processed divine requests. So much did Tartaros not want to wait for a chance to deal with a man. Everything around him was burning with his anger. The demon who had acquired more than 10 worlds was knocked out because of some youngster. Enough jokes. He urgently needed to make sure that all this did not happen. Zephyr dropped his hands helplessly, sitting on the stone, and looked at this depressing picture, because the angel showed in the magic mirror what the demon was doing. The devil Tartaros, the god of destruction who destroyed 10 worlds, his goal is to destroy all worlds. Up until this point, he has never lost. He is a warrior who has never been injured. Mercedes, as if with some kind of reproach, turned to the guy, saying that he had ruined his service record. He had hurt his pride so much. Zephyr cursed under his breath. Was it really for this reason that this crazy bastard was destroying the pantheon right now? It turns out that the devil wants to fight man again in order to achieve a clear victory. The angel, humbly folding her palms in front of her, looked slyly at the guy, asking what his thoughts were on this matter. The corner of Jeffer's lips twitched and a laugh escaped his mouth. The warrior clenched his fist, the leather of his gloves creaking in the silence of the room. It was such an obvious question. Standing on his feet, Jafir smiled openly. Since the devil wanted to die, he would have to fulfill his request. Mercedes began the ritual, placing the man in a charmed circle. She said that the point of arrival would be random. Jeffer would have enough time to restore his strength. In addition, the gods wanted to give him a gift. The young man would be able to check it immediately upon arrival. Looking somewhere ahead, Jafir thought, even though these gods are disgusting, there is still a chance, and he can use it to take revenge not only on Tartaros, but on all the gods who abandoned humanity. And so, the location has been chosen. Confirmation of the constellation, for space-time movement, confirmation received. Still emotionless, Mercedes glanced at Jafir and wished him luck, expressing the hope that he would find it interesting. She recited a prayer, and the rune circle multiplied, shone brightly in space and quickly began to spin. Jafir gradually disappeared in this glow. At first there was emptiness. A little later the guy began to hear voices, and then, opening his eyes, he saw male silhouettes. Jafir blinked, and the next moment he saw several shirtless men more clearly. They cursed foully, frightened that the guy was not breathing, and again the saving darkness. But someone began to persistently call him newbie, shake him, and demand that he wake up. Jaffer suddenly opened his eyes. Water poured onto my head and my wet hair again blocked my entire view. Finally, Jaffer woke up, finding himself in a cave, surrounded by men with strange tattoos on their shoulders. The one who poured water on him seemed to be glad that he woke up, assuring his comrades that he did not kill the guy who had just woken up. Decorated. The scarred face looked at the former warrior with a silly smile, splashing the last drops of water from the windskin. He looked around at those present, long-forgotten images floating from his memory, reminding him of the distinctly familiar faces of the guys who were looking at him with barely concealed malice and wide, evil smiles. My gaze stopped on a strange tattoo on the chest of the guy opposite. A cross, circled exactly in the middle. That was that very brand. Finally, he remembered, and covering his face with his hand, he coughed loudly, bursting into laughter, causing the men to be perplexed. Why did he go back exactly 10 years to his 20 years? His comrades kept their mocking glances at the guy. One of them had a pickaxe in his hands. Jeffer returned to the time when he served in the temple as a slave. A man appeared not far from them, shining a lantern on the way. He was the leader of the group, and rudely asked what was going on, then ordered them to end their rest and return to their workplaces. Jeffer was still sitting on the cold ground when, apparently, the leader of the group of men cast a frontal glance at him, cursed, and threatened to kill him if he interfered again. The former warrior fearlessly turned his head, asking again what his comrade had blurted out. The man, who had managed to move away, was about to pounce on the blonde again with his fists, but his friends pulled him away, while Jafir indifferently rubbed his face with his hands. He didn't even want to worry about such scum. He looked around in surprise when he heard a thin, childish groan nearby. The child weakly thanked the guy for standing up for him, but he had absolutely no memory of how exactly Jafir had helped this child. Shrugging, the former warrior grabbed the free pickaxe and trudged further down the tunnel, not saying anything to the small stranger, leaving him sitting on the floor, confused. It would take the boy a while to adjust. It was harder to walk in old, torn boots than in his usual armor. After taking a few steps, the young man suddenly remembered another of Mercedes's words. She had promised him a gift from the gods. An image of an angel appeared before my eyes, who said that the gift could be used if I said the phrase, "Open a special advantage." Jafir hid behind a large rock, waiting until the child, heavily dragging a pickaxe behind him, went further into the tunnel to the others. After waiting a few more seconds, Jafir, trying to speak as quietly as possible, said the necessary words. A bright yellow glow appeared where he stood, engulfing his body like a snake. Realizing what was about to happen, the former warrior straightened up abruptly. He certainly didn't expect this. A sly smile played on the guy's lips, anticipating something unusual. Crazy. His gaze resembled the expression on the face of a gold prospector. Here it is, the treasure that belongs only to him. When the former warrior got to work, the other slaves were so amazed by his skills that they even stopped digging the rock. They talked to each other, discussing the newcomer. Maybe he was a miner? The speed of the boy's work was especially noted. The pick in his strong hands rose and fell so quickly that sometimes it was impossible to discern the sequence of movements. After some time, several bags were filled to the brim with black pieces of coal. Those same men, having seen enough, went to another part of the tunnel, one dreaming that Jeffir was in their team, the second swearing that now they would have to work just as painstakingly. But the guy was busy working hard and was occupied with completely different thoughts. He still could believe that you received it for free in such circumstances. In his mind, he kept returning to those happy moments when he discovered the special advantage. After the main phrase, Jeffir's head split from pain, he grabbed his forehead, realizing that all the information instantly appeared in his mind. The guy's eyes widened in shock. This was something different, unlike anything he had ever seen before. This was the repository of all the best skills. The lightsaber skill, the iron wall, rebirth, and that was only a small part, including those he didn't have before. Jeffir even laughed nervously. How could these stingy gods just give him such treasures? The guy was brought out of his thoughts by the menacing cry of the same worker who had been shouting at the workers at the beginning. He noticed that the slave was standing by the wall of the tunnel, staring at one point. The man angrily walked towards the former warrior, shouting that he had ordered everyone to return to work. He was a head shorter than Jeffir, and yet, feeling himself unpunished, he threatened the blonde with lashes on his first day of work. The whip itself he was clutching in his hand. The warrior turned his head, recognizing the person shouting. It was the head of the mining brigade. He grabbed hold of whip, cursing at the slaves, calling them stupid bastards who never understand in a good way. The man, with a bestial expression on his face, swung the whip with all his might, shouting that he would now teach the boy to listen. A loud whistle was heard, but the weapon did not fall on the slave's body. He caught the end of the whip with his bare hands, without moving from the spot. The boss froze in place, raising his head. He peered into the worker's face, amazed that the guy was able to catch the whip with his hand. To his great surprise, the worker extended the end to him, bowing respectfully and asking for forgiveness, promising to return to work immediately. While the boss, like a big fish, opened and closed his mouth, Jeffir left him and went to his workplace, silently examining his palm. Thanks to his past combat experience, the young man saw every tiny movement. Guns, but there wasn't a scratch left on him. The palm with which he had grabbed the whip was unharmed, only the bandages wrapped around his hand, torn. Special ability number 1, the skill Iron Wall, significantly increases defensive skills, completely absorbs damage below the owner's own defense level, guarantees high endurance. Jeffir realized with satisfaction that he didn't feel tired at all. He could have worked like that all day long. The pickaxe clanged as it hit the hard rock. Although the conditions were bad if used correctly, this skill was very useful. The boy thought while working that he had received only 9 special abilities, and if he also took into account his knowledge of the future, he would be able to quickly regain his strength. With these thoughts, he threw sacks filled to the brim with coal in front of the man keeping records. Jeffir continued to add more and more bags to this pile. Considering that there were more than 10 of them, the man stuttered as he praised the boy for a job well done. At the end of the working day, all the slaves gathered in the square, where the boss announced their rating. In first place was the F team, which included Jeffir. Hearing a delighted squeak next to him, he realized that he was in the same team as the baby. Team B came in second place, and their offenders looked askance at the winners, wondering how they had managed to take first place. The third place was taken by the Team H. Its members began to dance with happiness, but the remaining Team E, which took the last place, was not so lucky. Its members burst into tears, falling to their knees. The boss explained that, according to the rules of the mine, the money and products of the last team are distributed among the first, second, and third places. Jeffir glanced at the group of unfortunates whose property would soon be distributed to strangers. The chief ordered to pray to the great goddess Arya, and all the slaves present instantly fell to their knees, raising their hands to the heavens, and began to praise the goddess, asking her for salvation with their eternal light. Jeffir, watching this mass madness, continued to stand calmly, mentally blaspheming in the most indecent forms. On the continent, among the 3 great deities, the goddess of light Arya, who was depicted as a beautiful warrior clad from head to toe in armor, was the most worshipped, and she was also the greatest creditor. Almost everyone who lived here had lost their home because of the monsters, so all the slaves, groaning from the weight of the day spent in the mines, dreamed of getting to bed as soon as possible. Or, like Jeffir, they were adventurers. But after the temple saved them from death, they ended up in slavery to pay off a huge debt for treatment. It all came down to the fact that while a person has a stigma slave, he will not be able to move freely, because if you go beyond the limits without permission, the person's heart will quickly stop. Jeffir knew that he needed to pay off what he owed as soon as possible and regain his freedom. Tartaros wouldn't get off so easily this time. The guy, wandering wherever his eyes looked, clenched his teeth in anger, remembering the devil. He would take revenge, no matter what. Before my eyes flashed the touch of thin hands, so familiar to the point of pain, so familiar to the point of mental anguish. How the beautiful face moves away from him, begging for help, unable to reach. Finally, having resigned herself, the beautiful eyes opposite fill with tears and a gentle smile freezes on the lips. Jeffir, his eyes clouded by his own tears, extended his hand in response as if in a fog. It becomes so painful and heavy in her chest that she has to cover it with her palm so that her heart doesn't burst out. His Alteo, he will be able to protect her. His legs brought Jeffir to the square. At the entrance stood a church worker in a long white and gold robe. She pointed somewhere in the direction where one could visit a store or confess. There, the townspeople and slaves gathered to drink beer and eat baked potatoes after the grueling work. The former warrior glanced at the local prices. A mug of beer cost 80 silver coins. Looking into one of the shops where the locals eagerly bought mugs of beer and sausages, Jeffir thought that he hadn't seen such idiotic prices for a long time. He was brought out of his reverie by the same familiar childish voice. The child from the mine was offering to treat Uncle Jeffir to some beer. He looked back and asked rather rudely if his colleague had a lot of money. There were several silver coins in the little hand. The baby squeaked that he had just received the coins, although he wouldn't be able to buy anything expensive. The child pressed the coins to his chest, reminding him that Jeffir had protected him in the mine, and that thanks to him, their team had taken first place. The boy looked down, smiled, and added that the team was made up of weaklings, and they usually took the last places, so you could say that this was the first time he had received money. Jeffir looked at the boy carefully, his head bowed, and immediately understood why he was being beaten like that. After all, if at least one miner from the group falls ill and cannot work, then the efficiency of the entire team drops sharply. Having sabotaged at least one team in this way, the team in which the offender is a member automatically rises to a higher position. Jeffir turned around and waved his hand dismissively, replying that he would not eat the child. The boy muttered something in response, but the guy thought that he was doing this on purpose to make him feel sorry for him. Let him not bother him with all sorts of nonsense. He would only get on his nerves. The former warrior approached another shop, where a friendly salesman was polishing beer glasses, greeting a potential customer. Without responding to the greeting, Jeffir asked if the shop sold a restorative potion, causing the man to become slightly confused. Scratching his bald head under his kerchief, his expression immediately changed, asking the newcomer if he had any money. 1 gold coin for a glass, 4 for a bottle. But if the slave doesn't howl in pain, then it would be better for him to endure it. Without answering, the guy poured several coins onto the counter. 1.5 gold coins. Smiling, Jeffir said that he would borrow the rest and ask the seller for a receipt, which he was going to sign. His words shocked the boy standing behind him. He, sweating and stuttering, tried to call his uncle to reason. Seeing how the seller quickly put his stamp on the receipt with Jeffir's signature, the child rightly asked if he had gone crazy. While the young man emptied another bottle of potion, the kid screamed and explained to Jeffir what would happen if he couldn't pay his debts. He had no stable income, he couldn't go into the red, and the interest on the additional loan was terribly high. Throwing his head back for another sip, the blonde glanced sideways at the boy, assuring him that he would also pay off the ill-fated interest. Recovery is a popular product that restores stamina. If you drink a large amount of it, you can get a hidden effect, an increase in magical energy, and the former warrior knew about it. But even after drinking 10 bottles, the effectiveness remains low. But not in the case when a person has a special ability, the skill, Secret of Hermes. It improves the effectiveness of any potions. Jeffir understood that he would not earn much money in the mine. Even if he worked as hard as he could, he should not expect a good reward. The last empty bottle is Loudrang when the guy dropped her into the pile with the others. The potion really helped. With each workout, the guy improved his physical strength. There was a need to find a way out of this situation in an unconventional way. So the blonde man came to the mine manager and reported that he had heard a howl in the mine itself. He received this news with alarm, and then Jeffir asked him to inform the hunters about it so that he could lead them to the place where he heard the sounds. The answer to the question, what to do, was, money can be earned in the dungeon. Monsters are creatures generated by the magical flow. Many of them are aggressive and pose a great threat to people. And although these creatures suffered great damage during all the years of war, their appearance became a help for humanity. Magic crystals and stones inside the monsters' bodies, as well as skin and bones, served as excellent material for creating weapons and armor. As a result, monsters quickly came to be seen as a valuable resource. Each cave in which these reptiles lived concealed both great danger and great profit. After some time, guests actually arrived to see the mine manager. 3 of the best monster hunters, tall young men in armor and long robes, walked along the ground, carrying heavy weapons in their hands. Hunters are slaves with martial skills, selected specifically to deal with monster problems. The price for their work is as high as the risk of the hunt, and the success of the mission often predicts an additional fee. Folding his arms across his chest, Jafir thought resentfully about why an adventurer like him had been assigned to the miners. When he went to the bank where he usually took out a loan for the potion, he was rudely refused a loan. When asked whether the daily limit had been exceeded, the man lamented that Jafir's rank was too low and he would not receive another penny. When the blonde man was thinking about whether he should take money from someone, a church worker, who had heard the entire conversation well, ran up to him. She, smiling sweetly, offered the guy to open a line of credit if he sold his internal organs, since the temple buys these organs for scientific research. The girl had all the documents with her, which Jafir began to study carefully. The operation would be scheduled for the next week. If he returned the proceeds, he would be able to cancel the operation. The creditor twirled his finger at his temple when he watched these two. Having handed the man a paper, Jafir ordered that all the money be spent on bringing the restorer. The seller, carrying boxes of bottles, maliciously muttered that he didn't care about the madman's future fate. With her hands folded in a prayerful gesture, the church worker sighed in admiration, almost calling the guy crazy, but came to her senses in time, calling him a real man. When the last empty bottle fell to the floor with a clang, the girl was amazed yelped. She had never seen so many containers of restorative in her life. The blonde smiled with satisfaction, feeling with his whole being that he was truly ready. The sound of a spear tip hitting the asphalt was heard next to him. Straightening up, Jeffer saw a hunter greeting him, who asked if he was the guy who would accompany them. The blonde smiled and nodded, glad that the hunters had arrived just in time. The guy, the head of the reconnaissance group, introduced himself. His name was Goth, and the other 2 were Dale and Marco. Jeffer shook the outstretched hand, saying that he had no night vision skills, but he could use a magical pulse, and he also expressed hope that their small team would work well together. Night vision is a skill that allows you to see in complete darkness. The magical pulse sharpens perception due to the released energy. These skills are necessary if a person wants to penetrate the lair of monsters unnoticed. Goth adjusted his helmet, thought that the price for the night vision potion was high, and then suggested out loud that they move out if everyone was ready. Goth and Dale went forward, the latter not missing the chance to laugh at the miner who uses a magical pulse. Marco, with a sledgehammer over his shoulder, roughly ordered Jeffer to take the luggage. The blonde listened indifferently to how Dale couldn't calm down, mocking the slave, who apparently thought he was going to crush the lair with them, but God immediately asked him to shut up. This didn't bother Jeffer. Later, everything would fall into place, especially since he doesn't know 2 of them, but he's definitely familiar with one. He was transferred to the hunters a month after the cave was cleared out, and 2 people died under its arches that time. The guy smiled. It seemed like he had figured out how he could use these guys. Goth, breathing heavily, stepped onto the last stone of the forest staircase. He exhaled heavily, leaning on a long spear behind the man. Following, the rest of the hunters and Jeffer followed. At the entrance to the cave, they were met by several figures in cloaks with deep hoods. One of them, with a mask on his face and glasses flashing, called himself a support group and asked everyone to stretch their hands forward. The man began to tie a special rope around the wrist of each participant in the expedition. Even Jeffer, who was puzzled by such care, got such a rope. The man showed his wrist, which had 4 of the same magic bracelets. If something happens to the hunters, the bracelets on his hand will break, and the support group will be able to immediately request help from the main headquarters. When the hunters entered the cave with the blonde man, the man shouted out his hope that he wouldn't have to call anyone, so let them concentrate and do their job cleanly. As an escort, Jeffer went ahead of the entire group of hunters. No one objected, and everyone continued walking in complete silence. The footsteps of people echoed loudly in the silence of the long tunnel of the cave. After some time, a flashing light appeared at the end of the tunnel, and the shadows on the walls began to dance. Someone's paw, scratching the stones on the ground with long claws, took a step forward. 2 monsters with human habits walked along the passage, holding torches and long daggers in their paws, and they themselves were dressed in torn loincloths. One of them, with its mouth open, stared at the wall, into which a pebble had flown from somewhere on the side. Both monsters stared at the lying stone, turning their heads like animals and baring their teeth. Hunters immediately appeared behind their backs like shadows. Goth immediately jumped up to one of the monsters, grabbed it by the mouth, and ran his sword across its throat. The main task of the reconnaissance group is to detect monsters and collect information about the lair. Dale dealt with the second monster, plunging his sword into its head. Then, smiling, sheathing his weapon, he examined the corpses of the creatures. Based on the collected data, a cleanup group is formed which cuts out all the evil spirits. This is the standard sequence of such missions. Jafir pointed in the right direction and was the first to climb into the narrow space of the cave, seeing a small recess there in which he could rest. The hunters assumed that the monsters they encountered were those that survived the last time. Gott said there was another lair on the other side of the mine entrance. Teams A and B had cleared it out last week. Dale assumed the surviving monsters had dug a tunnel and were hiding in it. As expected, the reconnaissance team had good skills, so an inspired Goth began drawing a diagram in the sand with a dagger. Turning to Dale and Marco, raising his visor, he smiled, offering to deal with the monsters themselves. If the scouts decided that they could handle the cleanup on their own, they would enter the battle without orders. The guys' mouths opened in surprise. They didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. Frowning, Dale told the commander that they could just scout out the situation and not put themselves in danger. He continued that it was too risky. What if there was a whole group of monsters lurking there, and there were only 3 of them? Gott corrected him. There were 4 of them. All that was needed was to grab the kobold. Dale nervously pointed his finger at Jafir, exclaiming that the commander must be joking. Were they really going to fight this, Porter? Marco patted him on the shoulder, urging him to calm down, then turned to the commander, suggesting that they first listen to his plan and only then decide something. Goth glanced at the other hunters with a sly look and smiled. He turned to Jafir, asking him to get something from his bag, and he nodded, fulfilling the request. When the porter took out several branches with red berries and placed them on the ground, the hunter explained that these were the fruits and leaves of the actinidia. Dale covered his face with his hand and gagged as the blond man began to crush the berries in a wooden bowl with a mortar. In this case, you can get the smell of cobalt females during the period of estrus. The smell, according to Goth, is quite strong. The creatures can smell it from more than 100 meters away. Indeed, at the other end of the cave, the cobalt stopped and began to sniff carefully, forgetting about everything else in the world. As the foul smell filled his nostrils, thick saliva flowed from the monster's mouth, and he licked his lips carnivorously. Goth, smiling slyly, covered his mouth with his hand and waved a bowl of crushed berries through the air, spreading the aroma. A kobold, maddened with lust, was rushing towards them from the tunnel at full speed. Finally, approaching, he howled in surprise when his limbs touched not solid ground, but small branches. Thus, a group of hunters managed to trick the beast into a trap. Cobalt barked, like an offended dog, and fell into a deep hole. There he said goodbye to life, because the bottom was covered with thick and sharp wooden stakes, on which the rest of the monster's brothers had already been impaled. Gott smiled triumphantly at his comrades because he said that everything would work out. They praised the commander's decision. The man beamed with self-satisfaction, and when asked when he had prepared this, he replied that it was all life experience. Jafir watched him silently, since it was he who had advised the hunter. In his past life, after the boy was transferred to the hunters, he was on the same team with Goth. He sought recognition from other hunters, but he never got the chance, until he met a former warrior. Goth froze with wineskin water in his hands, asking Jafir in surprise if the road to the cave was clear. Even before the commander had carried out his supposed plan, the porter called him over to tell him something. The blonde admitted that he had already gone down to the place where the monsters were supposed to be, and there was a small lair of surviving kobolds. The hunter was surprised, asking if the ordinary miner was too self-confident, but he replied that before coming here, he was responsible for reconnaissance in his team, Skate Jafira, to look for secret paths. Gott scratched his chin, thinking, if the newbie says that they can handle it just the 4 of them, then we can try to follow his plan? The blonde replied that the decision would be up to the commander, but he thought it was definitely worth a try. Gott, turning his back to the guy, smiled easily. This place could bring them good money. It would be a pity to share with others. The hunter thought that this Jafir was not as useless as he seemed. Incidentally, actinidia is not easy to find, but their carrier is well-trained and seems to be well acquainted with monster hunting. The hunter's smile widened as he realized how much pleasure he was getting from knowing he was superior. Since Jafir had left the decision to his superior, the man decided that, as a commander, he would put in a good word for the guy and he would quickly be transferred to the hunters. Calling the blonde to him, Goth handed him a dagger. He thanked him, clutching the weapon tightly in his hands. Goth winked at the guy, deciding that everything the newbie did, he did on purpose to look better in front of him. However, what difference does it make? In any case, his aspiration is commendable, and the hunter did not consider himself a complete scum. He should not worry about some lair of kobolds. Having thrust his spear into the monster's neck, he was determined to take from this cave everything it could give. Sharply pulling the tip out of the kobold's flesh, Goth loudly announced that they had dealt with most of the creatures. Marco, deftly handling the kobolds with his hammer, was openly having fun. He didn't think it would be so easy and fun. His boss was looking at a small blue stone. It was a pity that there were so few of them. Jafir had just emerged from a narrow passage he had been examining for monsters and reported that it was clear. Goth wanted to give another order, when suddenly Dale's voice was heard in one of the still unexplored passages, right at the entrance. He noticed something. The guy crouched down to get a better look at the find. A pile of small bones. Or maybe they were just remains. Grabbing the remains of someone's paw with his fingertips, he couldn't understand what it was. And it didn't look like a wild animal. Just as he realized that these were cobalt bones, two burning red lights appeared from the depths of the cave. Then a huge clawed paw, like someone's deadly weapon, protruded from the passage. Apparently, a monster of considerable size had been hiding for a long time and immediately grabbed the man, holding him in its claws. He was so shocked that he didn't even try to free himself, while the monster's hand forced its way through, widening the passage with its own body. Goth desperately shouted his partner's name, realizing that he couldn't help him in any way. But the monster apparently changed its mind about killing and threw the man away from itself, trying to get out. Dale, like a rag doll, instantly flew in the opposite direction. He let out a strangled wheeze as he slammed into the hard wall of the cave with all his might. Marco screamed at the top of his lungs. The hammer in his hands heated up and began to glow red. A round symbol appeared on the handle, and the man ran forward, ordering the others to take cover behind him. He grimaced at the realization of how wrong he had been. He thought that everything was over, so what was hidden there? The hunter quickly explained that the symbol on his weapon was a magical shield that would stop even the orc chieftain. This monster should not be able to break through the defense. Marco didn't expect at all that the monster's long, pointed tail would stick out from the passage and knock him off his feet along with his vaunted shield. The blow caused blood to gush from the man's mouth and he began to cough violently. How could it be that his shield couldn't withstand it? The bright blue tail continued to wriggle like a whip, striking the man with more blows. Goth looked at this in horror, shouting the name of his colleague. Stunned by the shock that had overwhelmed him, the hunter realized who the tail belonged to. Meanwhile, having finished with Marco, the monster's limbs switched to Goth. He looked at the approaching death with huge eyes, as if in slow motion. A new batch of hot human blood gushed onto the walls of the cave, and a loud and drawn-out cry of horror and pain was heard. Meanwhile, the support group at the entrance to the cave seemed to be going according to plan. But finally, the man in glasses noticed his wrist and swore in shock. His magic bracelets. If something happens to the group of hunters, they will break right on his arm. So why the hell did three of them break at once now? He turned around in horror, sweat pouring down his face under the mask. What was going on there? Meanwhile, the hunter's blood was flooding the ground in their shelter. The Goth, whose torn bracelet hung from his wrist and whose armor was in great disrepair, whimpered like a child. Clutching his wounded and bloody shoulder, he, covered in sweat and blood, barely found the strength to raise his head. In front of him, without a single scratch and without a gun, stood their porter, Jafir, in a fighting stance, covering the commander with his body. No one knew that he was using the Iron Wall skill. It increased defensive functions, completely absorbed damage below the owner's own defense level, and guaranteed high endurance. However, raising his hand and looking closely at his wrist, the guy realized that the monster had broken through his defense, even with the Iron Wall. Jeffrey's worried of myself, but he wasn't even a year old yet, so I thought it wouldn't be easy with this monster. The creature used the sharp tip of its tail to crawl towards Dale's unconscious body. The monster grabbed the bloody hunter tightly around the waist and lifted him off the ground. It is unclear whether the man died or whether there was still life within him, because not a sound came from his side. By this time, a huge monster with a strong body and a head with several pairs of eyes and huge teeth had completely cleared the passage to the hunter's haven. Jeffer watched him carefully without moving. It was the predator, a creature that pretended to be the offspring of other monsters, using its pheromones to grow up and quickly eat its parents. Jafir turned sharply to Goth, asking only out of politeness to borrow his spear, grabbed the weapon. The man hysterically asked what he was going to do. The guy expertly twirled the spear in his hands. Then, straightening up to his full height, he straightened his arm, moving the gun to the side in front of the monster. His mouth immediately stretched into a sly smile. The blonde was about to warm up a little. He spoke softly to the monster, creating a small smoke symbol on his palm. He was going to grant it one last wish. A second later, a small ball could be seen in place of the smoke, and Jafir was already smiling openly, asking how exactly the predator wanted to die. It was her. Special ability number 3. But hitherto, it is unclear what exactly its characteristics are. A magical silhouette of a key, decorated with wings on top, appeared on Jafir's bandaged palm. It was a silver key. It opened the door to the Forgotten Castle. The user could at any time and in any place put and take out various kinds of objects stored in the silver room. At the moment, the key is in the left hand. The next moment, the guy carried 2 objects out of the room, which now rested on his palm. He immediately threw them right on the floor in front of the astonished goth. It was an ordinary-looking rag and the herb Dragon's Heart, a natural tonic that has the effect of calming the state of mind. The former warrior unwound part of the bandage from his hand in order to attach the spear shaft to his hand. Then Jafir asked Goth to step back. He wrapped the end of the bandage tighter around his palm and the handle to make sure everything was secure. The guy took a deep breath and thrust his spear forward, declaring that now the fun part was about to begin. Goth stepped back, shocked, asking what he meant. Seeing the enraged predator rushing straight towards them, the hunter screamed, asking the boy what he was thinking, since he wasn't even a fighter. Having applied the rag thrown to him to the wound, Goth, gritting his teeth, thought that even if he had to die here, he would not hide like a cowardly dog behind the miner's back. He froze abruptly as the space around him seemed to explode and turn a dark bloody color. The monster opened its wide mouth and, flashing countless fangs, roared, leaning on its hind legs. The skill Fear paralyzes the enemy, covering him with fear. This is exactly the trap that Goth found himself in. He fell to the ground, trying to crawl as far away as possible. The hunter trembled like an autumn leaf and remembered the story that the elder had told him long ago. The small town perished in suffering. Houses burned, people and their property burned alive. Men with only pitchforks in their hands tried to protect their relatives, while they did not know where to run, because there was only fire around. Several years ago, a nearby village was attacked by an adult predator, who took the lives of little people with one blow of his tail. He grabbed their bodies in his huge paws, immediately eating their limbs, spraying blood everywhere. Villagers. They watched everything that was happening without even blinking their eyes, and all because their bodies were completely consumed by fear. People watched their loved ones die. Unable to even close their eyes, they could only cry silently. And there was nothing to be done. All that was left was to wait for one's turn to go to one's forefathers. How late Got remembered this, frozen on the floor in a pool of his own comrade's blood. As tears streamed from his eyes, the hunter did not immediately realize that the scenario in his head was different from what he remembered. His vision was clouded with horror, and the man heard only sharp sounds, not understanding what he was looking at all. Finally, he began to discern the silhouettes of the miner's hands, who was skillfully wielding his own hunting spear. Jafir was right at the creature's mouth and fearlessly attacked it, trying to get into its very throat. When the monster got tired of dodging, he was probably planning to make the main attack. A disgusting screech filled the cave, cutting the ears. The blonde jumped back to buy time, then, gaining speed, crossed the space separating him and the predator in a few leaps. The dragon heart, which he managed to chew and spit out the chewed stalk right on the run, really gave the warrior that promised state of mind, freeing him from fear and worries about the predator. Moreover, the guy had a special ability number 2, the Secret of Hermes. It improves the effectiveness of any secret medicines by 500%. As he ran, Jafir thought that among his 9 special abilities, he only had 1 weapon, and in general, it took an incredible amount of mana. So now it was not even worth thinking about using it. The left hand darted through the air, summoning a bottle of green liquid from the silver room. Jafir poured the potent poison of the poisonous king Fade, Varial, onto the tip of the spear. He so inopportunely recalled their last conversation in the castle near the warm fireplace, when Jafir asked the man if he would really so easily reveal to him the recipe that he had been studying all his life. Fade, folding his arms across his chest, shook his head, replying that the world would soon end anyway. There was no point in hiding anything. They will all rot eventually anyway. It's better to use them together. The king added that he still wanted the warrior to be sure to take advantage of. If with the help of his poison there will be at least 1 less creature, then at least someone will be saved. Taking aim, the blonde ran up to the predator and pointed the poisoned tip of the spear at him. An image of Fade appeared before my eyes for a moment. His left side of his face a solid scar, making his crooked smile look even more creepy. He said that he could not wish for more. The spear sank into the skin between the monster's ribs, spraying green poison around. After spinning the weapon several times, Jafir, gritting his teeth, jerked it out of the predator, leaving a huge cut from which the monster's black blood began to spurt like a fountain. Throwing his ugly head back, he let out a heart-rending squeal, sticking out his long tongue. The monster screamed and growled, shaking its head and tail in incredible pain. Because the deadly poison virial, made from the most common herbs, gets into the blood vessels, spreads throughout the body and destroys internal organs. And of course, it causes hellish pain. After all, the poisonous king was quite the sadist. The traitor still couldn't die and was still trying to touch his offender with his tail. There were 3 minutes left before the poison spread throughout his body. The blonde needed to hold out until that time. Jafir kept raining down new blows on the monster, now with the tip, now with the other. No less sharp tip of the spear. But at some point, luck turned away from the guy, and the predator, dodging, waved his long, dodgy tail. From the sharp and precise blow, the warrior flew back to the wall, holding the weapon tightly in his hands. The monster stood at the other end of the cave on all fours, its back turned to the man from its own blow. Jafir let out a muffled cry as he hit the hard stone hard, nearly damaging his spine. His eyes immediately went dark, but as soon as the guy came to his senses, he froze in horror. With his mouth wide open, the predator ran towards him with all his might, intending to swallow him on the spot. But the blonde wasn't going to give up so easily. With a sly smile, he threw a whole bottle of that very poison into the monster's mouth. Jafir deftly jumped to the side, and the monster, not expecting such a maneuver, buried its muzzle right into the stone wall, biting off pieces from it. Having jumped back, the guy managed to look back. The predator was pulled back. A fountain of blood was gushing from the monster's throat. He roared again from the pain that tore through him, sticking out his tongue, trying to breathe in at least a little air. But Fade's poison was merciless. The blonde counted down the seconds until the predator's death. 2 minutes left, although no, already 1. To escape, he jumped across a small area of the cave. Jafir understood perfectly well that with his current skills, it would be difficult to evade this creature. Therefore, after 1 minute has passed, he either tries to survive until the predator dies, or he would have to gather all the strength he had into one decisive and final blow. The former warrior deftly dodged the slowly dying monster, whose tail continued to actively beat from side to side. The guy suddenly grabbed the tip of the monster's tail with both hands. The next moment, the predator, spraying blood and squealing, threw the man up into the air, still waving his long appendage. Clinging tightly to the creature, Jafir even began to pray to all the gods he knew. He only had to endure a little longer. Finally, he realized that the decisive moment had come, and he let go of his hands. As he fell, Jafir raised his spear over himself with the long tip pointing downwards. He chose the most opportune moment when he was hanging right above the monster's head, and now he was about to plunge the weapon right into its crown. Approaching the cherished point, the guy, not holding back his emotions, let out a warlike cry. A second passed, and the poisonous tip entered one of the predator's many pairs of eyes. The warrior noticed from a distance that it was entering the slimy flesh as if into butter. Now Jafir knew he had to hold on tighter than ever, because the creature roared and threw its head back, trying to throw off this bug that was causing it so much pain. The traitor shook his head so hard that Jafir ducked, letting go of the handle of his spear. It caught on a hanging stone and broke in half, the tip still remaining in the alien's eye. The guy caught the second sharp part and placed it comfortably in his hand. He ducked down again and thrust it into the predator's other eye, wishing him to choke. The next step was the dagger that Goth had kindly given him. Jafir quickly pulled it out of its sheath. Muttering that this was another gift for the monster, the guy took aim. The knife deftly sank into the third eye, smashed that, causing the scarlet liquid to splash out. The monster screamed in pain, the predator's entire body shaking in excruciating convulsions. Stones from the blows of the huge body fell from the walls and ceiling, almost blocking the passage into the cave. Jafir stubbornly held on with his hands as his body jumped in the air along with the monster. The man's nails dug into the vile flesh. The guy did everything to save himself. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and slid off the head, hanging with his whole body, holding only onto the hilt of the sword which remained in the monster's eye. The blade slowly sank under his weight, sinking into the mess. Pulling himself up, Jafir deftly pulled out a dagger and struck the monster again. Returning 10 years ago, he lost everything that could have made him better than this monster. He had no strength or magical energy, so he had to prepare like this. restorative. He remembered its properties well, and the hidden effect of drinking a large amount, and the fact that even if you drink a dozen bottles, it will not have any effect. It is necessary to have the special ability Secret of Hermes. Jeffir did everything to gain the magic with which he could crush the predator's skull. The warrior raised his fist over the monster's head, and the man's entire body was illuminated with a soft blue light. He was able to use the magic power management technique. The fist touched the spear and sent out a special discharge, electricity fueled by magic. Such a blow with a bright flash and destructive power fell on the top of the predator's head. It pierced his entire body, all the way to the ground, destroying even the stone floor of the cave. After a few seconds, Goth, who was sitting on his knees, began to chuckle nervously. He remembered with insane pain how he wanted to put in a good word for the miner so that he would be transferred to the hunters. I thought that he was deliberately showing off in front of his superiors to appease them, how he considered himself the best, and that he shouldn't worry about some lair of kobolds. How is he? Screwed up. This guy, even without his help, will quickly gain recognition from other hunters and rise to the top. But now Jafir is a simple miner and cannot go down into the dungeon without permission. If he needed a ticket here, that ticket was Goth. Meanwhile, the warrior, without having received a single wound in the battle, approached the hunter, not taking his eyes off him. They needed to chat. Several miles away, in the forest illuminated by the midday sun, heavy, painful sighs could be heard. Several men lay on the ground, one dead, with a cleaver in his head, the second beaten to the point of blood. He still had the strength to sit up. A tall, strong man with a pointed mace on a chain in his hands was advancing on him. The man crawled away from him, denied his involvement in anything, said it was a misunderstanding. The big man, the church worker, grinned and began to twirl his mace, holding on to the chain, saying that they had entered the temple together. Behind him slowly walked figures in cloaks and with swords in their hands. Unhappy called someone by name, turned to Sahak, asking him to believe him. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. He sobbed and begged, insisting that he was not worshipping the devil. The warrior standing behind the big guy with a cross on his forehead grinned terribly, his eyes flashing with madness, and immediately ordered the unfortunate man to be killed. The big man didn't need to be asked twice. It was obvious that he took incredible pleasure in killing, because with a bloodthirsty smile he brought his mace down hard on the victim's head. Finally, the devil worshippers were finished off. The bodies lay under the treetops hiding the crushed heads with their shadows. Suddenly, one of the dead men began to tremble strangely. His mouth began to move, and a beetle began to slowly crawl out from there, wriggling its entire body. A few seconds passed before the creature emerged. It turned out to be a long centipede with a red symbol on its small head. Before the insect had time to crawl away, the man in the cloak cut it with a magic sword, causing the centipede to explode in the air. The fighter pulled the sword aside. It was all ablaze with red fire. He, flashing a mad look and licking his dagger, hissed that the insect had already appeared, and he knew for sure that the dead man was a follower of the devil. In the beautifully furnished office, a chandelier sparkled brightly, the rays of the sun shimmering beautifully in its drop-shaped details. An authoritative voice at the table addressed Sahak, who was kneeling, asking if it was one of the seven. Was the probability of what was happening not too low? He had been promised to catch one worm, but in the end, 7 members of the group had been destroyed. The owner of the voice was confronted with parts of a centipede floating in a jar of liquid, and was told that the protest was so serious that they had even burned down the straw houses. Sahak, still kneeling, addressed Inquisitor Matthias, who was sitting at the table. Now that he had removed his hood, one could see wheat-colored hair and the same cross that was applied to slaves. He said that the Inquisitor had heard of their methods. It must be assumed that the rest of the group had already been converted to the faith. The yellow eyes flashed dangerously as the man informed them that there was only a month left until the raid, and if they did not destroy the heretics hiding in the temple soon, they would soon have to pay for them with their own lives. Matthias was silent, deep in thought. He was carefully examining the centipede floating in the jar. Finally, he spoke up, promising to shut up the group of hunters. But in return, the man wanted to see the exact result, and let only Sahak, the trusted person of the Inquisition, try to let them down. He bowed and bared his teeth, saying that he would do everything as ordered. Meanwhile, in the city's Human Resources Department, where Gott brought Jeffer, the girl, a worker in a white uniform, sat at the table and pointed with her hand at the necessary papers to the commander of the reconnaissance group, Mr. Gott. First, he needed to fill out an application to hire this person, in which case, it was necessary to state his name and purpose. The hunter replied that Jeffer was standing next to him, who had started working as a miner this week. The girl replied that she understood and asked to wait 1 second. A little later, she said, smiling sweetly, that if a hunter wants to hire a person from another department, then he becomes a member of his group. And if the mistakes of the hired person lead to a decrease in the effectiveness of the entire group, this can negatively affect the personal assessment in the HR department. When the worker asked God if he agreed to these conditions, the man smiled broadly and nodded. He agreed, absolutely. The man glanced sideways at Jafir. If this guy worked properly, he could take credit for all his achievements. Deep down, God was only pursuing his own benefit. He was incredibly happy that, no matter what, do what you do and come what may. The hunter could not even imagine that he would get such a chance. Just last night in the dungeon, the man was shocked by what he heard from the one who defeated the terrible monster. Opening his mouth, the hunter asked Jafir, who was calmly looking over the predator's corpse, if he was sure that he should pretend that nothing had happened, that he had not killed the monster. Goth was silent for a few seconds, digesting what he had heard, then asked the guy if he was going to take the monster's bodies. Jafir replied that he would leave only the predator and the kobolds, and the miner, casting a sly glance at the hunter, asked him to report that this place was only a lair of kobolds. Monster corpses, magic stones, and items obtained in dungeons are all inaccessible to the temple slaves. After all, everything that the slaves found became the property of the temple itself, and so it was and always will be. The only thing a slave from a group of hunters can have is a reward for cleaning up and bonuses depending on the value of the trophy. So Jafir, knocking his knuckles on the predator, said that he could make good money if he took this carcass to the broker. Got, still pressing the wound with a rag, exclaimed that this was impossible. Didn't the guy know that just for such cases a support group was waiting outside, with whom the hunters had already spoken, and special people would come here to take the trophies? Jeffir smiled and replied that he knew about it. This? But what's the difference? He placed his left palm, the back of which still bore the drawing of the key, on the predator's corpse. Streams of white-blue light burst out from the palm. The magic of the key took effect to take the item into the silver room. There was a product, but now it's gone. With these words, the huge carcass evaporated from the cave, as if it had never been there. The hunter couldn't believe his eyes. He saw with his own eyes how expanded the subspace, which is usually clogged with a couple of things, could be. And then this. Such a big creature disappeared and not even a trace of blood remained. When the silence that had returned dragged on, Jafir spoke the name of the senior hunter. Clenching his left hand into a fist, erasing the remnants of magic, the guy turned his head to the man sitting on the floor and asked if he wanted a promotion. As their small team sat outside the HR department door, Gott leaned his elbows on his knees, swaying slightly from side to side, and thought hard. There were 3 more dungeons to get to. The reward for clearing them could be split between the group members, and here you can take the corpses of monsters for yourself. Clearing dungeons every quarter and the total number of battles can greatly increase the chance of promotion, even if the dungeons are ordinary cobalt lairs. And since his group is a reconnaissance group, the hunters had a lot of battles. Few got stuck in one place for 3 years. The man imagined a bright future. If a skilled hunter joined the group, they would enter the dungeon first and take everything inside without outside interference. Being a small group, they would destroy several dungeons and Goth's reputation as a commander would greatly increase. The man thoughtfully propped his chin up with his fingers clasped together, thinking that he needed a promotion, and Jafir needed money. And this was a great deal. He just needed to hide it poorly, that's all. Jafir was also silent, his arms folded across his chest. He was also lost in his thoughts. He decided that he would be able to cover all his debts when he sold the predator at a good price and, to be honest, he would like to leave the temple as soon as possible. But he still had some business here. The warrior remembered well that in about a month there would be a large-scale raid by the temple knights, during which they would find an item that would shake the entire continent. Jafir needs to get into the raid team by any means necessary and get his hands on that item in order to change the future. Finally, the HR employee announced that Jafir was registered, and from that moment on he belonged to the group of hunters, and he was also entitled to an introductory token and the need to get to the supply department to receive basic equipment. The future hunter, accompanied by his boss, proceeded to the indicated department. They had to cross a long, busy street. The men walked silently along the cobblestones. Jafir thought about how last time he hadn't gotten into the raiding party, since he had risen to the rank of a member of the hunting party after the lists of those participating in the raid had been announced. Since about 20 people will be taken from the group of hunters, therefore, in order to get into the raid group, the guy will have to try hard. He even had a plan, but Jeffer didn't know when exactly he could start implementing it. Got stopped and pointed to the line in the supply department where Jeffer should go, and the hunter himself had to go to the infirmary. He would need to report that Dale and Marco were undergoing treatment. Just as the man was about to add that they could take some things with them, both noticed a group of church people heading their way. Suddenly, for Jafir, Goth grabbed him by the top of his head, forcing him to lower his head down, bowing to the men. The footsteps of a small crowd were heard, and the noise in the street died down. Group of people in long black robes and hoods, among whom was a half-naked giant with a mace in his hand, passed by in a crowd bowing before them. Sakak walked ahead of the whole group. The long hem of his cloak fluttered in the wind. He just passed by Jafir, who obediently lowered his head. The man's eyes suddenly widened, and he himself did not understand why he was so excited. The cloaks passed forward and the hunters raised their heads. Goth exhaled in relief. He explained to Jafir that these people were the Inquisitor of Heresy's authorized agents. They were slaves who were directly subordinate to the Inquisitor. But these are not simple slaves. It is better to treat them as such to the nobles. Under the pretext of searching for heresy, these bastards have the right to kill ordinary slaves without warning. There are rumors of people being cut down just because they accidentally pushed the Inquisitor's authorized representatives with their shoulders. The craziest of them is Sahak, nicknamed Mad Dog. They say that he started working for the Inquisitor only out of a thirst for killing. If he notices someone, he will go to the end and bite their throat, so Jafir should have kept this in mind. Suddenly, the entire group, which had managed to move far away, stopped, and Sahak, without turning around, shouted something. A second later, the dog turned around sharply, glaring at Goth and his companion. Beads of sweat immediately ran down the man's forehead, and his heart tried to burst out of his chest. Could it be that they heard him? Sahak kept getting closer to them, and as he walked, he began to speak, and he dismissively asked for forgiveness, saying that he was interested in something. Approaching Jeffer, he pointed his finger at the guy who was dressed in miner's rags. The heretic Inquisitor's confidant removed his hood and introduced himself, then asked the miner to state his name and rank. Jafir narrowed his eyes, looking fearlessly at Sahak. Got stuttered out his companion's name, explaining that he had just joined his group and that if there were any problems, he would Commander. Mad Dog didn't let him finish, rudely cutting him off mid-sentence. His face instantly lit up with such anger, as if he was ready to incinerate everyone around him with one glance. The man ordered the hunter to shut up, since he was not talking to him. It seemed to go to that the figure of the man in front of him stretched out, that this slave was ready to tear him to pieces, foremouth open at the wrong time. The hunter felt his whole body freeze and his breathing become ragged, as if he saw in front of him not a man, but a predator. What kind of deadly energy was this? Right before the eyes of the crowd of thousands, the leader of the hunting party, who had not been touched by a finger, staggered as if from a blow. Sahak kept his eyes on Jefir, and when he remained standing with his back straight and proud, he was sure of his suspicions. Even when the guy was just standing there, it was immediately obvious that he was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Others would hardly notice such a thing, but the Inquisitor's confidant had no equal in the acuteness of his feelings. This man is in torn and miner's clothes. He was an incomparable master whose powerful energy, comparable in strength to a dragon, was seething over the edge. Even though he was wearing a miner's outfit, he had just been transferred to the hunter's group. He was originally in the miner's group. New slaves who first arrive at the temple are assigned a place after a skill test. Both physical and magical strength are tested. Those who can fight are given the opportunity to show their skills in action, because the group of hunters is always in need of people. So this slave first worked in the church and then was appointed as a member of the hunting party? All this seemed suspicious and unnatural to Sahak. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of the Inquisitor's slaves disbanded. A few seconds later, without warning, they suddenly surrounded Jafir. This guy seemed to be a strong fighter, but not to the extent that the dog couldn't handle him. The man decided to ask the slave a few questions. He also ordered to answer honestly and not lie, to which Jafir smiled raggedly, thinking that this freak would now regret what he said. And so, the close Inquisitor had some questions for an ordinary hunter. The man approached Jafir, a wide grin on his face. Sahak asked the boy if he had heard anything about worshippers of the demon god. Oh yes, Jeffrey knew about them better. Thangor. The followers of the demon god are people who worship Tartaros, his greatest enemy, traitors to humanity who will lead all people to defeat in the Great War. However, for now, they are known only as heretics, hostile to the current religious order. Slowly approaching the boy, Sahak ingratiatingly explained that these people have several differences from all other people. He said that he had gained recognition for quickly finding these differences, and thus became a subordinate of Master Matthias, the Inquisitor of Heresy. Crazy Eyes measured the figure of Jeffir. Dog said that his instinct told him that the guy was dangerous type. He immediately pulled a long dagger from its sheath and extended his hand forward. Now, as the executive person of the Inquisitor, Sahak will conduct the interrogation, so let the hunter keep in mind that every word or action can be used far from in his favor. After a few seconds of silence, Jeffir asked if he had the opportunity to ask something. Another slave from the group, angered by his actions, almost attacked the guy with a sword, calling him son of a dog, but Sahak waved his hand, allowing Jeffir to speak. He asked if they could change places for a warm conversation. Without taking his dagger away, the Inquisitor's confidant wondered why this was necessary. The hunter noticed with a smile that there were too many spectators gathered here on the street. Staring at Sahak, Jeffir said that he was afraid. You never know. If something indecent happened here, the executive person of the Inquisitor could end up in a very uncomfortable position. The dog's eyes widened in rage. How dare this freak? He chuckled, baring his teeth, noticing that the guy had a lot of confidence since he thought he could handle 5 of them on his own. Saying that the more often he meets such people, the more he feels the benefit of his work, the man got into a fighting stance, ready to attack. Even the air around him became electrified from his energy. A red field in the form of a triangle with various symbols appeared on the paving stones, and Jeffir was in its center. 3 cloaked figures controlled the electrical charge of the field using magical knobs on their daggers. It was a red field skill, the power of abilities located inside the ally's field. The holding time and the boost effect depends on the number of people using the skill. It was activated as a special attribute due to a lack of user understanding. Jeffir narrowed his eyes. He didn't move. He only said that this was already interesting. He tensed his palms and waved them several times. The smile never left the boy's face as he assumed a fighting stance. For a moment it seemed that Sahak was surprised. This combat technique seemed strange to him. He should have observed it first, but any thick-headed idiot might think so. The man laughed and ran, advancing straight towards Jeffir. He didn't care, because inside the red field he was invincible. He pulled his hand with the dagger back, using acceleration. Flashes appeared in the air just before Sahak jumped. A hunter approached him. His palm slid down, his expressionless gaze following the dog. He sharply dodged the attack. Jeffir leaned forward, his palms moving with incredible speed. Another movement almost hit Sahak, passing right over his face. Jeffir ran back, keeping an eye on his enemy. The man twisted and turned, clutching the dagger in his hand. Then he covered the distance between himself and his opponent in a few jumps, putting his leg forward. Sahaka was triumphant and smiled, confident of his victory. But the next moment, the crazy eyes widened in shock. He tried to knock the hunter off his feet with this technique, but he couldn't do it, because the guy's leg didn't even move, as if he was made of iron. To Sahak's great regret, in those seconds that he hesitated, Jeffir managed to group himself. The next moment, blows rained down on the slave as if he was being beaten not by one person but by a huge crowd. The man threw his head back sharply, coughing and choking on his own blood. His hand involuntarily unclenched, the sword falling from his weakened fingers. The hunter took a stance and pulled his bloody fist back, looming over the man. Sahak was lying on the ground unconscious. Got shouted, warning Jeffira of danger to the right. The boy covered his head with his hand when a mace on a chain flew at him. He straightened up, glancing towards the giant who had attacked him. The hunter jumped back, still covering himself with his hand. From a distance, he saw a loutish slave swinging a mace, aiming at the boy. A man with a bloodthirsty face covered in scars called Jeffir to him, demanding that they play together. He smiled, got into a fighting stance, and mockingly shouted at the giant, very surprised that he could talk. Otherwise, it seemed that the man was just a little dog raised by that little idiot. The slave stopped smiling and, screaming furiously, threw the mace, holding onto the chain towards Jeffir. The heavy spiked weapon made a hole in the cobblestones, and the guy managed to run to the side. The people standing on the sides of the street began to fuss in fear, trying to escape the stones flying in all directions. Goth, who thought that nothing could surprise him anymore, was once again amazed by this scary guy. Looking at the unconscious mad dog, he thought about what he had realized back in the dungeons, that Jeffir was no slouch. But this time he had so quickly laid out the Inquisitor's pawn with some strange techniques. Even now, as the big guy named Morningstar Flail pounded the ground with all his might with a mace, Jeffir fought off absolutely all the stones flying at him. A few seconds later, he moved his leg to the side, knocking the mace itself away. Covering his mouth with his hand, God smiled. He would win now. And Sahak himself, when he woke up, would burn with shame. And his pride would not allow him to report this to the higher-ups and provide an arrest warrant. Finally, the man, without even hiding, waved his fist. Let Jafir win, and these freaks will leave him alone and let him not dare lose. Otherwise, they'll grab him and the guy as an accomplice. A stranger in the crowd who stood next to the hunter laughed and cursed, telling Gott that his friend was unlucky. Although the guy fights off all attacks like crazy, his problem started a few minutes ago. Jafir seemed not to notice that Flail was feeding on the power of the field, as was the chain of his weapon. The guy's outstretched arms were immediately wrapped in a magical chain. Trying to extricate himself, he only became more entangled in it. Opposite him stood a smiling giant, clutching his mace tightly. The red field gave the slave's bodies extraordinary strength. Bending his knee, Flail pulled the long chain towards himself with all his might. Jafir's feet began to slide on the cobblestones, kicking up small stones into the air. But he didn't even allow himself a second's hesitation, without blinking an eye. While the boy was focusing on Flail, a red flash appeared behind him. After all, thanks to the work of the red field, these bastards are getting stronger with every second. And as confirmation of this, a huge cut appeared on Jeffrey's back, and blood spurted out. It was Sahak who woke up and managed to wound the hunter with a dagger. The man hissed happily and announced that the jokes were over. After wiping the alien blood off the dagger, the temple minion said that he would make Jafir regret not asking to be thrown behind bars from the very beginning. Standing in a stance and drawing his dagger back, Sahak turned towards the boy who was still chained up. The man ran towards him using his acceleration. Approaching Jafir, he began to wield the dagger with inhuman speed, appearing in different parts of the field. The guy couldn't catch a glimpse of his opponent while he was flying around him and laughing madly because Jafir couldn't even see him. The next moment, the hunter felt a cut on his cheek. Sahak, running past, looked at him with a grin, boasting that his abilities had now increased by 80%, that no tricks would work against his incredible speed. He continued to cover the warrior's body with more and more cuts, wishing for him to die in agony. Still laughing, he flew straight at Jafir. But the next second, the hunter's clasped fists fell on his head. The blow was so strong that the man was slammed into the asphalt, and many stones flew around. Saliva poured from Sahak's mouth. His eyes rolled back in agony. Grabbing the man's wheat-colored hair, Jafir kneed him in the face. He asked what kind of disgusting teamwork slaves had. Sahak's head fell back. He sprayed blood around himself, his fading consciousness wondering why neither his speed nor his red field defense worked. Finally, the man, with a shameful groan, fell face down on the damaged floor, and Jafir, with his hands tied, spat out that, due to flying like flies, the big guy had already died of boredom. The guy added that if the slave wanted to boast about his speed, he could have done it in a less shameful way. Flail's voice rang out, cursing at Jafir as he pulled on the chains. He ordered the hunter to come to him, and tightened the iron more and more. Jafir straightened up, attracting the big guy's attention with a shout. He strained his palms as hard as he could, asking why Flail wasn't doing anything with her size. The guy smiled and asked if he was afraid to come closer. If his subordinates had shown such teamwork in their past life, Jafir would have finished them off long ago. He pulled the chains towards himself sharply, using the combat method of magic control, amplification. The chains were thrown upwards by such force. Flail fell on his backside, letting go of the mace. She began to knock down the remaining figures that were holding the field in a circle. When the haze cleared, Jafir stood in the street, throwing his chains aside to the astonished gaze of the crowd. Around him, temple slaves lay on the ground, barely conscious. The guy was breathing heavily, looking around at the people. Sahak, barely raising himself on his elbow, covered in wounds, asked Jafir, damn him, who he was and what his true face was. He smiled and replied that he had expected more interesting questions during the man's interrogation. But in the end, that was all he was interested in. Turning his back on the enraged henchmen of the Inquisition, Jafir mockingly said that he had no right to know about this. From the tower window hidden in the shadows, Inquisitor Matthias watched the battle. Long hair fell over the man's shoulders, and he covered his mouth with his hand in shock. Could it be that same person who sent this guy here? Everyone present on the street could not believe their eyes. How was this even possible? Mr. Sahak lost and lay on the ground, hissing angrily and clenching his fists. Sweat beaded thickly onto the damaged floor as the man sobbed. Jafir smiled when he heard Sahak's mad cries behind him, cursing him. The guy thought he was very vocal. So, the first stage of the plan was completed. But the problem was that now the hunter had no idea when what had happened would reach the ears of that freak. Jafir came out to a narrow path by the water. Now the only problem was time. But something was wrong. The guy didn't notice it right away. He froze in shock. Then an incomprehensible force pinned him to the floor, forcing him to sit down. Jafir couldn't move a finger. A sharp pain and powerlessness ran through his entire body. It was a mana freeze. Mana freeze is a condition accompanied by pain and weakness, fatigue, rapid exhaustion, and appears with complete depletion of magical power. After using that technique, Jafir's energy was used up much faster than he expected. Was he really such a weakling 10 years ago, even with an increased magic threshold? The guy cursed because he knew what would happen in that case, the meeting he hated. A purple portal appeared in the sky, which spat out into this world a creature in a golden mask, reminiscent of a carnival mask, and in long, seemingly torn clothes. In its hand it held golden chains that wrapped around its entire body, and at the end of them hung a beautiful-looking bell with patterns engraved on it. The creature loomed over the frozen, bowing boy and introduced itself as the spirit Shylock, a member of the family of Lord Usur, the great god of debt. The slits in the mask where the eyes were glowed purple. The palm reached out to Jeffer when Shylock announced that the magic power value had been set to 0, and therefore the collection of the skill Iron Wall began. The warrior gritted his teeth as the voice of the spirit, which seemed to penetrate every cell of his body and sounded everywhere and nowhere at the same time, announced the verdict. But the Iron Wall is not just a skill that increases defense and endurance. Fatigue and damage received from using skills accumulate and turn into debts. And at the moment when the user's magic level reaches 0, the accumulated damage returns to the user. The magic bell becomes 10 times larger and falls on the person, crushing him and instantly killing him. Many adventurers have tried to make this skill convenient for themselves in order to descend into deeper dungeons, but in the end, they all ended up in bankruptcy, that is, death. The god of debts, Usra, a majestic old man on a throne, wearing a carnival mask, lowered his double-edged sword, which devoured the despair of people mired in debt. Jafir was sure that the god was watching him in battle, and choked on saliva from greed. And indeed, under the highest ceiling in his chambers, Usra himself was watching the Battle of Jeffer. The old man smiled into his thick beard, gently stroking the turtle sitting on his lap, whose shell was covered with precious sapphires. The more fatigue accumulated in the guy, the louder Usra laughed, anticipating a rich harvest. Meanwhile, the spirit, stretching out its long neck, measured the damage accumulated in the user using a special device built into the links of the chain. The chain jingled loudly, and Shylock announced that the measurement was complete and it was time to begin the countdown. 10. The bell descended over the kneeling Jafir, gradually increasing in size. 9. Jafir pressed his palm into the ground, his body becoming too heavy. 8. 7. He had to do something. 6. The warrior cursed under his breath. His body seemed to be glued to the ground. He could do absolutely nothing about it. 5. 4. Jafir relaxed his palm and fell with his whole body to the ground, then began to tear the bandages on his left hand with his teeth. There, a little earlier, he had prudently wrapped a small bottle of restorative potion. A huge coin with the Greek letter Omega depicted on it spun in the air at the number 3. 2. Jafir felt the vile, carnivorous, and anticipatory smile of the greedy god of debts, USR, on his skin. 1. The bell trembled on its thin chain, finally increasing in size, and he flew down like a stone, where the warrior lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Jeffrey abruptly pulled the bottle cap towards himself, clinging to it with his teeth, and immediately took a sip of the life-saving liquid. The presence of 1 point of magic has been established. The collection countdown has been cancelled. The bell, raising a pile of dust, suddenly hovered right above the guy's figure, its edges only slightly touching the man's skin. The spirit Shylock inclined his head to one side and in an indifferent voice declared that the debt procedure would have to be postponed until next time. The purple portal closed silently, safely hiding the eerie figure of the spirit within. Jafir, feeling the numbness in his muscles subside, leaned back, breathing heavily, placing his hot left cheek on the cold ground. A sly smile blossomed on his lips. The guy whispered that Usra was a real fool if he thought that the man would not be ready for something like this. In fact, he was a real professional in the field of survival. Jafir lived for a whole year after the extermination of humanity, and it was easy as pie to avoid collecting the god's debts. Additionally, if you manage your mana properly, Iron Wall can be a completely safe skill with the best efficiency. Jafir lay there, as if he was crucified, and tried hard to remember how much this ability had cost in his past life. If he wasn't mistaken, it was around 500 gold coins, a fortune, and plus it was popular among Cretans like Leroy Jenkins. The guy smiled broadly. Such a large sum was beyond his means right now. Jafir raised his hand into the air and extended his middle finger to the clouds, confident that Uzra was watching him. At this moment, the enraged god roared, and with his bare hands squeezed his unfortunate turtle so hard that its shell cracked and shreds of flesh and splashes of blood flew around. Jafir, with a heavy head, could barely open his sleepy eyes. Staring at the semi-dark ceiling, the guy didn't immediately realize that he had been unconscious the whole time. With his clouded consciousness, he could barely discern where he was. Moreover, he did not recognize the room at all. Suddenly, the smiling face of a nun in white and gold robes, already familiar to him, appeared before him, and she joyfully asked if the visitor had slept well and whether he had dreamed of unicorns and butterflies. Jafir tensed up in earnest, fully waking up and realizing that he was lying on someone else's bed with his wrists tightly tied on both sides of his head. He looked down and noticed a bald man pushing a large wooden cart in front of the bed, containing various medical and not-so-medical instruments. Slowly turning his gaze to the nun, Jafir carefully asked her what kind of tricks these were. The girl folded her fingers in front of her and smiled sweetly, saying that her guest must have been very surprised to see an unfamiliar ceiling. But there was no need to worry. It was her workspace. With an even sweeter smile, she reminded him that the debt repayment period had passed an hour ago. The smile suddenly became sinister, and the eyes widened, lit up with a mad fire. The nun asked if the client had become insolent. She rushed to the cart and slowly took a long and very sharp knife from it, continuing to talk about how she heard that the guy was hanging around and doing dangerous things. Didn't Jafir think that his jokes with the collateral had gone too far? The tip of the dagger stopped a few centimeters from the guy's eye when the girl loudly reminded him about the accumulated interest, and that in such a case the temple concludes that the client does not intend to pay at all. Watching how the other person's expression changed abruptly from cute to completely crazy, Jafir involuntarily shuddered. The nun held the knife tightly in her hands, screaming and squealing, asking if the customer would pay. He completely forgot that he owed the temple, and if he uses magic now, the collection will start again. We need to think of something urgently. Swallowing hard, Jafir quickly said that he would receive a reward for clearing the dungeon next week, and that he kindly asked to wait until then. The nun raised the knife higher, hissing that, naturally, they would confiscate these funds. But what to do with the loan for each day, the outstanding interest? Because if this was a kobold dungeon, then the client wanted to slip her 3 coins? Narrowing her eyes, the girl whispered in the same tone, "What should they do? Should they really cut out the guy's insides now?" Turning her head, she called to 2 bald, bare-chested men who were standing nearby, waiting for the command to act. One of them, without asking any unnecessary questions, immediately cut the rope on Jafir's left hand with a sharp knife. Then one man slammed the boy's hand down onto the wooden cart, while the other held his wrist tightly, about to cut off a few fingers. The nun covered her mouth with her hand and suggested starting with the fingers, since the client did not take the temple seriously. But after a couple of cut-off fingers, his opinion would change. Jafir screamed desperately, asking to wait. Besides, he could not remember the necessary name that was on the tip of his tongue. Frowning, the nun took a deep breath and ordered her assistants to cut with all her might. The muscular man didn't bat an eyelid as he swung the sharpest knife. Finally, in such a stressful situation, Jeffrey remembered the right name. He himself did not understand how it happened, but he managed to open his mouth. It was as if time itself slowed down when the boy said the first syllable. Then came the second, the knife still descending. The mouth opened again for the 3rd syllable. And the last one? Jeffrey fell silent. And the nun fell silent too. You could see the veins on her forehead bulging as soon as the client said that name. The tip of the knife touched the skin, and a girlish, loud "stop" sounded in the room. The nun was angry as hell, but she understood that now she would no longer be able to carry out her intended threat. She, piercing the hated client with her gaze, could not believe what he had just done. Moreover, seeing the smirk on his face, she stepped back in surprise, loudly asking who he even was. Her assistants froze in surprise. One of them asked his sister what had happened. Her face, darker than the storm, did not express anything good. The girl ordered the men to get out of the room. When they dared to ask again, the nun stunned the assistants with her order, and there was no need to repeat it a 3rd time. While she waited for the door to close behind her assistants, she remained silent, turning her back to the prisoner. Then the girl suddenly leaned over Jafir, hitting the pillow near his head with her palm. Getting close to the client's face, she screamed, ordering him to confess how he knew the name he had said. He, still smiling, whispered how it was possible not to know such a popular person. At first, the guy called her a nun, but then mockingly corrected himself, voicing her nickname, White Rose, a broker of monsters. a nun of the Temple of Light, Anna Primrose, but her second identity is the broker White Rose, who, thanks to connections with the inhabitants of the underworld, acts as an intermediary, conducting transactions with stolen items, equipment, and monster corpses. After all professional hunters know that going on a raid into a dungeon with cheap weapons is the work of a sick person. Watching Anna's furious face, who was literally lying on Jeffer, he thought that he needed to bargain with this girl and get things for himself as quickly as possible. The guy, with a laugh in his voice, thanked Rose for showing him the way to her abode and offered her to untie his hands so they could make a deal. Turning his head, Jeffer saw that it had long since gotten dark outside and suggested that they talk in a more normal setting. Meanwhile, in the city hospital, there was no chance of a peaceful night's sleep. Workers had to dodge flying objects thrown at them by one particularly violent patient. They tried to get closer to the bed of Sahak, who was bandaged from head to toe, gently telling him that he shouldn't be nervous but needed to calm down. The smug face of the hated Jeffer kept appearing before Sahak's eyes, and his last words rang in his ears. The man sat in bed, clutching the hospital blanket until it cracked, becoming angrier with each passing second. The image of his enemy was so vivid that the capillaries in Sahak's eyes burst with rage, and he promised to tear the hunter to pieces and send him to feed the pigs. While he was in his dreams, a low, insinuating voice was heard asking the man what kind of mess he had made in the hospital. A tall, attractive, dark-haired man stood by the bed, pushing away a glass on the floor with the toe of his shoe, and looked contemptuously at Sahak. When he was about to get out of bed to greet the guest, the brunette replied that he shouldn't get up, then smiled at the medical staff, letting them go. Turning to the patient, he quietly said that he had heard about the incident that had happened. Sahak looked down, nervously muttering that he was sorry for the mistake and that Ned shouldn't worry about what happened. The next second, a sharp dagger flew into the open mouth of the Inquisition's confidant, cutting the corners of his mouth. Ned, holding the weapon tightly in his hands, ignored Sahak's muffled groans, the low, dangerous voice telling him that everyone around him was telling him that there was no reason to worry. Sahak, swallowing bloody saliva, watched in shock at the slightest movement of the speaker's hand. Ned loudly stated that Mr. Matthias had clearly said, "Do not create problems that you will be ashamed of later." The man brought his face, darkened by quiet rage, closer to Sahak, who was numb from terrible and sudden pain, hissing that he had allowed himself to be beaten in front of a gathering of slaves. The culprit, not daring to release the sharp blade from his mouth, shook slightly, not taking his eyes off. Ned jerked his dagger out of Sahak's mouth, causing him to let out a heart-rending cry of horror. As blood dripped from the cut corners of his mouth onto the sheet, Ned added that everyone had turned a blind eye to Sahak's antics only because they had placed their hopes in him. When he first discovered the devil worshipper, Ned himself had thought that this slave had a unique talent. But over the past 6 months, including the first admirer, Sahak has found only 2. The guilty man looked ahead with despair in his eyes. Clutching his wounds with his palm, Ned continued to scold him, saying that even the top brass was starting to doubt him, and how much longer could they tolerate this whole circus? He found it hard to believe that someone like Sahak would make a mockery of the Inquisitor of Heresy's authorized representatives department. The blonde fell to the floor, hanging his head low, and began to beg the elder to give him just one chance. Ned, hands on hips, looked at the slave as if he were a despised bug, while he promised to do anything. Sahak extended his bandaged hands to Ned's feet when he suggested that they first solve the situation using their methods. The blonde fell to his knees as the elder leaned slightly over him and ordered that the one who had disgraced him be killed. And only then could he decide what punishment to impose. Sahak looked ahead, knowing that if he couldn't do even that, he would have to take off the red uniform of the Inquisition's commissioner. The elder threw Sahak a bundle of cloth tied with black thread, ordering him to use what was inside. Trembling fingers barely managed to untie the knot and open the bundle. The man's mouth opened slightly when he saw the object. In his hands were things that belonged to a devil worshipper, a dark purple ball with white veins, and a red thing with small holes along its entire length. A simple labial musical instrument. Raising his head, Sahak stuttered as he addressed the elder, but the elder interrupted him, telling him that the contents of the package had been found in the room of the devil worshipper the blonde had caught last time. It was up to Sahak to decide whether to use these things or not. Looking closely at the slave, Ned said threateningly that now was not the time when he had a choice. The blonde was told to make a decision he would not regret. Without another word, Ned walked out of the room, slamming the door loudly, leaving Sahak sitting on the floor alone. Mad Dog. Sahak himself, a public enemy of the slave hunters, had killed 26 slaves in the temple in 6 months. To return now to the status of an ordinary slave would mean dying at the hands of the slave hunters. Sahak burst into mad laughter and squeezed the purple ball in his hands. This is funny. His life has just started to improve. He has just risen from that damn bottom. It couldn't end like this, the man thought, getting up from the floor and stretching his wounded mouth into a grin. It's not he who should die, but that damned hunter. As Ned left the hospital, Sahak's mad laughter could be heard in the corridor for a long time. He just happened to be passing by a figure wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Only his eyes were watching the man closely, and he ordered him to make sure that Sahak did not do anything stupid. He was immediately told that everything would be done. Glancing sideways in the direction of the patient's room, the senior noted that a person should look at his situation objectively. Otherwise, he would be thrown out like that idiot. What kind of talent does Sahak have, dumber than an oak tree? Won't even understand that he was locked there in order to be able to create a smokescreen. Ned chuckled along with the figure, saying that the blonde should also be thanked. Thanks to Sahak's rampage, the commander of the Nightly Temple Detachment had relaxed his vigilance. He needed to secretly infiltrate the Knights' raid and steal the artifact from them. Then, eliminate the commander himself inside the dungeon. And then the third diocese of the Temple of Light would pass into the hands of the devil worshippers, because Ned Strayer himself was an obedient disciple of the devil worshippers. Their symbol is a silhouette resembling a devil's head on an orange background, and therefore the mission was very important. In the future, it will strengthen the influence of the devilish order. Turning to the figure, Ned asked to find out more about that very hunter guy. The man noticed that he was using their sex combat technique, which only the teacher and students could use. Strayer didn't know if he was the assistant the teacher had sent, but then why didn't he contact the cult through official channels? You need to get close to this person so as not to miss anything, and Sahak is great for this. And if it turns out that the stranger is not from the sect, it will be necessary to simply eliminate him. No concessions. Anna Primrose nervously chewed her thumbnail. She had no idea that this strange client was so knowledgeable. She saw before her the corpse of a huge, real predator. He had just been transferred to the room by Jeffer from the Silver Room. The guy folded his arms across his chest and glanced at the stunned girl, asking what she thought about it. After coughing and expressing her rapturous admiration, the nun agreed to process the goods. Total. Sales list: Predator's corpse. 1 body. No magic stones, part of the brain and bones are destroyed. Shopping list: Divine power potion of the highest grade. 5 pieces. Prayer beads filled with God's miracle, medicine. 1 piece. Salamander stone. 1 piece. Rental of Silver Alchemist's set. Grass blessed by the sun, grass blessed by the moon, deer antlers, etc. Anna said that she could find everything from the list. The main thing was money. For everything together, it would be 5,000 gold, so Jafir would have to catch 3 more predators. He nodded, replying that it was no problem. In 3 weeks, he would catch as much as he needed, so let the nun prepare the goods. The guy noticed something interesting on the shelf. A bottle of church wine made of dark glass. He suddenly had another request for Primrose. The next day, the weather was fine. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Jeffer sat at the dining table in the hunter's shelter, frowning at his new brothers. An overly pleased Goth, raising his mug of beer, suggested that they introduce themselves to each other again, despite the fact that they were all already familiar. He pointed to the smiling, kind-hearted Marco, the team's tanker, who saluted Jafir. Dale was sitting next to him. He had only been here for 3 months, but he was an excellent swordsman. The guy cast a sullen glance at the newcomer and turned away. Gott pointed at Jafir, declaring that he was the long-awaited newcomer, but the guy lowered his head and said nothing. The atmosphere at the table became tense, so Gott, pretending not to notice, raised his mug of beer again and offered to drink. He turned to his guys and made scary eyes, hinting with his whole appearance that they were acting like idiots. Because the new guy would be good for them all, they needed to improve their relationships. Marco scratched the back of his head, wondering what to do since Jeffer was also in a bad mood. He looked down at the bread and cheese on the table, guessing it was because it was unsuitable food for such a table. But it was the best they could get while they were in debt. Finally, Jeffer broke the silence by announcing that he would say everything at once. He put his hand behind his back, causing his comrades to noticeably tense up. Then he took out a bottle of wine from there, which he had begged from a nun, and slammed it down on the table, declaring that he would not drink just anything. The boy's eyes sparkled like new coins at the sight of such a treasure. It turned out that it was a gift from the White Rose, which an ordinary slave would never even dream of. The hunters clinked glasses, and Jeffer expressed hope that they would work together in the future. The guy had a plan. He helps these three earn achievements and they help him steal monster corpses. Until the raid, they are all in the same boat. The atmosphere at the table improved, except for Dale's mood, who was still frowning. The others received the newcomer quite warmly. Jafir watched the guys, since he was already on the same team with Goth in a past life. It was roughly clear what he was like. He needed a good teacher to move up. But as for the other two, they were originally supposed to be dead already, so nothing was known about them. Should Jafir train them well, or is it better to get rid of them? The warrior's gaze settled on Dale, whose face had not once smiled all evening. The corner of Jafir's lips twitched. He hid it behind a glass of wine. The guy decided that he would figure it out as he went along. Man is a creature that is benevolent to the one who gives him what he wants, to the one who loves wealth, money, to the one who thirsts for fame, success. Well, for those who strive to gain respect, well, there is no need to explain. Jafir's thoughts returned once again to the one who was that one annoying thorn in the path that he met wherever he went. Dale kept a wary, angry look at Jafir, and he was not the type to accommodate someone who was looking for conflict. The young hunter could not get used to and accept the newcomer, and he kept thinking that he did not like him at all. Even before gathering at the common table, Gott and his team decided to talk in the old composition in the barracks. The boss told the guys that they would get a huge benefit from the case. Now he has the 4th rank, and the rest have the 5th. If the rank rises, the attitude towards them will immediately change. Goth looked at the team seriously, saying that he relied on their help and asked them not to argue with the new guy. While Marco was surprised that an ordinary miner could save them and pull off the deal, Dale, still bandaged, folded his arms across his chest, frowning, and remarked that Goth had the right to receive him since he was the commander. But why didn't their commander consult with the crew in such matters? The guy thought that this idiot was just lucky. And while they were all unconscious, he pretended to catch the predator. Did Goth really believe that a useless miner could kill such a monster? Goth laughed, asking who Dale thought killed the monster. But Dale angrily exclaimed that he was more interested in the question of the deal, because if they were exposed, the entire team would go to prison, or even be executed. The loud conversation attracted the attention of the other warriors, and Marco put a finger to his lips, warning Dale that they could be heard. He said that Jafir's joining their team had long been predetermined. Moreover, they would only share the reward for the cleanup between the three of them, so it was worthwhile to just observe the new guy for a start. Remembering this conversation, Dale slammed his glass down on the table. What nonsense! Why did the guys even gather to watch? Idiots! One who calls himself a commander made the decision single-handedly, and the second sold out for a bottle of crappy alcohol. The guy looked at Jafir with a frown. No, he won't accept him. Why does some outsider come and set his own rules? Looking away, Dale smirked at his own thoughts because if the new guy was a crook, it would be revealed right away. Someone who could only talk would never last in this place. This lesson will be taught to him by the hunters themselves, and of course, by the dangerous dungeons. The entire team walked along the dry ground, their cloaks fluttering in the strong wind. Their path lay to the cave village of Edrin. This village was founded in a stone mountain and remained untouched for several hundred years. Marco, like a child, was amazed by what he saw. He said out loud that he never knew that there was such a place just 2 days' walk from the temple. It was amazing if people even lived there. Gott said with a smile that it was even cooler inside. The village had everything: a bedroom, a living room, a guest room. There was even a hotel, where those who came here on a mission or came from the temple to treat the sick stayed. The man himself also came here. Marco groaned enviously, replying that the commander should have taken him along at that time. He looked at the entrance to the cave, destroyed and completely covered in cobwebs. Now this place has become a continuous lair of monsters. Jafir was the first to enter the cave to look around and use his skill. As the rest of the team appeared from behind, torches in hand, Jafir's shadow fell upon the household goods that the people had hastily abandoned there. The warrior immediately used the magic control skill, Perception Mana. He walked along the destroyed corridor, stained with blood. The hunter knew that this skill would help improve the senses if the whole body was covered with mana. It was also possible to release mana onto the Earth's surface. Things in the detection zone, movements that occur, especially physical objects endowed with magical power, a person can feel them so clearly, as if they were all touching the skin of the person entering. Jafir moved forward carefully skirting the web, the rest of the team following behind him. Sometime later, the warriors emerged from the cave where they had been scouting and were surprised to condemn what they had seen. Dale exclaimed in shock. Surprised that there was a dark steel spider inside, Jafir replied that he could tell for sure just by looking at the tracks at the entrance. The former miner glanced around at everyone gathered, calling for them to listen to their future strategy. The guy began to draw a plan of the room in the sand with a dry branch. First, you need to move inside into the web, then get to the hole where the spiderlings are. Then you need to pour a paralyzing potion around, wait a bit, and kill everyone. When Jeffer explained that it would be difficult, since he would have to maintain perception for a long time, since spiders sleep during the day, and he would have to act carefully, he was rudely interrupted by Dale. He began to complain, gesturing discontentedly, that the problem was not whether it would be hard or easy. After all, if there really is a dark steel spider inside, the team will not be able to finish it off with just 4 people. The dark steel spider was a spider-like monster with strong iron-like skin, which had high striking power and protection that no knife could penetrate. Due to its extreme fertility, the dark steel spider reproduces incredibly quickly, putting the predator in no way near the level of danger of the spider's lair. Dale clenched his fists, adding that this was not a place that could be cleared by such a company. Let Jeffer report to the higher-ups that they would need reinforcements. He probably expected Jeffrey to be angry, but he was very surprised when he suddenly said that it was not a bad idea. Because if Dale was not sure, then there was no need to go at all. The guy pretended to be a fool, easily saying that he could clear out the lair on his own. Dale didn't expect to hear something like that, but he immediately became confident in his guesses. This bastard who joined them is a common charlatan. According to his stories, he hunted the predator alone, fought with the authorized person of the heresy inquisitor Sahak. Dale had never seen any of this with his own eyes, and now this guy smugly claims that he can clear out the monster's lair. And if that's possible, why does he need the rest of the hunters? Dale smiled as he threw off his cloak as the team entered the room. The hunter concluded that the dungeon was not so dangerous. He hoped that Jeffer would not now think that the hunters would immediately listen to his every word. Now he would see how long he could pretend to be a clown. The guy, completely forgetting about safety precautions, reached for the dusty shelf and touched a thread of cobweb with his hand. The hunter immediately began to sweat from excitement and cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe that he had made such a stupid mistake. Moreover, trying to pull his hand away, Dale realized that he couldn't peel the web off himself. He began to wave his hand furiously, trying to throw the annoying substance off his glove. But then, from the darkness, small bodies with numerous pairs of yellow, glowing eyes appeared. These were the dark steel spiderlings who came running at once at the noise. Dale took a step back, grimacing in disgust at the vile creatures. The next moment, one of the hidden spiders crawled forward and, squealing loudly, jumped on him. The boy made some strange sound out of surprise as he watched the little monster fly. Jafir immediately turned in his direction. The guy found himself next to the young hunter in no time. The spiders, seeing that there was more potential food, now rushed into the air in a crowd to catch the prey. Jeffer didn't hesitate and rushed to help Dale, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and throwing him back. The guy made another strange sound, noticing only that his left hand was without a glove. It was firmly stuck to the web. Meanwhile, the little spiderlings managed, as it seemed to them, to reach their victim, and the whole group sank their little fangs into Jeffer's hand. Several seconds passed. The warrior did not move from his place and did not even flinch, while the clicking sound was heard in the air. He was saved by a special skill for managing magic, the mana of perception, creating invisible armor over the entire surface of his body. The warrior smiled, looking at the puzzled spiders. What is this? Can't the sharp teeth bite right through? The warrior clenched his fist to grab more spiders, pulled back his other hand and swung it. The next second, he punched one particularly large spider that had latched onto his arm with all his might, the mana increasing the damage several times. Dale fell backwards, immediately trying to crawl away as spider corpses fell at his feet. Jafir loudly ordered the entire team to immediately gather together for the attack. The guys, being scattered in different corners of the hall, quickly ran up to each other. Finally, they were very close, standing in a semicircle, with their weapons held out in front of them. Now, not only small monster cubs gathered in front of the hunters, but also spiders, to put it mildly, larger ones. Their huge paws frighteningly towered over the people. The spiders also did not waste time. As if they were a single organism, they grouped together, preparing to attack. Of course, a plan is a plan. God alone knows what will happen to the hunters in the dungeon. So when the hour of battle comes, the actions have already been predetermined. For Marco, Jeffer gave his cloak and ordered the hammer to be wrapped in it. This was not the usual whim of an arrogant warrior who aimed to become a commander, but real help in battle. Dale and Goth were also told to wrap their blades in their clothes, as a regular blade would not cut the spider's threads. So at least you can remove the web from yourself with a weapon. Marco fought off the spiders, spitting webs at him with his cunningly wise hammer. The man was delighted. He had succeeded, even if the web stuck to the hammer. These creatures were weak, and he could still swing the weapon. More and more creatures were landing on Goth's blade. The man was amazed, briefly thinking how many spiders there were. Tens, hundreds, or thousands. Dale, with his eyes blinded by rage, smashed the spiders without further thought, encouraging himself with warlike cries. One particularly nimble spider managed to slip past the team's ubiquitous weapons. Like a small horse, he briskly crossed the entire perimeter of the hall. The spider's knife-sharp steel legs pierced Dale's shoulder and cut deep into his shoulder. The pale guy, looking at the splattered blood, shouted zealously, calling on the hunters to hurry. Jeffers said that if the guys managed to help him and drive all the creatures into a pile, he will be able to grind them into powder with a few blows of his fist. And indeed, with the help of mana, the small and large bodies of monsters literally exploded from the attacks of the human body. There were spider corpses scattered throughout the cave, some with missing limbs. The hunters froze in the middle of the hall. Some were sitting on the ground, some were kneeling, but they were all breathing heavily as they had managed to finish off all the monsters in this area. Dale grabbed his shoulder with a jerk and cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. The wound was quite deep. He reproached himself for relaxing, and even for this hateful freak helping him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of the one he despised so much. Jafir handed the guy a bottle with some liquid and asked him to drink. The new guy explained to a gloomy Dale that it was a restorative mixed with medicinal herbs, something like a healing potion. The blonde was in no hurry to take what was given to him. He was immersed in self-flagellation. During the entire battle, Jafir saw right through the room. His magical perception and accuracy were simply on another level, and he knew for sure that Dale would be the first to fall into the web. The guy asked out loud if the warrior wanted to say anything. Jafir smiled, replying that anyone can make mistakes. You just need to be more vigilant next time. Of course, he noticed how Dale treated him, and while Dale, bottle in hand, looked at him angrily, the guy thought that everything wasn't so bad. In his past life, Jafir often had to train poor fighters, and there were often cases when no matter how hard the guy tried to teach them something, he still couldn't do it. However, Dale seems to have realized his mistakes and pulled himself together. At least some hope can be placed on him. Besides, with such a bad character as his, words are unlikely to help. It is better for a warrior to realize his mistakes in practice. Dave doesn't trust Jeffer now, but after clearing the dungeon, he should draw the right conclusions. Will he continue to sit outside with his tail between his legs? Or will he submit and follow the warrior? After a short rest, the time for a fierce battle against the monsters came again. While Jafir was distracting the huge spider with his dagger, Marco attacked the monster from behind. The warrior aimed the iron end of his hammer straight at the monster's belly, bypassing its tenacious paws. Goth, drenched in sweat, exclaimed triumphantly, "The paralyzing agent has restricted the spider's movements." Dale, breathing heavily, decided to attack the spider with a running start. He ran quickly, holding his sword forward. The sharp, poisonous end of the weapon sank into the flesh of the nearest spider as if through butter. The image of his involuntary teacher stood before his eyes. Jafir explained that, unlike the back, spiders have a rather soft belly. You need to aim there. Sweat poured down Dale's tense face, and he gritted his teeth, forced to admit that it was indeed as the damn newbie had said. While the blade of his sword, sprinkled with poison, was piercing the spider's wombs, the hunter continued to think about the newcomer's rightness when he talked about the habits, characteristics, and weak points of these monsters. Everything was justified, and even the way they fought. The guy suddenly pulled the sword out of the spider and got angry. How did that idiot know about everything? Letting out a war cry full of anger and indignation, Dale did not understand who that freak really was. The tense hand thrust the sword with all its might into another belly, right up to the hilt. The next moment, Dale pulled out the weapon with such force that the monster was thrown back several meters. Seeing the huge dead carcass next to Goth and Dale, Marco praised him. The hunters were overjoyed at their work. From somewhere above, Jeffer's voice was heard, saying that it was not bad for the first time, and that they needed to continue in the same spirit. His team turned and looked up, dumbfounded. The new guy, his hands hanging on his knees, was sitting on a huge, unprecedentedly high pile of dead spiders. Dave cursed. While the three of them barely finished off one creature, this guy took down a mountain of spiders. Jeffir deftly jumped to the ground, putting his hands in his pockets, and noticed that it was time for something to eat. So he asked, "Got to get some provisions." During the meal, Marco suddenly asked Jafir what he used to do. The guy replied that he was an adventurer. The hunter shook his head. That was not what he meant. but rather he wanted to ask whether the newcomer was an apprentice of a member of some major guild. Dale didn't show it, but he was also interested in listening. Jafir, having swallowed her piece, fell silent for a moment and smiled. He remembered his teacher. They were in a cave. He was sitting on the floor while Jafir was training diligently. A wary gaze followed his student from under a low-pulled hood. Jafir returned to the present, his gaze suddenly becoming sad. He abruptly changed the subject, saying that the most important thing now was that there was one room left with the spider. Marco smiled brightly, nodding, and Goth asked what the next steps were. Without answering, Jafir walked up to the spider's corpse and, to the surprised looks of the guys, cut off one of the monster's paws with a dagger. He immediately broke the limb in half at the bend, revealing green inner flesh. Now the guy was holding two spider legs in his hands, which looked like sharp battle scythes. Turning to the others, he announced that the team had had enough, and now they should get out of here. The guys, hearing this, opened their mouths as if on command and stared at Jafir in shock. For 4 whole years, young Goth was in a group of hunters, during which time many of his comrades died, but the boy managed to survive. There is one reason for this. He always walked around the dangerous bridge, only casting wary glances into the abyss, standing on the edge, choosing only the safe path along which he could easily pass. Now, on that raid, he immediately changed tactics. It would be stupid to share with others if such a catch could bring in good money. Previously, the hunter obediently followed others, thereby losing the opportunity to get promoted. But if no one provided protection to a man, what choice did he have? Goth took Jafir's words quite calmly and agreed, thinking that from the very beginning he planned to kill the creature alone, so it would be better for the others, with such low skills, to step aside. Marco coughed and suddenly said something no one expected to hear. Since the whole team came here together, maybe they should go to the end together? Goth made scary eyes, turning to his comrade. What kind of nonsense was he talking? But he was completely stunned by the calm tone of Dale, who lazily said that he was also for it was better to be in company than alone. The commander started shaking all over, begging the boys to put their brains back in place because if they overestimated their capabilities, they could quickly end up in the next world. Staring at Jafir, the man relied on the newcomer's prudence, hoping that he would decide to dissuade the boys due to their lack of use. The newcomer closed his eyes tiredly, saying that it seemed the hunters had misunderstood him. He meant just to leave. Not to leave completely, because now they would be distributing responsibilities. Goth almost burst into tears from the realization that he couldn't get away from a difficult battle so easily. Finally, it was time to go meet the main spider and her subjects. Jafir was the first to head into the cave, making his way through the thick veil of cobwebs. Trying to move silently, he tried to step only on the toes of his boots. The silhouette of a guy appeared at the edge of the cave entrance. He carefully looked inside. Jafir carefully examined the room, as far as natural light in the form of holes in the ceiling allowed. There, inside, is the center of this dungeon. Human eyes, accustomed to the darkness, examined the countless small spiders around their main treasure. Here was the clutch of the dark steel spider queen, guarded by an army of monsters. An unusual-looking spider with sharp fangs on its head descended along the web. A night spider, a guardian protecting a hole for laying eggs. The spider queen herself is the mistress of the spider lair, a huge creature with a long body and steel chitin. The space around her was strewn with eggs in which future monsters with steel chitin were developing, and larvae. Jafir strained his eyes, assessing the number of spiders he and the other hunters would have to fight. He carefully took a few steps forward, approaching the cliff. Sensing movement in the distance, a warrior spider descended from a long, sticky, and very strong web. Then, with several pairs of eyes flashing green like lanterns, the second one arrived. Noticing the dagger-like limb, Jafir stopped, realizing that this was the safest distance to approach. To ensure that the queen could lay her eggs in peace, the spider knights provided her with protection, not leaving their positions and blocking the path of anyone who dared to approach the clutch. With a disgusting, repulsive slurping sound, another egg crawled out of the spider's womb along with the internal mucus. Without looking away, Jafir extended his left hand to the side and used the ability of the silver key. Several bags fell straight out of the air onto the ground. The sacks fell on top of each other, pushing each other. They contained ordinary flour. The guy, without wasting any time, grabbed one and swung it. He threw the bag straight into the pile of spiders, and the others followed in turn. The thin fabric tore, and a huge pile of flour fell right on the spiders, raising a cloud of dust. The frightened creatures, not understanding what was happening, began to tremble in the air, fighting with an unknown enemy. The flour gradually settled on the web, landing directly on the clutch containing the spider and her offspring. In a large cloud of dust, the silhouette of Jafir appeared with a bow in his hands. The warrior raised the bow to his head and pulled the bowstring. The tip of the magic arrow glittered in the darkness. The arrow burst into flames, flew off the bow, and immediately flew down. The flight of the deadly weapon was accompanied by a loud whistle. But Jafir was not afraid that this would give him away. The arrow hit the chitinous shell of one of the spiders and bounced off to the side. A flame flared up, small at first. Hot sparks in the tightly packed flour provoke a chain reaction of spontaneous combustion. Now that the fire had spread across the entire area of the abyss, the explosion doubled in size, and it even had a name: Flower Dust Explosion. Jafir had moved away from the edge of the abyss in advance and was now running towards the exit, until huge tongues of flame rising from the bottom of the abyss began to lick his heels. However, the latter happened quite soon, and the guy had to, holding a heavy bow in his hands, speed up and run. The warrior ran, hot sparks playfully tingling his back. But Jafir was not frightened. On the contrary, he smiled at his thoughts. Of course, these bloodthirsty creatures who were now rushing about in the tongues of flame could not be finished off. The hunter knew this for sure, and hearing a furious hiss behind him, he continued to run. The fire did not harm the spider's steel shells, but only irritated them even more. Slowing down, Jafir waited for one of the knights to get closer and fired an arrow at him. Oh yes, poisonous arrows that hit the spiders right in the soft parts, causing them to roll over on their backs and fall dead. It was a powerful poison of the 72nd Poison King Fade. Number 68, Varial. The peculiarity of the poison was acute pain. More and more spiders, surrounded by tongues of flame, ran along the tunnel. Ignoring the corpses of their fellows, they continued to approach the enemy who dared to disturb the peace of their queen. Insanely fast, they jumped over each other, all in order to teach the impudent man a lesson. Suddenly, Jafir stopped and turned sharply, colliding with the jaws of a huge spider, which looked like a small hill compared to him. The spider, quickly moving its sharp paws, emerged from the turn, seeing the man. The burning creature, trying to crawl further along the tunnel, immediately got stuck in its own web. Earlier, before the battle, Jafir showed the team of hunters some kind of clot, explaining that it was the iron of a spider made of dark steel. If you squeeze it like a pastry sleeve, a web will come out. Goth asked if it would work on spiders. He was told that if there is no special enzyme on the legs, then the spiders easily stick. Goth grimaced in horror. The corners of Dale's lips crawled down in disgust, and only Marco extended his hand to take the clot. Jafir asked to scatter spiderwebs in the designated places on the way out, and then just wait outside. The thing is that the web in the royal hole is much denser, and you can't kill the monsters by fighting there, which is why you need to lure them out. A huge spider, hissing deafeningly, floundered through the burning web of its own brethren. To speed up his journey, Jafir descended the steep path on his own backside. In the left hand that activated the silver key, the very same scythe made from a severed spider leg appeared. Having comfortably adjusted the gun in his hands, Jafir first pulled it back, then forcefully pushed it forward. The tip of the improvised spear hit the spider's head right between its fangs. The guy pulled out the blade and walked along the spider's head, cutting it open. Greenish blood splashed out, and the cave shook from the monster's squeak. Taking the sharp weapon away from the disfigured monster, Jafir realized that only one spider knight remained. Suddenly, he saw something that made the warrior flinch. Another spider, even larger than the one before it, jumped out of the darkness onto the monster's corpse. He, making screeching sounds, pushed off with the help of his dagger-sharp paws, breaking through the hard shell of his dead brother. The warrior, without wasting time, hid all his weapons in the silver room and rushed forward. Hearing the scratching of fiery paws behind him, he immediately sped up, trying not to catch on the stone in the dark tunnel. His pursuer was no ordinary spider. It was the queen herself, larger and more vicious than the usual night spiders. Jafir didn't need to see to know that the monster was spitting and snapping its sharp rows of teeth, dreaming of swallowing the obnoxious man who had killed her unborn offspring. Goth, with his spear at the ready, heard loud squeaks from the tunnel and immediately shouted, calling on Jafir to run faster. Something in the queen spider's belly began to gurgle loudly. The next second, the fiend released a stream of purple light straight from its mouth. Looking back as he ran, having barely heard the sounds, Jafir understood that the spider's venom would now fly at him. They explained to him that the acidity of such venom is very high, but it is its special effect that should be feared. A curse that blocks the abilities of defense and regeneration. Even during general classes, the Poison King Fade used teaching materials to tell his students that a person with a low level of defense would melt in a matter of seconds. Slamming his fist, on which a tattoo of a snake was hidden, on the board, Fade looked at the students with his only surviving eye and exclaimed, "If you are not tired of living, you must avoid poison in every possible way." Luckily, at the last moment, Jeffer managed to run to the edge of the tunnel and push off the stone with his toe. He flew out of the darkness down like a strange bird, and right behind the warrior, from a narrow passage, a whole stream of purple poison splashed out. The guy flew down, helping himself in flight with his hands, trying to keep the drops of poison from getting on his skin. And at that time, the spider broke through the narrow passage of the tunnel, damaging him with her own body. A purple, foul-smelling liquid from the Spider Queen slowly dripped down the rocks. The still-burning monster flew out of the tunnel, as it was chasing the man too fast. Stones from the destroyed half of the tunnel fell down like a waterfall. Jafir managed to group himself and end up on the ground without any damage. Now the dark steel spider in all her glory appeared before the hunters, hissing loudly. Seeing the huge monster, Marco almost fell backwards, although he held his hammer tightly in his hands. As soon as Jeffer found himself on a solid surface, he screamed at the top of his lungs, calling on the team to stay in position. Marco, Goth, and Dave immediately reacted, gritting their teeth ready to fight. Having activated the silver key again, Jeffer ran like lightning, clutching the scythes from the limbs of the slain spider in his hands. He, being close to the spider's body, planned to attack her from above. The guy jumped up and landed on the monster's head, plunging his sharp weapon into it, then deftly slid down the shell. A deafening, pain-filled scream from the spider was heard, and green liquid spurted out of the monster's head. The queen began to thrash about, and one of her sharp paws sank into the ground, knocking Goth, who was standing nearby, aside. Meanwhile, Jafir found himself on solid ground, and standing confidently on his feet, twirled his scythes in his hands. Standing in front of the wounded spider, the boy grinned playfully, calling her to him. The creature's huge, wounded muzzle, taller than him, squealed furiously, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. Jeffer stood fearlessly before the spider, deciding to take on the role of tanker, as he was the only one who could compete with the queen face-to-face. He briefly thought back to the moment when he had explained the strategy to the hunters and their commander before the battle. While the warrior diverts attention to himself, the others chop down the creature and finish it off. This caused genuine surprise in the guys, which was immediately reflected on their faces. Goth's hands, clutching the weapon, began to shake. All this time he had lived because he had avoided the dangerous bridge, because he considered his life priceless. And now, faced with such an unprecedented danger, the hunter's entire being was overcome with uncertainty. Looking at his team, those whose commander he was, the man remembered that he tried not to expose them to mortal danger by not working at full capacity. And now, raising his head to see the spider in full growth, the main question arose before Goth. Would he be able to overcome such a giant? Large beads of sweat ran down Dave's face from tension and fear. The guy clenched his teeth so as not to give away his condition. But his thoughts were still somewhere in the past. A group of senior hunters turned their attention to the newcomers, ordering them to quickly prepare dinner and polish their equipment. When Goth grimaced and replied that his team were the same hunters, the groups of offenders laughed contemptuously. Let them stop talking nonsense. They are not fighting, so let them go cook food. At least there should be some benefit from them. Now Dale cursed to himself, remembering his own feelings at that moment. How long would they tolerate such a shitty attitude towards themselves? Proudly raising his head in the face of danger, the boy firmly decided that the hunters now had nothing to fear because they had come such a long way. Leaning forward, he swung his sharp sword. They can and will fight no matter what. Goth, seeing the unprecedented determination on the blonde's face, was very surprised. Marco also withdrew into himself for a moment, lowering his head, lost in doubt. Initially, the hunting team would not even dare to go against such a monster. The events of the last few hours have proven otherwise, and even unexpectedly for themselves, the guys have gathered their spirits. They found somewhere inside their souls an extraordinary power and desire for life, for victory. And it's all thanks to Jeffer. After his appearance, something changed forever. Up until that point, everything had been going perfectly if the team followed Jafir's words, so it was definitely worth trusting him again. Straightening up, Marco, calling the others forward, shouted loudly that they could do anything. Goth, in despair, slapped his palm across his face. Damn it, these guys don't even listen to their own commander. This made him feel incredibly ashamed. And now he couldn't just stand aside, so he screamed loudly and rushed forward, straight at the monster. Goth remembered well Jafir's instruction to strike at that crucial moment when the outer layer of the shell cracked from the explosion. For a moment, the queen was distracted by another warrior, and this gave Goth an advantage to attack. The man, having tried to thrust his spear into the spider, immediately warned the others that the creature was not so impenetrable inside. Only the outer layer of the shell was strong. Marco grinned, pulled the dagger out of its sheath and rushed forward, quickly finding the monster's weak spot with his gaze. The sharp steel penetrated the monster's soft tissues like butter, and green, stinking blood spurted out. Marco quickly put the dagger back in its sheath and armed himself with his hammer again. The spider's severed womb took the warrior's heavier blows. Jafir had previously shown his comrades the naked flesh of the spider. The guy pointed to the nerve bundle running along the center of the paws and advised them to aim there. As Jafir had said, Dale was now cutting that spot with a blade that was well lubricated with paralyzing poison. The sword entered halfway into the monster's flesh, and the boy rejoiced, letting out a cry of victory. But unfortunately, things didn't go according to his plan when he pulled out his sword and suddenly raised his head. A net of dangerous web was already falling on him from above, ready to grab a man. Like a fly, Dale was paralyzed. He realized that he would not have time to dodge. Jafir came to his aid, descending from somewhere above, furiously waving his weapon. The warrior jumped on the spider's head, stunning her for a moment with a powerful blow, saliva spraying from the creature's mouth. This bought time for Dale, who screamed and managed to jump to the side, and the web that the queen released did not touch him. Jafir, stopping not far from the monster's mouth, immediately boldly called on her to look only at him. The spider, her remaining eyes flashing, bared her teeth again and squealed angrily. Jafir, once again fearing nothing, rushed towards the enemy, waving his scythes. There was a fierce fight between him and the spider. The angry mother rushed at the man, but he did not allow himself to be offended. Dale watched this fight and admired the skills of Jafir, who repelled absolutely all attacks of the Spider Queen. The hunter even had a hard time following his movements. And just a few hours ago, Dale looked at Jafir as if he was crazy, assuring that 3 hunters did not have enough strength to kill this monster. Jafir interrupted him, assuring him that as long as he, the one who burned the spider eggs, was in front of the queen, she, in a fit of anger, would pay practically no attention to what was happening behind her. Raising his index finger up, the guy added, "More importantly, the Black Steel Spider Queen has one unusual feature." Dale made sure that everything was as Jafir said. About 5 minutes had already passed since the start of the fight. The Spider Queen barely moves from the place where she fell after running out of the tunnel. Because the queen spider produces her offspring in a small egg-rearing room, she has a habit of moving her hind legs very little, so it is quite safe to be in this area. And how did Jafir have such incredibly effective and truthful knowledge for an ordinary newbie? After all, with the exception of a web or stamp attack, the most effective blows will be delivered to an enemy that is right in front of the spider's eyes. Jafir was used to this type of combat pattern when he fought the large spiders inside the dungeon. Dale understood that now, while the newcomer was distracting the queen's attention, he needed to immobilize her with a paralyzing poison, and the death of the monster would only be a matter of time. Marco was now more confident than ever, swinging the sledgehammer that they could do it. Goth, gritting his teeth and covered in the spider's blood, convinced himself that they would succeed. The tip of his poisoned spear struck the queen's open wound, coating her insides with poison. The enraged creature sharply raised its wounded paw upward, pulling Goth, who was hanging on his own spear, along with it. He screamed in fear when he found himself at a fairly decent height. The spear was firmly stuck in someone else's flesh, but the spider saw only one enemy she hated in front of her, and, spitting saliva, she hissed loudly. This only seemed to excite Jafir as he looked at the monster's sharp fangs. The spider pushed off the ground with her hind legs and began to furiously attack the human being. With this movement, Goth's spear slipped from her body, and he fell to the ground from a great height with screams. The queen fought to the last. She will not forgive the pathetic people who dared to touch her children. The glands with her purple poison on her belly opened up again. She decided that the poison would kill their bodies slowly and painfully. Jafir's palm appeared in the air as if from nowhere, and he purposefully stretched it forward. Unexpectedly for the spider, he leaned forward and with one hand grabbed the fang, and with the other he plunged it straight into her stomach. Making his way through the streams of green blood, the boy felt the poisonous gland in his neck and grabbed it. Satisfied that he had a firm grip, Jafir twisted his clenched fist with all his might. The warrior's forehead was bulging with the incredible strain, but he knew he had to be strong. After pausing for a moment, Jafir pulled on the iron, pulling it out. He immediately grabbed the belt buckle and unfastened it. Holding the iron tightly with one hand, he tugged at one end of the belt. The next step was to tie the gland with a belt. The guy did it sharply, without delay. Thanks to these manipulations, the spider will not be able to use poison for several minutes. Leaving the iron dangling outside the queen's body, Jafir grabbed the weapon and ran along her body, jumping up. Once in the air, The warrior knew where he had to land. There was nothing to worry about. The spider, at first confused and having lost sight of her prey, the next minute saw him right above her head with her two surviving eyes. Jafir dropped to the spot between her eyes, kicking there with all his might with the heel of his boot. There was no need to rush in such a matter, only precision was important. The guy's intense gaze bored into the spider, just as she bored into him. The rest of the hunting team also kept a close eye on them. The one who stays focused will win this battle. The midday sun illuminated the huge carcass of the spider, from which the hunters slowly but surely separated the massive legs. The creature, the size of a mountain, was dead, and the hunters happily congratulated each other on their victory. They had succeeded. But Dale, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked attentively at Jeffer, standing in the distance. The guy thought that this victory had nothing to do with him, Marco and Goth, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it. After all, the one who finished off the monster was precisely Jeffer, a newcomer to their team, who was now examining the dead spider, his scythe thrown over his shoulder. Dale finally realized that the hunt and its success depend on who leads it. Looking at Jafir, who was about to cut up the carcass, he thought about what would happen if he followed the new guy. Meanwhile, Jeffer himself was thinking about what to do with the dead queen. He wouldn't be able to remove her traces, and he wouldn't be able to take her away entirely, as he had with the predator. Several captured spiders could be given to the White Rose. When he decided that he would take only the most necessary things from the spider, he heard his name being called. Turning around, he was embarrassed to see how Dale, who had recently been glaring at him, was now politely spreading out a travel bag so that Jeffer could rest. He tiredly drank water from his canteen, watching Dale convince him that he could butcher monsters and criticize the other hunters for their hesitation. Having quenched his thirst, Jafir thought contentedly that, due to the fact that he had fought with the group, he had managed to save a decent amount of mana, so there was no need to worry about being subject to Usra's debt collection during the hunt. Looking at the other hunters who were happily cutting up the spider's carcass, laughing and arguing among themselves, the guy decided that these three weren't so bad. Jafir suddenly became serious, realizing that this was where their journey together would end. The guys certainly won't be able to boast of their strength and ability to fight in a battle against a strong enemy. Putting the flask cap back in place, the guy thought that there was currently a severe shortage of skill levels, equipment, and team members. It is absolutely necessary to look for a way out. Some kind of countermeasure is needed. The entire team of hunters, having collected their catch, returned to the city after a successful hunt. The first thing Jeffer did was go to the monster broker Anna Primrose, or rather, to the nun of the Temple of Light. The girl was delighted to receive such a valuable specimen, a real predator. The guy handed her a heavy bag of money, saying that he had put a little more in there so that this money would go to good use. The happy nun greeted the next customer, saying that the goddess also saw his piety, and asked if he had brought enough bags of subspace. Jeffer silently watched from the sidelines the scene of illegal trade in broad daylight in the temple of the goddess. But even now, no one believed that the temple was exclusively a place for the ministers of the church. The money that the believers donate to the temple is collected over the years, and the temple was built next to the city so that the knights of the temple and the battle slaves could destroy monsters. The warrior chuckled and thought that safety was worth paying for. At least now it could be bought with money. It seemed that soon it would even become a problem to sell one's own life in exchange for the safety of one's children. Jafir and Anna left the temple. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon. There was warmth in the air, and the singing of evening birds could be heard. The girl said that her client was very lucky. The buyers of the predator and the spiders showed up on time. All the monsters were in excellent condition, so they were sold at a good price. White Rose winked at the guy, continuing to chirp about how she found it hard to believe the sale was so quick. But Jeffer interrupted her, asking how things were with the money. The corners of the girl's lips turned down. She said that the guy was a bore, but then launched into a dry analysis. 48% of the intended amount, 20% would be deducted from the profit, which would be returned to the temple as payment for the debt. Then Anna stunned the guy by handing him a suit and a card to enter the laboratory, where Jeffrey was signed up to clean. Lightly tapping her notebook on her chin, the nun thoughtfully said that the chemical equipment was quite large and very valuable, so they wouldn't lend it to the warrior just like that. At 7 in the evening, everyone leaves the laboratory. It's entirely at the client's disposal. Jeffrey smiled lightly. This option was much safer than stealing quietly. There were always few people to clean the lab, so he would go there today. The guy said out loud, shrugging his shoulders, that since there was no other way, there was nothing to be done. And Primrose, laughing, said that the client was entitled to an hourly rate for this. A voice was heard behind them, saying that he had finally found the nun. Turning slowly, Jeffrey saw Ned Strayer. He asked the girl to give him some time to talk. The man's impassive face was hard to read, and he smiled affably at the couple. Jeffrey, however, was not so calm. He cursed under his breath, unable to accept the fact that he had the misfortune of meeting his enemy at just such a moment. The confidant of the Inquisition is Ned. Among the 12 confidants, he is the only one considered a first-class fighter who has received recognition from the temple itself. This was the official information about the man in this world. But for Jafir, he was someone else. Anna Primrose laughed lightly and did not expect to see Ned here. He was not going to invite her on a date, probably to consult about a loan. But she was a little busy right now. The girl was playing. She knew that the man's target was her client, since Ned was Sahak's boss, who had been disgraced by Jeffer. She expected that these idiots would want to get even with the client and would come up with something original. What an impudent fellow! He wants to fight right in front of the temple priest. In a quiet voice, Anna suggested to Ned that they chat later, and she would offer goods at low interest rates since the temple trusted him. But the man did not calm down, pretending that he did not understand the hints and persistently asked to be received, even promising to treat him to tea. When he invited Jafir to join him, he stepped forward, shielding Anna from her rival with his hand. Raising an eyebrow, Strayer lazily asked the guy if he knew their Sahak. The warrior lowered his head and smiled, asking to clarify who it was, citing his old age and the fact that he doesn't remember all sorts of rubbish. Ned narrowed his eyes but kept smiling as he looked at Jeffer. He returned a sly look and was not embarrassed under the man's attentive gaze. They were too close to each other. The air sparkled. Two multicolored forces collided with an explosion on the spiritual side. This frightened the birds flying past, and Anna, grabbing her shoulders, leaned back, feeling how their magic seemed to penetrate deep under her skin. So powerful was the energy. She was not stupid. The girl immediately understood that Jeffer's level was not similar to that of a combat slave. Most likely it would be close to the Knights of the Temple. Ned Strayer was of the same opinion, looking with a grin at the slave frozen in front of him. Even just standing next to him, the man understood why Sahak didn't just walk past the guy. Of course, he didn't come here to fight, but why not miss the opportunity? Taking a fighting stance, Ned's body glowed red. He decided to have some fun once. Jafir was not far behind. Blue energy engulfed this entire body, but their plans were not destined to come true. The time for battle had not yet come. So decided Anna Primrose, who had been standing aside until then. She shouted in a loud voice, unusual for her, ordering the men to kneel. The girl extended her hand, from which a golden beam burst forth. Ned and Jeffrey, who had almost collided in a fight, froze in place. It was all about the slave mark, a slave mark that the priests of light leave at their discretion within the scope of their authority. There was one on the shoulder of both warriors. A priest can force obedience on someone he has branded, and that is what Anna did. The symbols on Ned and Jeffrey immediately lit up with a bright light, even through the thick fabric of their clothes. Against their will, the men slowly sank to their knees in front of the nun, the tangible energy of both of them gone. An angry Anna, as soon as the men calmed down, approached Jafir, her blonde hair scattered across her face as she swung. The girl's palm landed very accurately on the warrior's cheek with a slap so strong that his head swung to the side. Like a naughty little dog, the nun grabbed Jafir by the collar and led him away, shouting that he was an idiot and had forgotten where he was. Was he really tired of living, and that he should be taught a lesson? As she walked without turning around, she called out to Ned, who was standing silently. Turning her head, the air around Primrose became electric as she warned that the boy was her plaything and she would turn anyone into a chop if they laid a finger on him. Ned bowed low, only grinning and saying nothing. When the strange couple had moved far enough away and turned the corner, the nun was able to relax. She sank down onto the stairs and dropped her face into her palms, lamenting that the client had succumbed to the provocation of a dangerous guy, and her hands were still shaking. Anna explained that Strayer is a first-class confidant, meaning he is very strong. Almost no one knows how he fights. Well, everyone who saw and felt this for themselves has long been dead. She suddenly jumped up and flew up to Jeffrey, who was calmly standing by the wall, shouting that she would soon die from her client's adventures, and if something happened to her book of expenses and income, then the guy would go to his forefathers. Finally, the girl finished her speech and exhaled angrily, frowning. Unexpectedly for Jeffrey, the nun reached out with her palm to his aching cheek and ran her fingertips over the skin. The sharp anger quickly gave way to tenderness, and the girl quietly asked the warrior to act more carefully, because outside the temple she would be able to protect him. Baring his teeth, Jafir easily pushed her hand aside, saying that this could be called a warm greeting. If that guy was really going to do something, the nun wouldn't have had time to intervene. The guy threw his uniform over his shoulder, and when Anna asked where he was going, he answered that he was going to the laboratory. Since his opponent had shown himself, the preparations were almost finished, and it was time for Jeffir to hurry up too. He stopped abruptly, as if he had forgotten to say something important. Turning his head, the guy asked to fulfill one more request. Anna grimaced, realizing that her client wasn't going to stop at the first one. Meanwhile, Ned Strayer rose from his knees and patted his knees to get rid of the dust, cursing as he realized the power of the brand. Ned grinned evilly, trying not to let go of the raging anger at what he felt on himself. Even when he was with his teacher, a tall man with long blue hair who painted right on the floor with a huge brush, Ned did not expect to hear those words from him. The teacher wanted his student to go to the temple and become a slave, allowing himself to be branded with shame. Strayer, pressing his hand to his chest, exclaimed that he hated these scumbags, but the long-haired man, without turning around, abruptly interrupted him, calling him by name. The disciple was dumbfounded when he heard that 2 followers of the devil, whom they had sent to the temple under the false status of priests, had been repressed. Continuing to draw symbols on the floor, the teacher said that the checks on priests have increased, and those who have not yet been exposed avoid risky actions. This method will no longer work. The brush left a long black line on the paper, however, there was still a way out. The priests of light do not monitor the slaves they have branded. They make the mistake of thinking that the mark is already sufficient for control. The teacher stopped and turned to his student. He needed to take advantage of this miscalculation, have Ned brand himself, enter the temple, and steal the reward from the raid dungeon. The man said that only Strayer could complete this mission successfully. The priests of light will never know that they have found a way to disarm the brand. Grabbing his shoulder, where the cross he hated was hidden under his clothes, Ned understood that he could not use it now. He had to wait until the time came. And then the vile priests will pay for all their sins. Around a small village, residents cheerfully and amicably built a wooden fence. The women set the table right on the street and now called the men to dinner. The workers, rubbing their backs, talked among themselves. Every half-month the damn fence breaks down. Such poor areas cannot afford protection from the temple. They have to put up such a fence. One of them started cursing at himself, shouting that he would kill the damn monsters if they came here. The cry of a sentry was heard, announcing that someone from the temple was approaching the village. The wounds from Ned's dagger had long since healed at the corners of Sahak's lips, leaving him with jagged scars as a memento. The man, with his head held high, looked around and walked towards the entrance to the village, where the workers, taking off their hats, hesitantly asked him what he was doing in such a rundown area. Sahak, without any preludes, abruptly asked the resident how many people lived in the village, and he timidly replied that there were a little more than 50. The Inquisitor's agent grinned, replied that it suited him, and grabbed the red object he had received from Ned. Sahak brought it to his mouth and began to play a melody on the simple musical instrument. Right behind him, something huge burst out from under the ground. A bunch of faces with eyes and sharp teeth molded into one creature. Long tentacles with teeth at the ends reached out to the inhabitants, frozen in horror. These tentacles cut people into pieces. The men's heads flew off to the side. The blood was boiling, splashing around in rivers, and in the center of this madness stood the laughing Sahak. The slave's bloody palm reached forward. Then he squeezed it hard. This was his new power. How painful it was to remember what incredible shame he had suffered. How smugly that damn miner walked away after the battle, leaving him bleeding right in the center of the square. Sahak's eyes turned bloodshot at the mere memory. He would never forgive this bastard. He would pay for everything. The man laughed, louder and louder, as the underground monster destroyed an entire village by the dozens, tearing its inhabitants apart. Night had fallen. The moon illuminated the roof of the Temple of Light Laboratory, a place of research and creation of equipment and potions. So, the list of ingredients: green grass remains, moldy bark of the Leda tree, secretion of rotten cobalt. Then find a gray centipede and cadaver mushrooms on the shelves. You need to mix all these reagents and boil them in a curved flask. Jeffir, observing safety precautions, wearing gloves, an apron, and a cloth that only revealed his eyes, held with tongs a flask with poison, number 61 Zagan, from the 72 potent poisons of King Fade. Having finished their work in the laboratory, Jeffrey and Anna returned to the nun's abode. The girl sat on the bed with a sheet of paper in her hands and watched as her client, bare-chested, did something with a log and a dagger. She rolled her eyes, remembering that Jeffrey had asked her for temporary shelter so that Ned's henchmen wouldn't find him. To all of Anna's excuses, he reminded her that she had promised to protect her client from the temple. Now it's not enough for her to have to let a man she barely knew into her cell. Now she was studying something strange. On the sheet of paper, there was a silhouette of a man with dots all over his body, and each had its own meaning. Jeffir himself made cuts with a dagger on the steel-like wood of the archon. Having finished his preparations, he used his special abilities, summoning a clot of energy onto his palm. The next moment, the guy suddenly hit the log with his palm, breaking it into pieces. When the large pieces fell away, only thin wooden needles remained on the floor, which the warrior cut out with a dagger. Anna approached the client with interest, tucking her hair behind her ear, and asked Jeffrey why he had cut the log. The guy, burning the needles he had received over a candle, explained that these needles he had received served as a medical device in the East. The guy dipped the needles into the poisons Belial and Zagan, diluted 1 to 100, and then left them for 10 minutes. But poison is an incredibly simple thing, just a substance for weakening and killing. That's exactly what everyone thinks. When the wooden needles were soaked with poison, the guy began to carefully pull them out of the container. Who would have known that after the invasion of hellish creatures and the seizure of power by the gods, people would begin to rely on poisons? Jafir took a deep breath, then exhaled noisily, and grabbing one needle stuck it into his shoulder. Within seconds, the guy, who had sweat pouring down his entire body, already had 10 needles on him. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was wet, but the guy knew why he was doing it. A hissing sound came through his clenched teeth, and green veins of poison appeared all over his torso, which was covered in needles. When he started vomiting blood, Anna, who had been sitting on the bed in fear, ran towards the client screaming. But Jeffir stopped her abruptly, holding out his hand, and the girl was dumbfounded. Before the procedure began, the warrior strictly ordered her not to faint, no matter what he would do, and when he gave the signal, she had to do everything exactly according to plan. Primrose asked excitedly what Jeffir was going to do and what she meant. The guy grinned. He needed to gain fat, become stronger and more resilient. 72 powerful poisons of fade, depending on their concentration, can become completely different substances. If you correctly calculate the degree of saturation and cause the effect of resistance, the poison will turn into a medicine, one that can raise skills beyond their limits. Hands with green veins rested on knees. Jeffir was breathing heavily. The problem was in the combination of poisons. Belial caused acute pain, and Zagan, abrupt changes in the body. Resistance falls behind the hellish pain. The boy, swallowing his own blood, knew that he didn't have the materials or skill level to make a stable potion. There was no other choice. He sat cross-legged and did not dare move, because it was important to leave the needles in the right position. And the required position was called the small celestial circle. The needles themselves were stuck into the body along the entire perimeter, forming a circle. This is one of the Eastern methods of Qigong. Through the acupuncture points of the upper body, there is a circulation of magical power. It is possible to restore internal damage by controlling the flow of magic, or through training to raise this level. By channeling magical energy through the small celestial circle, Jafir resists poison, and if successful, his skills will reach a new level. If nothing works out, his body will fall apart. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that there was nothing terrible about it. It was neither agony nor suffering, especially when compared to what happened in his past. When Jeffir fought against powerful enemies, losing his family and friends, when Tartaros won by plunging cold steel into human flesh, and although the Demon King often appears in his thoughts, haunts him in his dreams, and does not allow him to relax for a second. Jeffir has himself and a chance to change everything forever. Immersed in everything and nothing, Jafir's body began to exude magical energy. The nun, obediently standing to the side, looked at her client's body in amazement. After some time, the color of his veins returned to normal. Jafir, among other things, ordered the girl to monitor his condition because he might not be able to move. And when he gives a signal, you will need to stick the remaining needles into the marked places. The boy slowly turned his head and asked White Rose if she was ready to do it now. Anna, her eyes wide open, carefully picked up the needle. She needed to stick it into the client's head. The nun raised her hand above her head. It was better not to ask what would happen in case of failure. Death. Now beads of sweat were running down her forehead from the tension of the situation. What should she do? Will it work out? Outside the window, meanwhile, the darkness of the night was slowly disappearing, leisurely letting the morning dawn pass ahead. A few hours later, near the northern forest, not far from the Temple of Light, a red flash appeared in the still blue-black star-studded sky. The next second, the flash turned into a burning red cross with a circle in the center, and the silence of the night was killed by someone's screams. A flock of numerous sharp-beaked and very large monster birds rushed forward. A team of 3 hunters tried to escape from her, clutching weapons in their hands. They urged each other on. The man with an axe in his hands cursed the reconnaissance squad as he walked, wishing them all a break, because they said that the monsters had only one nest, but there were several dozen of them there. The red cross continued to burn brightly in the sky. When the hunter in the long black cloak asked for help, his partner in the red cap shouted that he had fired a flare and that reinforcements should arrive quickly. He barely had time to say which way they should run when a huge beak grabbed the man, immediately breaking his fragile human neck. The hunter with the axe suffered the same fate, and the only slave left untouched screamed shrilly, begging the heavens for help. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The man knew that there were about 5 kilometers left to the temple. Even with good visibility, the journey would take another 20 minutes. Something terrible happened. His boot caught on the rocks. The hunter realized that he was about to fall flat on his face. Loud curses shook the air. The man found himself on the floor, his knees resting on sharp stones, breathing heavily. Sweat poured into his eyes, but he decided to slowly turn his head, knowing that in 2 minutes there would be nothing left of him. The birds, stretching out their long necks, towered over what they considered to be the most delicious breakfast. They flashed their eyes predatorily and hesitated, as if giving their victim time. Not daring to make the slightest movement, the unfortunate slave stared at the monsters with all his eyes. The next second, the bird that ran closest to him opened its mouth and reached out to the man. He screamed and, expecting death, covered his face with his shield. The man did not open his eyes, knowing that only a miracle could save him from a terrible death. Meanwhile, the birds were being pierced by bright blue energy beams, cutting them into pieces. The hunter suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth in shock when he saw this energy. He managed to roll to the side when something fell loudly from the sky next to him, raising a cloud of dust. In that place, with his fist pressed into the ruined earth, stood Jafir on one knee. With his new strength and replenished energy reserves, thanks to the needles and the Eastern method of Qigong, the guy slowly raised his eyes with fury in his gaze, examining the monsters. The birds, noticing the new prey, rushed in a flock with deafening cries towards the lonely man. Jafir deftly dodged the first sharp beak that caught him. He grabbed the monster's feathered body with both hands, and it let out a surprised squeak. The next moment, spreading its arms, the monster screamed in pain because the man's unusually powerful mana sharply twisted its neck. Without the slightest hesitation, Jafir grabbed the powerful beak to tear the bird's head out of its body the next moment, pulling out a long, bloody spine. The rest of the birds gathered in front of the warrior, watching as the man brandished the remains of one of their flock. Jafir quickly calculated that there were 12 remaining monsters, and only 12 winged spines. Just a day ago, he had never even dreamed of what he was planning to do right now. Concentrating, the warrior generated 12 beams of energy and fired them at the birds, turning their bodies into a sieve. The surviving hunter lay on his back and looked at the stranger as if he were a deity descended from heaven. The man's gaze darted over the strong body. Finally, he saw the symbol of the temple. Did reinforcements really come so quickly? And he was alone? The hunter did not immediately hear Jafir's question about where the temple was, and for a few more seconds he turned his head in stunned silence. Somehow standing up, he pointed with a trembling hand straight ahead in the direction he needed to go along the road. Jafir replied that it was good and literally disappeared from the hunter's sight, leaving behind a white flash. This seemed to frighten and puzzle the man even more than the flock of monster birds he had discovered. The hunter, surrounded by the corpses of phoenixes, looked in the direction where the stranger had disappeared. He showed the way mechanically, as if he had heard an order from a superior officer, unable to resist the unusual pressure emanating from his savior. Having given away the location of the entrance to the dungeon, the man regretted that he had not managed to warn the stranger when he managed to come to his senses from the shock. Of the 7 people in his group, 4 died in the dungeon, and of the 3 who got out, only he remained. It was very dangerous there. The hunter, suddenly weakened, sank to his knees and leaned his trembling palm on the cold ground. He grabbed his head with his hands, as if it was about to split from piercingly sharp thoughts. He needed to dissuade that guy, ask him to wait for help, or not let him go down into the dungeon alone. A feeling of guilt overwhelmed the hunter. He felt as if he had killed the stranger who had saved him with his own hands. But suddenly, through his closed eyes in the darkness of the night, the man felt a bright light. Looking straight ahead, he was stunned. From the dungeon, wheezing, squeals, screams, sounds of blows and someone's death could be heard more and more clearly. All this was accompanied by bright flashes that appeared and then disappeared again. The hunter did not dare move from his place. He only had enough strength to slowly rise from the ground and open his mouth in amazement, peering into the night darkness cut by the light. The green corridor of trees in front of the man was all illuminated by bright light, as if it had been day just a minute ago. The silhouettes of the recent conscription could still be seen in the sky, but, surprisingly, a strangely moving human silhouette could be seen ahead. Sweat poured into the man's eyes. He did not understand how this was even possible for an ordinary person. The previously severed head of a predatory phoenix, the size of a small hill, was dragged along the ground, missing feathers and teeth, and the trophy was being dragged along by a half-naked, completely whole and unharmed stranger, whom the hunter immediately dubbed the boss of the dungeon. Jeffir straightened up and shook his hands against each other, looking closely at the man. He extended his hand, which still had the remains of mana burning on it, and clenched it into a fist. The guy thought with satisfaction that his skills had increased by about 2.5 times, and if he picks out normal equipment for himself, everything will be just wonderful, and in that case all that remains is to figure out where and how to get this equipment. Jeffir fired a green flare into the sky, a signal that the emergency had been resolved. Together with the still stunned hunter, they looked at the shining sign for a long time. The air was filled with human screams, groans, and the disgusting sounds that the monster made as it swallowed its next victim. In the midst of all the horror, like a king among the devil's subjects, sat Sahak, clutching a musical instrument for summoning. His mad eyes glowed in the semi-darkness. He thirsted for revenge, and it would happen very soon. A few days later, in the Temple of Light, a majestic building with rows of towers, the two were discussing the newly minted slave who, thanks to his recent exploits, was on everyone's lips, having single-handedly cleared out a nest of black basilisks. He also finished off a 30-meter creature that was guarding this brood. Everything matched, both the testimony of the surviving witness and the results of the inspection of the cleanup site. It turned out that this slave had recently been actively engaged in hunting, when there were 20 days left before the raid. The handsome men walking down the stairs assumed that the guy, whose name they didn't know, wanted to join the raid group. The senior heresy inquisitor of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, Matthias Grimer, a dark-haired man with long hair tied in a ponytail, asked his companion if it was worth interrogating the slave and finding out if he was a worshipper of the devil. A handsome blonde man with long hair falling on his shoulders, the commander of the Knights of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light, Lucius Giornetti, folded his hands behind his back and replied that it was not worth doing. Grimer objected, exclaiming that it would be bad if they did not find all the devil worshippers in the ranks of the Inquisition before the raid began. But Lucius interrupted his speech. It would not be possible to find everyone. The blonde stopped and smiled predatorily at his own thoughts, saying that it would be better if this guy turned out to be one of the admirers in the raid. These words caused bewilderment on the face of the senior inquisitor. Continuing down the stairs, Lucius said that the devil's followers would never reach the main creature on their own. They were just villains engaged in thievery. Therefore, it is better to take them with you, use them to find the main lair, and then kill everyone along with the creature. Matthias frowned and shook his head. He, as the commander of the raiding party's security detachment, no, as Sir Lucius's friend, repeated once again that he was against this plan. Lucius threw his head back slightly and laughed loudly, his laughter bouncing off the stone walls like the moon. The companions had almost reached the massive high doors at the bottom of the stairs. Giornetti knew that the Inquisitor would start complaining, so he decided to show something only to his old friend. The man walked up to the door and abruptly opened it, pushing it with both hands. From the light that suddenly poured into the semi-darkness, Matthias first closed his eyes, then looked in shock at what he saw in the room. From the ceiling, many chains stretched down, holding and protecting relics of incredible grandeur from thieves. Lucius turned around and proudly announced that this was the Spear of Light and Mikhail's winged shield, which he had found after spending a third of his fortune searching for them. The senior inquisitor threw back his head and clenched his teeth. He had not expected to see the legendary objects that he had only read about in books. His friend's hand, firmly encased in armor, patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that now they would finally finish with this dungeon, which they had been storming for 11 years already. Matthias should not worry. The blonde gave his friend a daring look. He would be invincible in this raid. The next clear morning, the sun woke up the team of hunters in the barracks. They went out to practice, and upon returning, Dale, walking behind the silent Goth, stretched and complained that he hadn't warmed up well because of the crowd on the training field. Marco walked last, quenching his thirst. He noted with a smile that it was because of the raid. There were rumors that there were only 2 or 3 places left, and everyone wanted to show what they were capable of. Dale scratched his head and said irritably that all this noise had nothing to do with them. They walked down the corridor to the rooms, but here got stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a nun coming out of their bedroom. She was taken aback for only a second, but the next moment she straightened up and walked past the hunters lined up to greet her, exclaiming that they must not forget to pay off the interest on time. Going up to the open door, Gott was the first to notice something unusual and was surprised again, while Dale kept looking back at Anna Primrose, grumbling at the unexpected guest. Left alone, Jafir sat on his bed and adjusted the gold signet ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Seeing his comrades standing at the door, the guy ran his right hand over his wrist, on which the decoration was flaunting, and greeted the team. The Trinity couldn't help but notice the ring and stared at the newcomer in amazement. Marco even started to squirt water out of his mouth, and Goth immediately attacked Jeffer, asking where he got the decoration from. Dale immediately thought about the nun's recent presence. Without hiding and turning his hand so that it was clearly visible, the guy answered with a smile that someone had given him the ring, a signet ring with the image of the church symbol called the Ring of Purity. It increased the circulation of the owner's energy. Once a day, one could use the spell Release from a Curse. Looking at his new acquisition with a satisfied expression, the warrior mentally thanked White Rose for providing him with such a useful thing. Anna Primrose took the initiative herself by coming to Jafir, insisting that after the strengthening, they needed to pick up the right equipment. Then she gave him a signet ring, since it's not hard to get one, and the girl promised the client to find everything he wanted. The nun prepared everything herself. Although he hadn't entrusted her with anything yet, she was incredibly resourceful. This made Jafir immensely happy. He could clearly smell gold. Anna Primrose, having passed the young hunters, instantly became serious as she walked down the corridor towards the exit of the barracks. The girl was clearly agitated by something and even irritated, frowning. Anna recalled that she had heard about certain people from informants on the black market. Many have heard of the guild of assassins called Persephone. These are legendary mercenaries who enhanced their abilities with poisons. Trained in deadly martial arts, they knew how to kill, and they did it damn well. What Anna had seen over the past few days was suspicious. Her client was truly a highly professional hunter. Moreover, he strengthened his body with the help of poison and involved a nun in this. Now everything came together. This guy was Persephone's assassin. The corner of Anna's mouth twitched slightly as a thought occurred to her. Persephone disbanded a few years ago due to internal conflict, but clients say that those who had previously used their services, high-ranking officials and aristocrats, continue to search for survivors of Persephone. These people are the best killing force, for which the rich, having incredible wealth, are ready to give almost all the accumulated or stolen money. Moreover, now is not the time to take 3 coins of commission on monster transactions. Since such a chance has come up, the broker must hold on to such a client. The inspired nun shook her fist in the air and jumped with joy. She will find the best items for her dear client. The girl had already managed to share her guesses with Jeffer, and he was surprised by this assumption, deciding that it had no meaning for him. On the contrary, the fact that he was classified as a mercenary was even for the better. After all, if White Rose spread such rumors about him, the person the guy needs will come to him himself. Jeffer was so lost in thought that he flinched when someone else's hand slapped him on the shoulder. The warrior's eyes widened as Goth began asking him about his special relationship with the nun, including the ring as a gift. The new guy couldn't say a word in his own defense while Goth shook him like a fruit tree trying to get a confession, and the other guys showed him respect like a real man. Shaking his head, Jafir abruptly changed the topic to the mission in the dungeon when he suddenly heard a strange sound from outside. Everyone present in the room suddenly fell silent and looked towards the door. Dale was the first to react, walking up to the door and abruptly opening it, loudly asking who was there. The blonde looked around in confusion when he realized that the corridor was empty. He even looked behind the open door, and there finally, he saw the reason for the suspicious sound. On the wooden surface, someone had attached a piece of paper with a knife, with a map depicted on it, and below was an urgent order for Goth's group. They were to go to the indicated place and scout out the situation. At the bottom of the sheet, one could see the government signature and the official seal of the temple. The trio bent over the paper, not understanding who could give orders in this way. But nevertheless, the document was official, with the seal and signature of the head of the hunters. Jeffer came up and snatched the paper from Dale's hands. The guy carefully read what was written and looked at the map. The warrior realized that the signature really belonged to the head of all hunters. However, the order was written in Ned's handwriting. The guy smiled and crumpled the sheet of paper. It turns out Ned sent him an invitation. He needs to go there in person. Having quickly gathered his things, Jafir set out on his way, accelerating faster and faster with each passing hour. He ran to his destination with all his might, not sparing himself. In front of him, the warrior saw only the target he needed, remembering that there were about 20 days left before the raid of the Knights of the Temple. The dungeon they had to go down into was very difficult and was called the Tomb of the Abominable Princess, one of the 8 great problems of the world. The dungeon was a huge ruin of the ancient kingdom of Medea. It was filled with the living dead, and due to the difficulty of fighting, the assault on this place has been going on for over 10 years, and so far no one has managed to reach the main goal. And that's why the criteria for selecting members of a raid group are so high. It must be a hunting group that ranks at least 5th in the rankings for the outgoing year, or the one who received a letter of recommendation from a slave in direct subordination, or in subordination to a priest participating in the raid. If you fulfill one of these conditions, then you are in the group. And no matter how hard the team of hunters led by Goth tries now, they will not have time to rise to the 5th position. Jeffir was in a hurry to get to the long-awaited meeting, and he knew that in this life he would use Ned for his own benefit. The man was a slave, subordinate to the heresy inquisitor Matthias. If Jeffir deceived Ned and got a recommendation, he would immediately get into the raid group. Strayer, who is tasked with an incredibly complex cleansing mission, simply cannot ignore a master of exactly the same martial arts. He probably can't wait to test the young hunter. Will he turn out to be a reliable ally sent by the teacher, or a criminal who stole the sex combat techniques? Jeffir couldn't miss the opportunity to use mana, and with its help to cross a large space at once, following the instructions in the received order, he found himself in place with one jump, from which the earth shook. Moreover, the warrior's energy had an incredible impact on the space around him. A tornado formed in the middle of the area where there was a small wooden building. This did not bother Jafir. He wondered how strong his supposed ally would be, whom he would have to take with him. In the rising clouds of dust, stretching for several miles ahead, a male figure appeared, noticing the boy's epic appearance. Jafir didn't expect to hear that particular voice. When the dust settled, he saw Sahak's terrible face, and his eyes burning with madness. The man asked if his opponent had come alone. Instead of greeting him, Jafir lazily ordered him to go home. The hunter had no time to play. The mangled corners of his mouth, previously cut by Ned, stretched as Sahak grinned, saying that he had not been able to forget Jafir for the past 10 days. The wound left on his face by the enemy ached every night, and the blonde could not get enough sleep. Jafir remained silent, listening to the Inquisition's henchman, and continued to watch him closely. Sahak suddenly pulled the dagger out of its sheath, shouting that the boy would now see his new power. He wanted to say something else but didn't have time. Seeing someone else's eyes right in front of him, filled with white-blue light, the man recoiled from a brutal blow to the neck that knocked all the air out of his lungs. Jafir turned so that he was behind Sahak, and he managed to attack his opponent. As Sahak fell face down on the ground, the hunter spat an insult at him in disdain. After all, Ned is cold-blooded and meticulous, and will not test him with just one Sahak. Jeffir clenched his fist, certain that Strayer had hidden someone else. The guy walked out into the middle of the field and screamed at the top of his lungs, calling on the invisible enemies to come out. He would fight everyone. He waited a few moments until the air became cloudy, and through it, he could hear quiet chuckles that grew louder and louder. A minute later, Sahak, who had regained consciousness, was laughing loudly behind Jafir. A dangerous purple essence was spreading under the hem of his cloak, which he summoned with the help of a mouth musical instrument. The man was just running his fingers along the special grooves and rudely called out to Jeffir. Sahak, strangely arching back in an unnatural pose, hissed through his teeth that his opponent was ignoring him again. The monster's many toothy mouths opened and closed in time with the game. The violet eyes stared unblinkingly at the man standing in front of them, the intended victim. The entity began to grow like a deadly tower, ready to devour all living things. And at the very top lay Sahak, playing a melody. Jeffir froze in horror, immediately recognizing the familiar motives. It seemed that Sahak had long since been swallowed by the monster. His eyes, in which even a hint of humanity had disappeared, were devouring Jeffir. The man was screaming that he would finish him off slowly and painfully, tear him to pieces. He quickly rose to his feet, securely held by his demonic servant, and immediately commanded the entity whose name was Shoggoth to devour his opponent. The guy turned around sharply, instantly calculating the situation, thinking about the best way to act. But the Shoggoth's power is no joke. The monster, provoked by the order, began to wriggle, and its tendrils reached out to the man with all their might. Jeffir cursed under his breath, not understanding what this thing was doing here. Shoggoth, having swum away from its owner, struck hard at the place where Jeffir stood, raising pieces of stone and dust into the air. Sahak leaned forward and laughed even harder than before, confident that his enemy was defeated. But a second later, his expression changed dramatically, going from happy madness to complete shock at what he saw. A blue beam of Jafir's mana passed straight through his pet, tearing the creature to shreds. Sahak stood behind, his arms hanging helplessly at his sides. Right before his eyes, something incredible was happening. How could this little man cope with the devil's spawn himself? The Shoggoth's eyes floated limply within its disintegrating body, chunks of essence dripping to the ground. Shoggoth himself was pierced. Jafir stood right in the middle of the opened space, with his hand extended forward and fully charged with mana. Indeed, Sahak was sure that no one would ever be able to cope with the terrifying impression that this creature made on those around him. Jafir was furious. He did not expect to see here the living weapon of the devil's followers. It was known that Shoggoth usually slept in a form resembling an egg. When he hears the sound of an instrument that contains the power of hypnosis, he immediately wakes up. Ocarina of Hypnosis is a musical instrument that can be used to control Shoggoth. The combination of sounds determines the type of command the player gives, and the ocarina also protects against pollution of the soul. The thing is that Shoggoth, who lacks intelligence and has only an endless appetite, is not affected by physical attacks. He becomes stronger by absorbing the magic of the people he eats. Jafir first peered into the terrible mouth of the monster, in which additional mouths ran like a small tunnel, and fearlessly stepped straight into the belly of the Shoggoth, where dexterous tentacles were already waiting for him. The beast can already be called incredibly frightening, but its true horror lies elsewhere: pollution of the soul. This phenomenon begins to occur just from one touch to the Shoggoth. A person feels fear, sees hallucinations. At the full level of pollution of the soul, a state of madness occurs. Such a person completely loses his mind and attacks his allies. He is the perfect killer, an artificial monster created by a follower of the devil to kill his own kind. Watching the boy being gradually taken over by Shoggoth, Sahak was beside himself with joy, and kept asking the enemy if he had gone mad with the desire to die. Didn't he really know what would happen next? Jafir's reddened eyes indicated that he was on the verge of madness, and there was very little left until his soul was completely contaminated, and he would die very soon. The warrior remained silent, did not move, and waited for the right moment. The next moment, Jafir used Release from Curse. Ghostly angel wings opened above his figure, and the sign of the temple shone above his head. A skill that could only be used once a day was made available through the Ring of Purity, which increased the wearer's magic resistance and helped in the circulation of mana. The Shoggoth gradually retreated from Jafir, falling apart. The guy took a step towards Sahak and grabbed him by the throat. He only managed to exhale with a strangled breath. The hand with the gold ring on its finger was gripping the man tighter and tighter, and Jafir said that before he had only cared about saving his own life and the lives of those dear to him. And in his eyes it was obvious, since the world was about to end anyway. But at some point the warrior himself did not understand when it happened. Other thoughts began to visit him. How would things have turned out if there had been some who knew how to fight among his comrades? And what would have happened if Jafir had gotten to know the other survivors a little better and joined them? So many what-ifs, but there were other thoughts going through his head at the time. Those whom I respected, protected, and was proud of, and those whom he cherished and loved with all his heart. Perhaps the last thing Jafir remembered on their faces would have been smiles, not hot, bloody tears, and they would have been able to live a little longer. Sahak, blinded by his own madness, suffocated by Jafir's hands, did not understand what he was talking about. The warrior did not speak these words to a wild slave, but rather was giving an account of what he had done to himself. He firmly decided that in this life he would save everyone he could, and most importantly, to give a chance to become stronger to those who want it, even if at the beginning of the journey they themselves do not realize it. Jafir looked again at Sahak, from whom he had looked away for a moment, and his eyes were burning with rage. The guy spoke in a low and dangerous tone, asking his opponent if he knew how many people he had fed to this creature. It seemed there were about 100 of them. And how many more people must die for the damn entertainment of trash like Sahak? The last thing Sahak heard before he died was that he had no right to live. Jafir, who had first let go of the man's neck, clenched his right hand into a fist, along which small bolts of mana immediately ran. The entire attack hit Sahak straight in the stomach at once, sending him flying backwards. The scars left by the elder's dagger stretched out in strange ways as thick blood poured from the man's wide-open mouth. Before the blonde had time to clear his throat, Jafir's left fist flew into his face, literally crushing it. The guy stepped back and froze in a fighting stance. This technique, formed by a series of connected attacks, ended with a palm strike. One must strike with a magically accelerated palm at the bloody mist that the enemy dispersed. Then lightning is created by splashing drops of blood, a technique that was feared in the East and called Dragon's Cry. Next came the secret technique of Royal Tiara Flow, and a few seconds later, Thunder Palm. Several lightning bolts flew towards Sahaka, which Jeffir directed at the man with the help of his palm. The lightning attack practically burned him alive. His face froze into a terrible mask and a silent scream, and the ocarina of hypnosis fell from his hands. Jeffir angrily glanced at the dead enemy, thinking that he had died instantly and painfully, because after all, a charge had run through his entire body, and such a death was befitting him. The boy reached out to the musical instrument lying alone at a distance to pick it up. The remains of the Shoggoth still littered the stone ground. The warrior remembered that physical attacks did not work on him. He could only be finished off with fire or with the help of divine power. Fortunately, the creature lost its grandeur and became smaller. One more blow, and it would be the end of it. And now Jeffir didn't need to spend mana for this. Bringing the instrument to his lips, the boy played the Shoggoth's death chord, which broke the magical bond connecting his cells. As soon as the last purple parts of the monster dissipated, the warrior heard a mocking voice behind him. Surprised that the boy knew this song, the voice continued to say that it was a secret song of his devilish cult. Even the Temple Information Bureau did not know it. Jeffir turned around and Ned jumped down from a large rock ledge, finding himself at a safe distance from the boy. The desert wind blew through his long hair, the color of a bloody sunset, as the man stated with a smile that Jeffir knew a lot. The hunter rejoiced inwardly. Finally, the one for whom he had run here had appeared. Ned, who was entrusted with a mission that was only planned for a successful outcome, would never ignore a user with techniques similar to his own. It is obvious that he was a secret witness to the very first battle against Sahak. If Jeffir deceives the man and gets a recommendation, he will immediately be able to get into the raid group. Ned is probably eager to test the slave's powers. And finally, this moment has come. Jeffir must pass the test and make Strayer believe that he is a follower of the devil. Only in this way the warrior will be able to change the future. And if he manages to do this, then why not take advantage of another opportunity at the same time? Memories of Ned from the past stung Jeffir painfully. That emotional debt he had never been able to repay, the boy now wanted a different ending for Strayer. The boy, full of determination, clenched his fist. To do this, you need to get close to Ned, then deceive him. Especially now that they were both finally face to face, and there was no further room to retreat. The man, looking at Jeffir as if he were a commodity at the market, spoke. He had been watching the guy all this time and had come to one conclusion. Ned drew his curved sword from behind his back in a lightning-fast movement. Jeffir was once again informed that his sentence would be death. Where Ned stood, a bright beam of light from his mana formed, and a column of dust rose into the air. The hunter knew what the man would do and was ready to attack, immediately getting into a fighting stance. As soon as Strayer approached, an electric current of mana passed through Jeffir's body, and blue lights began to dance. The man thrust his blade forward, his magic looking different from his opponent's. His mana was seething like many small streams, while Ned's were white and red flowing snakes encircling his body. The next moment, Jeffir was drowning in attacks from a thin blade. They rained down on him from all sides. The red trail did not disappear immediately, but lingered in the air for several moments, creating bizarre patterns. Ned, with one last swing of his arm, jumped to the side, his puzzled face reflected on the perfectly smooth surface of the sword. A strange feeling haunted him in his hand. Had he really missed all his attacks? Ned felt the back of his head as Jeffir was about to respond, and indeed, several stones were launched at his back using magic. But such counteraction cannot take an experienced fighter by surprise. Strayer immediately deflected all the stones with his sword. Pulling his weapon back, the man smiled, praising Jeffir's reaction, who not only managed to parry his blows but also counterattacked, thinking to himself that on this continent, only a few people could surpass his sword in speed. The young hunter grimaced, tossing a pebble in his hand, saying that it was unworthy to attack an unarmed man with a blade. These words immediately struck a chord with Ned. The man threw the sword away and it landed with a loud thud on the stone ground. Strayer immediately mirrored Jeffir's pose and stood in a stance. The guy had been ready for the fight for a long time, waiting for the enemy and not attacking first. They repeated each other's movements, staying at a distance, slowly walking in a circle, dancing a dangerous dance. The first bolt of red mana flew into the sky, and a loud sound was heard, as if the heavens themselves were thundering. Like the thunder palm, the secret technique of the Royal Tiara Flow surrounds the body with electricity caused by explosive acceleration. Thanks to this, a person gains enormous strength and speed, but among those from one region, there is a way to resist the technique. The secret weapon of the royal tiara flow is floating clouds. There are yin and yang electric currents. Their electric energy is attracted to each other. But, nevertheless, identical flows have the property of repelling each other. This is a defensive technique. Ned gritted his teeth in tension as Jeffer adjusted his blows to the attacks of the yang flow, protected the places of the blows, and repelled all of Strayer's attacks. And this is despite the fact that the man delivered blows in such a short moment, the speed of which is even difficult to follow with the eyes. If the user does not envelop his body with a sufficient amount of electricity, the attack will not be thrown back, it will hit the target. When the defensive side's electricity is greater than, or almost equal to, the attacking side's electricity, the strike will miss. When the defensive side's electricity is less than the attacking side's electricity, the defense slips past and the strike is successful. This technique can be used in real combat only if it is trained to such an extent that in a few seconds it is possible to control the amount of electricity, time, location of the attack. Such a technique cannot be repeated by the trick of copying the technique. Looking at Jeffer, Strayer became increasingly convinced that the guy opposite was not a fake and not someone sent man, and this led the man into incredible confusion. The smirk disappeared from Strayer's face, and he quietly said that the secret technique Royal Tiara Flow was inherited only by him and the senior disciple. Breathing heavily, Ned drew himself up like a cobra and asked the man standing before him the ultimate question. Who was he? His teacher was from the east, having crossed the Devil's Zone, the Sahara Desert, passed by the eastern to the local continent Aslan, the ninth in the hierarchy of the Devil's followers. The child of the East, Qin Liang, Dragon of Cold. Qin Liang rose to the position of a member of the leadership of the Devil cult with the help of the flow of the royal tiara. And he had two apprentices, the heirs, who were able to understand the depth of the main technique, unlike hundreds of other ordinary students who studied martial arts superficially. The first heir is Qin Liang's natural son, Qin Gan, Mighty Dragon. The second is a foster child from the continent of Aslan, Ned Strayer. In order to learn the depth of a technique through a duel, two apprentices are needed. Direct students, no more is needed, because the secret truth of the technique must be carefully guarded. Ned hissed angrily that he hadn't seen Jeffer's face even among ordinary students. And not only that seemed suspicious, the hunter destroyed the Shoggoth, the cult's prized possession, to which 100 people were fed for the upcoming raid. Strayer didn't even know if Jeffer was a follower of the Devil. So what was the guy's true face, and what did he want? A shadow passed over Jeffir's face, and the boy noticed with disappointment that the teacher had not said anything to Ned. Raising his head, he asked the man caustically if he really thought there were only 2 students. Looking at the puzzled face opposite, Jeffrey laughed. If Ned had thought about it, he would have realized that not everything was so simple. And if one of the students dies, then there will be no opponent of equal strength for a duel. A busy teacher cannot guide the remaining student in everything, and it takes time to cultivate a new one. Ned stood frozen in shock as the full implications of the proposed future took hold. Jeffer introduced himself loudly, calling himself a student of the Shadow, who was raised in case of Strayer's death. This is a reserve student, who, according to the tradition of Eastern warriors, is secretly prepared in case of the death of an official follower. This is a hidden card for the continuation of the inheritance and a talisman for the strength of the clan. But if nothing happens to the official follower, and he takes the place of the teacher, the Shadow's disciple is destroyed by the teacher. This is done to avoid any worries, since a Shadow student receives knowledge of the same level as an official follower. Jeffer wasn't lying, but in his case, the true Shadow disciple couldn't arrive at the temple until the raid was over. A majestic princess named Altair and her minions decided to bind such a student. At her very first command, this man was put in chains. Jafir smiled, thinking that Altair was probably still doing something absurd, completely unbecoming of his rank. And now it would be a great mistake for a hunter not to take advantage of this situation. Ned, agitated, dropped his guard and asked his opponent if he was really telling the truth, and his existence was kept a closely guarded secret. Then why did the teacher send him here? The man added that he had already contacted him and found out that no such student had been sent. Strayer lied about contacting his mentor, but he was sure that if the guy turned out to be a fake, he would definitely give a ridiculous excuse. After all, it is not easy for the followers of the Devil entering the temple to communicate with the outside world. At such times, it is correct to reason about the situation already on the scene. Ned's palm vibrated with a barely contained flow of energy. He decided that if he felt even the slightest suspicion, he must get rid of this slave. Folding his arms across his chest, Jafir calmly replied that he had been ordered not to get close to the other followers and to hide his face and join the raid on his own. And if anything happened to Ned, the warrior would replace him. Strayer blurted out in irritation that the guy didn't even know what his mission was. But the enemy smirked arrogantly, replying that it was offensive to him to hear such a thing. He knew that he needed to steal the dragon's heart. Inside the dragon is a magical stone called the Dragon Heart, an item that grants the user the power of a dragon. It is said that 1,000 years ago, the vile princess Eurydice first discovered the heart in history and took it with her to the grave. Thanks to the lightning-fast acceleration of the royal tiara flow, the temple knights will never be able to catch up with the person who has the heart. Once Ned's hand touches the heart of the dragon, no one will be able to catch him. Jafir pointed at the dejected man, declaring that he was no less skilled than him. The guy used the illegal move, knowing how much it would hurt Ned. The man's face twisted when he heard from a stranger that his beloved teacher was not confident in him. Jafir rubbed his neck with a smile, saying that he had already broken orders by getting caught by Ned, and the conditions for joining the raid group turned out to be more difficult than he thought, and so the warrior chose to take the easy way out. Besides this, Jafir really needed to tell his followers something personal. Ned didn't expect that a complete stranger would have a private message for him. Jafir took a step, cutting off the man's escape route, distantly noticing that he was a head taller than him. The boy leaned towards Strayer's ear, and he could even smell the iron and herbs coming from the slave's clothes, when Jafir whispered that he had information about the blood tears. This statement shocked Ned. This man could not have known about the tears. Bloody tears is his family's stolen weapon, and the man followed the teacher in order to find the sword and take revenge on the temple. Only 2 people in the world know about it, he and the teacher. Strayer, whose nerves were strained to the limit, hysterically ordered Jafir to tell everything he knew about the bloody tears. But the guy, looking arrogantly at Ned, replied that he would tell only if they had a future relationship of trust. The main condition was to join the raid group with the help of a follower. Especially Jafir was irritated by the aroma of the hunters group's dwelling. He did not have the strength to endure it. Ned closed his eyes, making up his mind, realizing that he had no excuse left for not believing this guy. Through his teeth, he snapped at Jafir to follow him. They needed to go somewhere. Late at night, they arrived at an abandoned building near the temple. Both found themselves in a spacious room, where a group of people in dark cloaks seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Ned loudly informed the brothers that he had brought the last one. The man introduced Jafir, saying that he had been sent by the teacher to assist in the mission, and that his personal information had been checked according to procedure. At the large table sat the leader, evidently, who said that he had hoped for a distinguished participant, and his expectations had not failed him. The stranger's face was safely hidden in the shadows, while Jafir stood at a distance. Coming closer, the guy met Matthias Grimer, who was actually in 36th position in the hierarchy of the Devil's followers. The man, clasping his hands, greeted his young brother with a smile, saying that he should consider it an honor to help in the work of the student of the East. After a few seconds of silence, he loudly slammed his palm on the table, attracting the attention of those gathered. The raiding party members with slave status, who would follow the heretic inquisitor's confidants, and the hunting party, consisting of 40 people, became followers of the devil. And since there is a newcomer in the group, Matthias announced that he will explain the raid tactics again. It must be taken into account that mistakes are unacceptable. As the members began clapping, praising the honor of the devil cult, Jafir thought about how he had expected to recognize the devil's followers among the raiding party members with Ned's help. And in the end, all 40 people turned out to be like that. The guy was so shocked that he didn't even find it funny. All these people are very different from Sahak, who relied only on items with monsters, and from Jafir himself, who in his past life put ambition first. Each of the followers had talents and were part of an elite force assembled to carry out the strategy. Jafir could not understand why, having such power, these people follow the devil? Strayer couldn't concentrate on the main thing. His thoughts were about the teacher, because if this guy showed himself, it meant that the mentor didn't trust him completely. Moreover, Jafir knows about the bloody tears. What kind of relationship is there between them, since the teacher shares such secret conversations, and perhaps does not trust his student at all? Ned shook his head and closed his eyes. He must not drown in doubts. The teacher had given him a promise. Even as a small boy, an abandoned ragamuffin, a stately man in a white mask promised that he would take revenge if Strayer became an important person to him. For the sake of revenge, the man needed the help of a teacher. So no matter what it costs him, Ned must steal the dragon's heart and escape. It must not be the shadow student, but Ned himself. Strayer opened his eyes and glanced at Jeffer, who was standing next to him. And if he, being a reserve student raised for the sake of replacement, wants Ned to fail the mission in the dungeon, because only in this way will he be recognized as an official follower. Maybe, Strayer thought, Jeffer actually wanted to kill him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Grimmer's shout, announcing that the explanation was finished and it was time to split into teams. The Defender Squad would guard Ned and secure the route, while the Strike Squad would take on Lucius. Strayer turned to Jeffer and extended his hand, saying that since they were on a joint mission, they should become a team. He smiled in the face of his opponent, thinking that since he was aiming for his skin and achievements, it was better to observe close than to keep the guy at a distance. Seeing that Jeffer was staring at the outstretched palm, Ned waited patiently for an answer, adding that he hoped for cooperation. Jeffer remembered that the Ned he knew in his past life had made the wrong choice. He was blinded by a sense of revenge, and having trusted the wrong person, he lost his life. Patient by nature, a man is not needed as an enemy. In a union, he can serve as a force. Ned, by letting Jeffer in, will greatly help him in overcoming what will happen in the future. The guy shook the stranger's hand firmly, agreeing to the offer with a smile. Many of his acquaintances met tragic ends in their past lives, so the first one the warrior will bring back will be Ned. After all, once, in a dark cave, where the only source of light was a piece of sky in the distance near the exit, his heavy breathing was heard. Jeffer, lying on the rocks, barely avoided the blow of a stick, which nevertheless hit the back of his neck, leaving a burning wound. A moment later, the improvised weapon, shrouded in red energy, was removed from the face. That Ned from the past life, all dirty and in torn clothes, offered Jeffer a deal. Either he teaches him the most powerful martial arts technique and helps him escape, or he dies right now and turns into a piece of meat. A mysterious connection. A teacher that will lead to a sharp growth and make an ordinary person the strongest. It was Ned who once taught Jeffer the technique of the flow of the royal tiara. The next day, the list of participants in the raid on the dungeon of the Grave of the Vile Princess was finally announced. Those who wanted to gather in front of a list of names, where the time of gathering was also indicated, and that until the day of departure on the raid, they were supposed to live in a certain place and train there. For safety reasons, until the end of the raid, participants were prohibited from communicating with anyone except their group comrades without permission. Everyone had to take everything they needed and report their calculations in advance. Jeffer, having found his name on the lists, was pleased and decided to sort something out. On his first expedition as part of a group of hunters, Jeffer, with the help of the boys, dealt with the queen in the dungeon of the black steel spiders. Then he visited the basilisk nest alone, completely clearing it out. After visiting a village in a narrow gorge, which Ned had labeled as a goblin cave by falsifying the document, Jeffer managed to get achievements for clearing 3 dungeons, as promised to Goth. The commander, along with Marco and Dale, bowed deeply to Jeffer when he announced that he was leaving on a raid, and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts for all that time. The warrior looked at his team with a smile and said that the guys now had achievements, as well as a bunch of vacancies that appeared after the selection of 40 slaves for the raid, so promotions were just around the corner. When he warned that things would get a lot tougher after the promotion, so they all needed to pull themselves together, Dale spoke up. The boy was embarrassed when the elder turned his attention to him. He could not say that he wanted to follow him and learn many more things. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, during the time they spent together, this man had a goal. And this goal was so grandiose that simpletons like Dale considered himself to be couldn't even imagine anything like it. The blonde gritted his teeth in despair, realizing that he was too weak and therefore had no right to follow Jeffer. But the warrior was not stupid, and immediately noticed the state of the young hunter, having gone with him all the way to improvement. He told Dale that if he worked hard, the day would surely come when he could walk hand in hand with him. A look of hope appeared on Dale's face. Jeffer turned around, walking towards the exit of the barracks, and promised that he would look forward to this moment. The guys bowed deeply to him again. The two who in their past lives should have already died at this moment continue to live. Jeffer saw their eyes filled with energy and understood that his actions were not in vain, but for now they can be considered dead. If the devil's followers succeed in performing the summoning ritual after 3 years, many people will die, and in order to prevent many deaths, the warrior must obtain the dragon's heart. And now the moment has come to meet Anna Primrose. White Rose took the client to her office to show him what she had promised. Looking at him with a sly look, She asked if he liked everything. In front of the guy was placed the equipment that Anna had managed to get: armor and a variety of different weapons. If at first Jeffer was amazed by the amount of things brought, after a few moments he smiled contentedly. As he wanted, all the demands were met. The nun got hold of blunt weapons that allow mana to pass through them well: rapiers, swords, sabers, spears, even a small mace. The tomb of the Vile Princess is a dungeon teeming with living skeletons that no longer feel pain. Strong bones provide the undead with protection against attacks that cut flesh, cause pain, and drain stamina through bleeding. Jeffer knew exactly what to do in such a case: crush the skeletons with blunt weapons. Inspecting what was brought, Jafir scratched his chin and concluded that he was satisfied with the quality and would take everything. Anna clapped her hands enthusiastically, and the client noticed an unremarkable sword among the huge amount of weapons. Jefir pulled out a long sword of sunset from the stand, stretching it out in front of him. It was a relic found by the knight 100 years ago in the Sunset Mansion. The sword emitted an unknown energy. White Rose looked at the client with confusion. She may have found everything he asked for, but a long sword is not the most effective option against skeletons. What was this slave up to? Jeffers' eyes sparkled in the reflection of the sword's tip. He knew that in the upcoming dungeon he wouldn't have to worry about just skeletons. More about the Temple of Light, which is about to end the 10-year assault on the dungeon, and also about the followers of the devil who are ready to risk their lives for the sake of the existence of the cult. The warrior must eliminate them all and obtain the Dragon Heart, since all members of the raid are his enemies. Last but not least is Ned, who doesn't trust Jeffer yet. And even when Strayer heard the truth, it didn't convince him. No, it's not that simple. After all, if the hunter fails and they have to fight, everything will end like last time, until one of the warriors is overthrown. Jeffer was so deep in his own thoughts that he didn't immediately hear the knock on the door. A nun from the Temple of Light entered the room, cheerfully apologizing for being late and introducing herself as Angelina, a sorceress in the laboratory. Sorcery is what gives equipment power like magic, holiness, and acceleration. The higher the skill of the sorcerer, the more powerful and long-lasting the power. The nun asked if the client in front of her was the one Anna had spoken of, and Jeffer nodded. As far as he knew, Angelina was one of the most powerful sorceresses in the temple. The girl laughed, calling the guy handsome, and asked him to rely on her. Angelina took out the beads and, turning to the Mother of Glory, called upon her to emit light. A glow immediately began to emanate from her hands, which soon moved to the middle of the room. Thus, the blessing was received by clothing made of griffin wool, a long sword of sunset, boots made of griffin skin, a staff of ordeals, a spider's crutch made of black steel. Even though Jafir had prepared himself for a clash with the raid group members, he couldn't help but put all his efforts into preparing for the dungeon. And if he couldn't withstand the sinister energy of the grave of the Vile Princess, then his inglorious end would come. This concluded the basic preparations. Anna Primrose handed Angelina a bag containing 3,000 gold coins for 5 items. The sister, holding her payment tightly, waved goodbye to Jeffrey and the nun. The guy stood with his arms folded across his chest and suddenly thought that 3,000 for an illegal deal with the sorceress, Angelina, was too cheap. White Rose had done a good job. The girl offered to pay for the work and was surprised when Jeffrey asked if she was sure. The client, frowning, suggested that the equipment was not cheap and the nun had not received her share of the commission, to which White Rose replied with a smile that they were not strangers. Then Jeffer, looking slyly at Anna and smiling in response, thanked her for her efforts. White Rose, catching someone else's gaze, turned pink. Trying to distract the client from her condition, Primrose coughed and turned away. The corners of Jeffer's mouth turned down and he said innocently that he had no money. The nun immediately came to her senses. She certainly didn't expect to hear this. The guy calmly replied that he hadn't been able to raise money on his recent forays, so he couldn't give him anything. Anna waved her hands, shocked, asking if the client was making fun of her. Jeffir did not torment the girl for long, and immediately activated the silver key on his palm. From the silver room, he took out 2 powerful poisons of the Poison King Fade, number 68 Belial and number 61 Jagan. When the nun saw the potent poison of Persephone in the hands of the client, her eyes lit up with greed. Of course, it was a good deal, and what a deal! Jeffer decided that he could afford to stall for time and raised the bottles high above his head. Anna should try to take them away from him. This was retribution for all her evil deeds. The girl kept jumping up and down like a little dog, trying to reach the desired poison with her hands. As he was leaving, Jeffrey warned the girl not to sell to the mole and to be careful, to which Primrose only nodded. She continued waving her hand at the client for a long time, wishing him luck and asking him to come see her for change when the raid was over. The next morning, all the recruits gathered in formation in front of the main building. In addition to the followers of the devil, doctors and knights of the temple also gathered. The followers themselves assumed that together they made up about 100 heads. Jafir remembered that among such a large number of people, only a minority survived, and this time history would certainly repeat itself. A loud, yet commanding voice was heard, the owner of which came out to the assembled group. It was the leader of the group and commander of the Temple Knights, Lucius Giornetti himself. On his direct order, the raid was declared open. The composition of the raid team on the dungeon Grave of the Vile Princess was as follows: a squad of Temple Knights, official status, priests, combat knights, 18 people, healers, 10 people. Then, the lowest formation of the Temple Knights squad, hunters, status, slaves, only 20 people. Inquisitors of heresy, official status, priests, combat inquisitors, 12 people, healers, 6 people. The lowest formation of the heresy inquisitors, the confidants of the heresy inquisitors, status, slaves, only 20 people. Vanguard squad, close combat, path-breaking, research and reconnaissance, rear defense squad. The total number was 86 people, who were divided into groups according to their role: rear detachment, ranged attack, recovery, magic assistance, and so on. They all moved under the leadership of 4 people: the leader of the healers, Arno; the leader of the rear detachment, Rihanna. One of the main ones is the leader of the vanguard squad, Matthias. And of course, the raid group leader, Lucius, led the people into battle. When he appeared before the warriors, tall, stately, and majestic, they began to greet him loudly, calling Lord Lucius the Son of God. God leaves a special mark on a person whom he especially cherishes, a stigmata. The owner of such a mark is called the Son of God or the Daughter of God. While the sacred son or daughter is alive, they receive the highest powers from God, and after death they continue to serve God in the guise of angels. Lucius received the stigmata when he was 7 years old. He is called the Son of God's Light. People greet God's sons and daughters with tears in their eyes, treat them like angels and respect them, even consider it an honor to see them in person. It's hard to believe that Lucius personally showed himself to the regular members of the squad. Suddenly, Jeffer heard strange sounds from the side where Ned was standing. He turned his head and saw how the man was hiding incredible irritation behind his thick hair, and he didn't even notice how his clenched teeth were grinding with anger. The melodious voice of Lucius Giornetti was heard again, announcing that he wanted to make a prediction. Like a skilled orator, the man, gesturing, promised that this time they would finally put an end to the 10-year raid on the Grave of the Vile Princess and solve one of the 8 great dilemmas of this world with their own hands. It was promised that the names of the raid participants would remain in the temple, and the slaves would be freed. The majestic armor reflected the rays of the midday sun as Lucius called for them to endure 2 weeks of rigorous training and walk the path of honor. The raid team burst into screams, everyone asking the almighty Arya to help them with the eternal light. The training for the new recruits would be really tough, and the place where it would take place was not that easy to get to. Scream Peak is a building on one of the highest mountains. The participants did not just walk there. They, like mountain animals, climbed the mountain, maneuvering on slippery ledges. Jeffer mentally cursed the temple and Lucius as he climbed to the top, wondering what honor the knight commander had spoken of. Of course, after successfully completing a large-scale raid, glory and honor will follow for participation. However, in reality, it was not for something noble like heroism and saving humanity. It was simply good business built on human lives. Before the training began, Grimmer called all the participants to him and handed out bags with a piece of a tombstone from the dungeon. They had to get used to the ominous energy of the tombstone and wear the stone close to their bodies for 24 hours. Preparation and storming of the dungeon takes several years. To obtain the right to conduct the storming, political procedures are carried out, participants are recruited, and donations are collected to cover various expenses. After a successful raid, roads and cities are built on the cleared site. This is a big business in which the right people make a profit, including an increased price for the land. The main temple of the Third Parish Temple of Light is the outpost of the Son of God Lucius for the assault on the tomb of the Vile Princess. Talents that have the potential to participate in the raid are always being nurtured, and those who are here are the true elite, selected through regular training. Rihanna ordered the participants in training to take the flying light as an attack from the enemy. The one who touched the light 3 times is considered dead. You need to raise your hand and leave. In front of the warriors, they placed a training golem made of stones with the sign of the temple on its head. and a wooden army. All of this was controlled with the help of light magic. The stone and wooden army began to move, and then went straight ahead, scattering people who did not expect such an onslaught. The warriors were taken aback by the level of difficulty, defending themselves with all their might, some even deliberately exposing themselves to the flying light in order to knock them out of the battle. Jafir just caught the merciless attack of one piece of wood. He crouched down and lunged with his foot, breaking the soldier in two so hard that splinters flew from him. Ned ran up to him, asking on the go if his new comrade was aware of the ban on using the royal tiara flow technique during training. Jafir asked with a smile if he looked like an idiot. They sped up and both drew level, running in step. There was a huge golem ahead. Ned jumped right on its stone head, distracting the monster onto himself. At this time, Jafir was throwing wooden warriors in different directions. Having dealt with the tree, the guy raised his sword towards the golem. Ned repeated the motion, bringing his blade down furiously, severing the stone head from the rest of the body. The two manas clashed, not in battle against each other, but with the goal of defeating a common enemy. The golem crumbled into many small stones, as did his wooden army. Arno's voice was heard, announcing that the Destroy 500 Golems operation was complete. 15 minutes rest. The healer leader was pleased. These slaves were what was needed. Compared to the last raid, they were keeping up with the pace much better than expected. The man's gaze fell on Jafir and Ned. Tired after the battle, Arno noted their skills and harmony in battle. Perhaps this time such a team would really be able to clear the dungeon. The healer stood in front of the resting squads and raised a cross into the air, from which emanated a bright light, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Arno said with a smile that he had healed the wounds and relieved the fatigue of all members of the Vanguard squad. Smiling even wider, the healer leader added that thanks to the healers, the raid teams would be able to spend 2 productive weeks, equivalent to 4, and announced that training would begin from the very beginning. On the night of the last day of training, the warriors were told that the training was over. None of the teams had dropped out, and starting tomorrow they would have a hellish march towards the dungeon. So now was the last chance to get some rest. Ned decided to get away from the noise of his comrades and climbed up the high tower alone, sitting down right on the cold stone. His peace was immediately disturbed by Jafir, who asked if the man was going to eat today, since he had hardly eaten during all the days of training. He arrived with a bowl of the fine stew that was being handed out in honor of the last day of training. But Strayer turned away, saying he had eaten enough. The man looked straight ahead, his head down, and said that to maximize acceleration he had to watch his weight. Jafir looked at him thoughtfully, chuckling. Then he put his plate of food on the floor, deciding to follow Ned's example, and to the stranger's surprised look, he replied that if Strayer failed, he would have to take on the mission himself. The man perked up and exclaimed with a grin that Jafir was still thinking of getting ahead of him. Jafir smiled and put his hand behind his back, asking not to make such a stern face because he had brought one good thing. The guy raised an eyebrow slyly and showed a bottle of temple wine. Because if you warm up, it will move 100 times better. Under Strayer's stern gaze, behind which he hid his confusion, Jeffrey filled the glasses he had brought. Having turned the dishes over in his hands, the man suddenly asked the guy how much he knew about his Ned's life. Strayer opened up after a few sips and admitted that at first he thought that Jeffrey wanted to kill and take his place. But after all the days of training, it became clear that the hunter had no intention of harm. That's why Ned was even more confused. He remembered the hoarse whisper in his ear that said, "bloody tears," about how he was sure that only he and the teacher knew about this, and how he was ready to kill his opponent, if only he would tell what happened to the family weapon. But the guy caustically replied that he would tell only when he realized that trust had been established between them. Taking a sip of wine, Ned continued to say that the information he needed was his secret. If Jeffrey knew about everything, then, logically, he should get something under the pretext of blackmail or information. The man turned sharply to his partner sitting next to him and defiantly asked what his phrase about trust meant and what he needed in general. Jeffrey looked at Strayer and realized that he had changed a lot over the past few days. After all, at the very beginning, the man tried to recklessly kill the warrior. How long had he avoided Jeffrey, making no attempt to get closer? Apparently, being together for 2 weeks does have an effect. Jeffrey straightened up, replying that Ned must have asked the wrong question. The boy stood up and dropped to his knees, saying that the man should ask about the location of the bloody tears and their current owner. Just like the first time, Jeffrey leaned close to Strayer to tell him everything. What he heard threw Ned off balance the second he heard the name. As a young boy, his father brought him to a tower where, under several chains, was the very sword, the heirloom of the Baron Strayer family, the demonic sword bloody tears. Leonard revealed that their ancestor received the weapon as a trophy after destroying the desert demon. The ancestor dedicated this sword to God, who in turn granted the Strayers the status of barons and ordered them to look after the bloody tears from generation to generation. Looking at the delighted face of his son, Strayer Sr. was happy. He told the boy that soon he would take over the status of baron from him, and along with this he would inherit such an honorable mission. Leonard patted Ned on the head and made him promise that he would become an outstanding knight to live up to the bloody tears. And the boy nodded in agreement. The father laughed, adding that this time there should be a good return on investment, which could also be passed on as an inheritance. In front of the Temple of Light in the city square, the cries of a man were heard. He was begging Alden to return the sword. Leonard Strayer, who was struggling and screaming at the top of his lungs, was held tightly by the knights. The man wanted to convey that he had only put up the estate and the status of a baron as collateral, and that the bloody tears were not included there. He ordered the priest Alden to return the sword immediately. The priest, a tall, gray-haired man in temple robes, smiled as he asked how the head of the family could cause such a commotion on the temple grounds. Strayer Sr. was mistaken, Alden assured him, because the bloody tears did not belong to his family, but to Baron Strayer, and Leonard now had no rights, since he had put his own status as collateral. The veins on the man's forehead stood out from what he heard, and he growled furiously. He even managed to get past the guards and pull the sword out of its sheath. It seemed that no one had time to keep track of how Leonard ran towards the priest, cursing at the top of his lungs, with one single goal. Of course, he failed to realize his impulse. From both sides, the head of the family was attacked by the close knights of the Temple of Light. One of them cut off his hands in one fell swoop. The second pierced his stomach with a sharp blade. Blood gushed from Leonard's mouth. His little son saw all this. When the severed hands fell at his feet, the child screamed shrilly, calling for his father. Alden slowly approached the man, in whom life had not yet died, quietly saying that he should be glad that the sword of a commoner did not touch the aristocrat and the son of a bishop in the Temple of Light. Alden placed his hand on Leonard's head, as if absolving him of his sins, and whispered that if things went badly, his son would have to be executed. Over the square where the man's body lay as a warning to others, the desperate, terrible cry of his son could be heard for a long time. 12 years ago, this kind of picture was common, especially in dungeon speculation. Investment in dungeon assault powers and raid group was also common. Item prices were very high, dungeon-related financial goods became popular. At one time, investors were able to make a huge amount of money with this, but the raid kept failing, so a fake guild of vagrants was created to pull off the investment scam. A lot of unfavorable factors flared up, and when everything came to light, the resulting economic crisis was called the burst of the underground bubble. The Temple of Light, whose fortune was built on selling dungeons warped with financial goods, had fooled a huge number of investors before the bubble burst, telling them the situation was safe. The temple sold goods that were no different from a piece of paper. This was done in order to reduce their losses and gain profit. As a result, the investors who bought the investment products, receiving a loan from the temple, like Ned's father, went bankrupt and ended up on the street. And the guilty priests, despite the largest fraud in history, did not pay for their crimes. All this time he survived to destroy the temple, remembering the moment of his father's bloody murder. Strayer wanted revenge on the priests, especially the priest Alden, who, under the pretext of friendship, deceived his father and took his life. Ned scoured the world to find his family's symbol, the bloody tears, which had never been heard of. A bitter, betrayed, and insulted "why" escaped the lips of the enraged man. His teacher, mentor, best friend, Ned screamed, unable to control his emotions, and asked Jafir in a strained voice why the sword was in the teacher's possession. The hunter said that the teacher had recently revealed to him the true faces of the head of the devil sect and the leadership of the 12 apostles. It turned out that real sinners were hiding behind the masks of virtue. The head of the sect and half of the 12 apostles are high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light. Ned was wrong if he thought he knew everything and that nothing would surprise him. This information knocked the wind out of him. Then Jeffer, folding his arms across his chest, told Strayer that the teacher's words about a loved one, about retribution, were all nonsense. On the difficult road to the dungeon, walking in formation, the boy said that the teacher planned to give the dragon heart they brought to the head of the devil sect. And if this happens, they will forever be unable to touch even a hair on the heads of the sect's minions. It will be too late to take revenge. When Ned realized that the teacher he considered his own family had betrayed him, he could only curse. The man thought that if this was not true, then how could Jafir know the words that the teacher said? Everything that Ned lived for seemed to have been ripped out of his chest along with the flesh, leaving a gaping void. And now, what to do? Meanwhile, the troops were approaching the massive entrance to the dungeon. Jeffrey and Ned looked up at the tall structure, and it was the grave of the vile princess. One of the hunters, wrapped in bandages, even began to shake. The level of this dungeon was incomparable to all the ones he had been in before, and an ominous energy emanated from here that tore at the depths of the soul. His neighbor in line, a gray-haired and very strong old man, scratched his beard with interest, thinking that this was interesting and worth trying. The leader of the vanguard squad, Matthias, was the first to approach the gate and opened it wide. The team asked each other questions about whether this was really one of the great mysteries of the world, looking around nervously. With his usual blissful smile, Arno drew attention to himself and reported that, as had been said earlier, this was a dungeon that had been under assault for 10 years. There are purification items everywhere, heavy metal figures, temple symbols hanging on chains. This means that the floor has been cleared and is currently being cleansed. As the squads descended the stairs, the leader of the healers explained that the dungeon consisted of 9 floors. Last time, the raid team managed to clear the dungeon up to the 7th floor. We even managed to destroy the guards of the 8th, penultimate floor. But because of the ominous energy that rises from the lower floors, monsters continue to appear here. And right at that moment, an army of skeletons began to advance on the detachment, grinning disgustingly and snapping their teeth. Matthias Gramer ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and the vanguard squad to form line 3. He himself, having pulled his sword out of its sheath, smiled broadly. Let the party begin. At the same time, other important events were taking place in the Temple of Light. Before entering the temple, 2 ministers were talking about something, one of them thanking the other for the visit. A smiling blond man of about 45, the head of the 3rd parish of the Temple of Light, Bishop Alphonsus Giornetti, Lucius's uncle, said that due to the raid, the temple's fighters had left the monastery, and he could not believe that the guest had arrived to borrow a defensive army. His interlocutor laughed, answering that in such times it is necessary to help each other, because after Lucius's departure to the dungeon, the Knights of the Temple arrived in the main temple of the 3rd parish from the central parish. Cardinal Alden Rusker of the Temple of Light smiled broadly as he extended his hand confidentially to the bishop. In the tomb of the abominable princess, a real hell was happening. All the monsters from the underworld rose there. Hundreds of armed skeletons moved like a cloud towards the aliens who disturbed their peace. Covering themselves with shields, the knights fought off the evil spirits quite well. The men from the hunting party even managed to talk to each other. Some did not see the end of this thunderous army, while others thought it was too easy a fight. The man in bandages, seizing the moment, quickly told his comrades about the information he had heard. The mistress of the dungeon, the princess of horror Eurydica, was once a great magician who appeared once every 1,000 years, and she probably locked her subjects alive in the tomb. And over the course of 1,000 years, several hundred, if not thousands of plunderers came here. So there are a lot of human bones here. As the team moved down the corridor, they heard sounds more terrifying than ever before. Huge bone golems, a horror assembled from several hundred human remains, strode heavily towards them, along with ordinary skeletons. The monster's paw, from which bones literally fell out in midair, was wielding pieces of the building's iron fastenings. The creature's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light, gleaming terribly in the semi-darkness. The golem swung and hit straight into a large crowd of people, who, unable to group together, flew apart like figures in different directions. A minute later, the evil spirits created a shockwave of skeletons. She knocked the troops off their feet, and those who stood at a distance covered themselves with shields and called out to the Supreme Arya. The leader of the rear detachment, Rian, stepped forward and loudly commanded the sacred chain of light to bind her enemy, holding out a staff with the symbol of the church. The chain, obeying the order, entangled the golem in several rows. There were cries of joy all around. Orders were given to break the monster while it was tied up and not to let the skeleton warriors go. It seemed as if the golem was really giving in, fading and disintegrating with every passing minute. But suddenly his fingers, 3 outgrowths of human bones, grabbed several chains. The tendrils stretched out to the sides. The chain broke. The golem was free. The warriors began to notify about this, warning their comrades. Matthias, holding the sword in front of him, recited a prayer. May the goddess guide and grant a ray of light in the darkness. From precise movements, imitating a cross, the monster began to burn and disintegrate. The senior inquisitor of heresy knew his business. Not a single muscle moved on the man's face as he rushed at the enemy. The knights froze in amazement looking at Mr. Matthias. Nothing else was expected from him. The stately figure turned to the teams and, cursing, urged them not to relax. After all, if there are these piles of bones, then somewhere nearby there is someone who controls them. And indeed, when the squad went a little further, they were met by a skeleton mage, a mid-level monster who owned some spells and could control skeletons of a lower level. A mage, dressed in a cloak, stood confidently on a chaotically moving pile of human remains, holding a long, strange staff in his hands. Reading a prayer on the go, the images of which appeared right in the air, Arno shouted to Matthias that they needed to deal with the magician, because he would summon golems, to which the squad leader spat that he was aware of it, and there was no need to rush him. The man glanced sideways at the defensive squad, who were holding the church's staffs with sacred light, and thought that they needed to be used to get closer to the magician. The team needs to go deeper and destroy all the golems on the way. Matthias began to look around nervously, looking for something, because if it was not found, the fight would drag on. When golden locks of hair appeared ahead and their owner called for everyone to step back, the senior inquisitor realized that he had found a loss. The commander of the Knights detachment of the 3rd District of the Temple of Light appeared before the magician in person, wearing massive armor and wielding a long spear with the symbol of the temple at the top. Matthias, Ned, and Jeffrey felt an unprecedented strong energy, turned around at once and were stunned. A stream of bright, scorching, and deadly light for evil spirits filled the entire corridor, burning every skeleton that got in its way. The bones flashed in the air like matches. The ancient tombstone that had been feeding the skeletal mage's energy split in two. Green, caustic liquid spilling out. Winking at the team, Gornetti noted that if the tombstone was not broken, the mage would get on their nerves with his spells. Although if they were destroyed simultaneously, it would not matter. The cries of the warriors who had captured the magician and his golems were heard. All that remained was to deal with the remaining evil spirits. Rihanna remembered that in the last raid it took half an hour to destroy the tombstone. The Spear of Light has incredible power. Ned looked at Lucius from under his brows, not expecting such power from the Son of God, and Jeffir assessed the equipment, which cost 2 million gold. Yes, Giornetti was truly irresistible in his golden armor, while possessing an angelic appearance. Having cleared the 8th floor of the ubiquitous skeletons, the squads began to set up camp. The medics were tasked with treating the wounded, and in order to avoid becoming a victim of the monster at night, it was necessary to set up purification facilities around the perimeter. Taking advantage of the general confusion, Jafir slipped through one of the stone arches. Having made sure that he was left alone in the small room, the guy began to carefully probe the stone wall. Finally, the fingers felt a brick that was different from the others. Jeffer smiled contentedly. He finally found it. At the temporary military strategic headquarters, the High Command discussed future strategy around a table made of crates. Lucius sat at the head, moving his dagger across the map. According to intelligence, the raid team would need about 6 days to reach the main room. Now they needed to go on the offensive and destroy all the tombstones. Sitting next to her, Rihanna exclaimed that it would take 2 days, but the leader, running a blade through his armored fingers, interrupted her. Last year they did well by taking the short route, but it ended in failure. Rihanna suddenly fell silent, and Arno and Matthias remained silent, not daring to contradict Giornetti. The man drew a figure symbolizing a warrior of light across the map, showing how the warriors reached the tomb last year. Others with skulls on top immediately appeared around the figure. Escaping from the attacks of the guards protecting the passage, the knights retreated back and found themselves surrounded by a legion of the dead. It was not worth repeating the same mistakes if it takes more time. No big deal, but you need to destroy all the slabs. The leader of the healers thought, even if the team falls into a trap before the main tomb, good warriors will die, and the fewer of them there are, the higher the risk of failure in the decisive battle. One of the most important tasks this time is to save the energy of Commander Lucius and lead him as healthy as possible to the main monster. Arno was confident that with the current commander it was possible he would be able to defeat the monster. But a year ago, they almost reached their main goal. One single guard at the entrance to the tomb did what seemed impossible. The bones that were pressed against the door fell down with a disgusting sound, scratching the surface. This monster, shrouded in purple magic, broke the entire fighting spirit of the team with just one look. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts by a deafening cry, full of pain, coming from the camp. Matthias irritably pulled back the curtain that blocked them from the warriors, hissing through his teeth what was going on. The man's eyes widened in horror and confusion. A huge Shoggoth was devouring people from his squad. Screams were heard everywhere. Someone was calling for help from doctors. The Inquisitor, dumbfounded, looked at the blood and torn-off body parts, not understanding what was going on. Even though they prepared 5 Shoggoths for the strategy, now is not the time. They couldn't use them at this moment. What kind of idiot did this? Matthias turned around abruptly. It so happened that at that moment the leader of the rear, Riona, who had run up to the exit, turned around. Arno peered into the distance, narrowing his eyes. All the leaders looked in the same direction at the same time. It was a premonition, or rather an instinct, thought the stunned Lucius, a sense of hidden danger with his whole being. By the brick wall, in which there was now a gaping hole with a strange round lever in it, stood one of the outstanding slaves, Jeffir. He asked rudely why the commanders were staring at him, and abruptly pulled down the lever handle. The stone floor beneath their feet cracked into several pieces, as if a powerful earthquake had just occurred. Where the edges had been marked by destruction, the floor began to rise, forming huge steps, each with a man standing on it. Lucius, Matthias, Arno, and Riona found themselves on different levels, but one thing remained unchanged. From the very bottom floor, in which openings had now formed, more Shoggoths could be seen. The whole dungeon started moving. The day before the list of participants for the raid was announced, at a meeting of the Devil's followers, Matthias told his minions about the plans for the raid. The passage to the main evil spirit is protected by a powerful magical barrier. Until the guards fall, the doors will not open, but when everyone gets to the main hall, the passage will close, and this will continue until the monster is killed. The reconnaissance group found out this and deciphered the magical runes that were written all over the passage. When one of the warriors raised his hand, asking if it was possible to break the wall, the man snapped that then the raid would not have dragged on for 10 years. The lower, the stronger the magic, the wall cannot be destroyed at all. Grimer smirked, saying that Commander Lucius was not so simple, so he took action. Borrowed the legendary item Stake of Faith from the Holy Pope. The Stake of Faith is a legendary item, an indestructible sacred relic, rented from Lucius for 10,000 gold coins, rent for a year, deposit of 100,000. Giornetti wants to wedge the door shut with a stake, preventing it from slamming shut. And even if these doors were made by a great creator, the sacred object cannot be broken. The strike team assigned to Commander Lucius will provide a distraction, while the others must lead him as far away from the entrance as possible. Brother Ned will then steal the dragon's heart and escape through the passage left behind. The man, clasping his hands in front of him, bared his teeth and said that after this, the Shoggoths could be awakened. Shoggoth is a living weapon. This monster eats people and becomes stronger from their mana. The person it touches goes mad. Those like Lucius and the other commanders have strong defensive magic. Their minds won't be clouded. But most importantly, ordinary priests will not be able to resist 5 Shoggoths. Commanders will lose concentration at the sight of maddened priests killing their allies, and it will take about 3 minutes to eliminate them. Grimer concluded with a wide smile on his face that this way the monster would have enough time to deal with Lucius, and the followers would be able to get out of the dungeon with great losses, reporting to the temple about another raid failure. Then Matthias presented a special elixir received from the leadership. If you drink it, the effect of the slave seal disappears for a while. The orders of the priests will not work. You should drink it before entering the tomb. But in order to get out, you will need the ocarinas of hypnosis. You cannot whistle into them mindlessly, especially before the start of the attack. Jafir clutched the ocarinas in his hands, grinning, and thinking that the devil's minions were well prepared. He was delighted. Just before activating the device, the guy made sure the team was completely relaxed, settling into camp. He brought the instrument to his lips. Since there was a large group of doctors here, there would be no serious problems. The sound was not heard immediately, but some slaves recognized the melody. Purple monsters slowly emerged from the bags of the devil's stunned minions. They were incredibly hungry. The Shoggoths grew so quickly in size that the warriors did not have time to react in time. They ran around the room in panic, screaming in horror as they watched the others die. Jafir, who had been watching from around the corner, shouted at the crowd as loud as he could, ordering them to gather in one place and form a group so that it would be easier for the healers to carry out the cleansing. As the boy ran further, he knew that his cry would be heard and the command would be carried out, closing ranks. Running up to the wall, Jeffer reached for the needed brick. But suddenly a chill ran down my spine from an unfamiliar sensation. The warrior turned around abruptly, feeling someone else's gaze. The commanders looked at him with wide eyes. Matthias clearly remembered Ned introducing this guy to him, saying that he was sent by the teacher to help complete a mission. After a few seconds, he unmistakably recognized Jafir, but what was he doing there? The hunter's hand slowly reached out to the brick, pressing down on it gently. And when the mechanism came out, The guy, for some reason, rudely and disrespectfully called out to his elders. Then he pulled the lever with all his might. The device was not to be discovered until 3 years after the raid was completed. By that time, the dungeon had been converted into a shelter from the onslaught of demons. This is a security mechanism that changes the position of the walls by rearranging the piles and supporting structures of the tomb. Jeffir was already here with his comrades and now knew the layout of the dungeon perfectly. Lucius looked greedily at the back of the fleeing Jeffir, remembering Matthias's proposal to test such a strong guy for his involvement with the devil's followers. The man gritted his teeth, noticing the tall stature and silver hair, recognizing the slave who perhaps really was a follower of the devil. But it didn't matter, because with the seal of a slave he wouldn't be able to resist orders. So Giornetti pointed his spear at Jeffir and ordered him to stop. But the guy, bouncing off the walls, literally flew away with the help of his mana. The squad leader realized with shock that the slave was not stopping. Grimmer immediately realized what was going on. The warrior was under the effect of the elixir. The man angrily clenched his teeth, realizing that he himself was the culprit of what was happening, having trusted the wrong person. Matthias pulled his sword from its sheath, swore foully, and called out to the goddess. But something happened that he could not have expected. The hand in which Grimmer held the weapon was slashed as if by fire. Ned appeared next to the man, as if out of nowhere, receiving a wound as a consequence of the Eastern weapon of the elastic sword, flexible enough to hide it behind the belt, a terrible blade that encircles the skin and tears it to shreds. Bleeding, Matthias turned slowly, his gaze calling out questioningly to his companion. But Strayer remained silent, and again pointed his blade. Ned, having slashed the commander once more, rushed after Jafir. Even though he blocked Matthias's attack, there was still one left, and Jafir had to get away from it himself. Lucius charged, aiming his divine stake of faith at the first fugitive. The bright golden beam almost caught up with the guy. Turning around, he felt how very soon he would be struck down by the legendary weapon. But suddenly the beam bounced off him without causing injury, and the warrior continued to run further. Lucius turned pale. He had never heard of the stake of faith missing before. Jeffir waved playfully at him, mentally apologizing since no attacks were working on him right now. All thanks to divine luck, which temporarily grants incredible luck. Jeffir received such a blessing from the goddess of fortune, having used 1 of 3 luck so far. It was a gift at the beginning of his new life from the gods, as support and advantage upon his return, and it was given to the boy by Mercedes, that very day when Jeffir returned to the past. The moment the guy saw the list of benefits, this strategy struck his mind like lightning. The security device moves all the structures of the tomb and forms a new structure of the dungeon, which means that for a short time, in the place where there was no path, a road appears. The checkpoint becomes useless, and if you're lucky, you can reach the room with the monster. Jeffir, bending one leg at the knee, was about to land softly on the floor with the other one. Now luck was on his side. Having dropped down, he continued running and felt lightning of someone else's mana behind his back. The warrior smiled, noticing that Ned had already caught up with him, and he returned the smile, replying that it was obvious. After all, what Jeffrey can do, Strayer himself can do. The hunter was momentarily surprised by such determination. Even before the raid began, standing on the tower, Jafir tried to convey his thoughts to the stubborn Ned. He probably thought that, contrary to the plans of the devil's followers, after everyone entered the tomb, he would steal the dragon's heart and escape with it. The hunter, having assumed this, immediately continued that such a plan was a failure from the start, and the two of them needed to kill the main evil spirit in order to survive. The man stepped back, thinking that Jeffir was making fun of him. Jumping up, he shouted that he was tired of listening to this nonsense. Was it really all the hunter could come up with, killing the creature together? The guy shook his head and calmly asked Ned to sit back down so he could tell him something. When the plan was announced, Strayer had time to sit down next to Jeffir and think about what he had heard. Still, there was one problem. Trust. The man asked why it would be bad if he ran away with the heart. For Jeffir's information, Ned can also show the speed of the flow of the royal tiara. No one will catch him. And in general, what will happen if he becomes the owner of the dragon's heart? Jafir said that firstly, the power of the heart can only be taken over in a special way. Otherwise, it will simply kill the new owner. And Jafir himself cannot do this, but he knows someone who can help solve the problem. Jeffir continued bending his finger. Secondly, the man who arrived as a carrier to the main temple of the third parish is Cardinal Alden. If Ned shows up at the meeting place, Alden's pair of knights, true professionals, will begin pursuing the follower. And the news of the escape and betrayal will open the hunt for Strayer by the entire devil cult. Jeffir looked seriously at his interlocutor, warning that when he said the entire cult, he also meant the teacher, the master of the flow of the royal tiara. The guy asked if Ned was confident. "Are you sure you can fool all these people without Jeffir's help?" Emerging from his thoughts, the warrior focused on escape. He skillfully jumped between the stone columns of the mobile mechanism. Green lines ran along the entire path, with Strayer running behind the guy, keeping pace. He recalled how he approached Matthias, saying that he wanted to hand over the dragon's heart to the cult leader personally. The man, looking at him suspiciously, replied that, as a responsible person, he could not make decisions that did not correspond to the intended plan. But when Ned rightly noted the suspicious appearance of the carrier, who might be suspected of treason by the Temple of Light, Gramer thought about it. He smiled, though, noting that the teacher had probably told Ned about the ferryman Alden, so let him just do his job, since the followers had prepared a flawless plan. Matthias added that the man from the east told his student a lot of things. The structure of the organization is secret, the faces of the other brothers and the leadership are little known. Apparently, the teacher trusts Ned very much. As bitter as it was to admit, all of Jeffir's words turned out to be true. Father Strayer's sworn enemy and absentee killer, Cardinal Alden Rasker, was one of the leaders of the diabolical cult. He was in such close relationship with the teacher that he was recommended for an important mission. Alden ruined and ended the life of the person closest to Ned, and the one whom the man admired and considered his savior had been deceiving him since Strayer's childhood. The fugitives, having passed a small corridor, noticed that a huge bone golem was already waiting for them in a recess in the wall, its empty eye sockets gleaming predatorily, from which a green light was pouring. Ned immediately raised his hand back to get a better aim and use his mana lightning. As Jeffir continued on his way, the man unleashed all his rage and pain from betrayal on the golem, attacking it with such force that the monster instantly crumbled into the many bones that made up its body. This blow provoked Strayer so much that the desire to destroy both the follower of the devil and the Temple of Light turned into a need. The air became more and more electrified with each passing second. Jafir sensed the change, glanced back and shouted at his comrade, warning that if they slowed down even for a second, they would immediately lose. Ned shook his head and tried to calm himself, barking back that he knew it himself. Jeffir didn't say anything else, but he understood how his partner felt, and now was not the time to take revenge. Moreover, there were only 15 seconds left until the end of Divine Fortune. It was vital for both of them to speed up as much as possible now, so as not to get caught. The seconds slowly floated away. 11, 12, Jeffir saw, felt. They were already close. At the 10th second, the fugitives managed to slip through a brightly glowing opening that looked like a portal. Once on the other side, both saw the back of a skeleton knight a few meters away. The monster looked truly terrifying, tall, in massive armor untouched by time. He turned around, completely enveloped in a purple haze, and from his empty eye sockets, lights of the same color looked at the uninvited guests. At the 8th second, Ned and Jeffrey didn't stop. They ran straight towards him. A voice was heard that matched its owner, sepulchral and eerie. The skeleton, reaching for the weapon, wheezed that the heart belonged to him. He growled terribly, raising his sword above his head and turning to face the men. Jeffir, anticipating the knight's next move, shouted at Strayer with all his might, urging him to jump. The skeleton lunged forward, his purple magic crossing the floor in an X, trying to reach the aliens. But they quickly grouped together and jumped over the deadly beam. At the heights, the men's keen eyes quickly discovered what they had come here for. Right behind the skeleton, at the very floor, there was a gaping hole through which one could get into the last room. The knight extended his bony hand, it crunched, and a clot of magic splashed into the air. Ned, running past, left only a trace of his red mana in the monster's hand. Jeffir, making his way forward, thought distantly that never in his new life had he been so focused. 3, 2. The opening leading to the last room inexorably diminished, following the rearrangement of the blocks. 1. Both men miraculously slipped through the gap. The fall ended with pain from landing on the cold stone floor. At the same moment the doorway closed behind them with a crash, Jeffrey was lying down. Ned, with his head down, was sitting on his knees, but both were breathing heavily. When the warrior exhaled with a smile and a broken breath, his partner shook his head, whispering that he himself did not know what he felt now, joy or surprise. It was hard to believe that they were able to get into the main monster's room in this way. In the center of the room, several stories high, a tall, pointed altar was installed, with patterns applied to it, as if it were held by chains around the entire perimeter by smaller altars. Ned stood tensely, looking around the room, in which there was not a soul alive or dead. When he suddenly heard a girl's quiet voice, he shuddered. Jafir narrowed his eyes, obviously hearing the dungeon keeper. Blue clots of energy began to slowly appear in front of the altar, and a soft, mesmerizing voice continued to ask the new arrivals who they were, and to say that the energy of the night behind the door was still strong. The void repeated menacingly that the men had disturbed the sleep of the royal family. Then a thin female figure in long robes appeared in place of the clots. Meanwhile, the rest of the raid team fought for their lives, and soon it was announced that all the Shoggoths had been captured and the walls were no longer moving. The leader of the rear detachment gave the order to gather everyone and check the survivors. The healer leader asked Commander Lucius what his next orders would be, and he was still reeling from what had happened. The brand of the slave is a tattoo that the priests of light place on the bodies of slaves, thereby forcibly subordinating them to carry out orders. How could it be that now the brand had no effect, even if the Son of God gave the order from a kilometer away? Didn't that bastard have a slave brand on him? Or did he have something that would remove the effect of the tattoo? First the Shoggoths appeared, and then this guy launched some strange mechanism that no one had ever found before. The dungeon began to move, as if some god was happily playing with a dollhouse. The realization of the scale of the disaster hit the leader of the vanguard squad right in the gut. All these facts indicated that the team was infiltrated by followers of the devil. The blonde gritted his teeth in despair. After all, he was gathering a group of trusted people and slaves who were directly subordinate to them. He immediately turned to Arno, asking the names of the fugitives and whose subordinates they were. After thinking for a second, the man replied that the blonde one was Jafir, the one in red was Ned, and Jafir had joined the squad on Ned's recommendation. Lucius's eyes widened in horror when he heard that Ned was serving under Matthias. The subject of their conversation stood at a distance, peering into the void formed by the movement of the dungeon. He could barely contain himself, burning from within with impotent anger at the escaped Ned and Jafir, who not only abandoned the rest of their henchmen, but also created a mess. The man's hand creaked as he gripped the hilt of his sword. This was a chance to gain recognition from the devil cult and achieve success in the Temple of Light. And now, because of these freaks, his perfect plan had failed. Grimer asked his brothers in a low voice to pause the operation and prepare. When surprised voices were heard behind him, the man turned around, his eyes blazing with madness, and gave the order to kill or be killed. As Matthias had expected, the steps of the Temple of Light's teams could be heard from the side, walking towards the souls of the devil's followers. Giornetti, having gathered his courage, led his subordinates and the army. The man he had considered a close friend his entire life only shook his head slightly when he heard the heavy footsteps. Barely containing his anger, Giornetti addressed the man by name, asking if he had anything he wanted to tell him. Raising his flaming sword into the air, Grimer flashed his teeth, replying that he himself did not know whether they needed to find out anything. In the monster's main room, a girlish figure, her snow-white hair scattered across the stone floor, waited for answers from the guests. Jeffrey and Ned seemed in no hurry to answer, but something strange was happening to Strayer. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl. He guessed that she was the owner of the tomb, Princess Eurydica. His eyes greedily examined the beautiful features, the red wine-colored eyes and the slender figure. The man couldn't believe that the one who had caused such a brutal bloodshed 1,000 years ago turned out to be such a sweet girl. The chronicles lied. And how could such a man do something terrible? And in vain, they dug up the tomb of the deceased in search of a dragon's heart that might not be there. Her melancholy gaze was enchanting, captivating, calling for something. A red haze reached out to Ned, but he didn't notice it at all, thinking only about how he was ready to do anything for Eurydica, just to ease her sadness. The man took a step forward, but suddenly almost flew nose down, catching on a rock. He seemed to wake up from a dream to find himself hanging in the air and looking straight into a glowing pink circle. Jafir held his partner up by the weight, grabbing his cloak, and with a displeased hiss, called him a fool who fell for such a cheap trick. Ned was sweating profusely, counting off the seconds in his mind as he looked at the magic circle he had almost stepped into. It was a trap of that very sweet, at first glance, princess. Everywhere, one could hear a voice that was no longer alluring, but laughing disgustingly, and the picture in front of the men changed with lightning speed. Eurydica's once beautiful face had split into pieces like a plaster mask, and in place of her mouth and eyes there was only blackness. As the thing wheezed, happy that this was a great opportunity to catch people, Jeffrey realized that they were about to be attacked. The monster suddenly lunged forward, long, deadly vines trailing behind it. The princess, now looking like a living nightmare of hunters, leaned over the people, her sharp teeth clicking together. Her mouth opened wide and she rushed at the men, growling that they would soon die. It was hard to describe what Eurydica had turned into. A white face with no eyes or nose, only a creepy mouth. Her hair still stretched in different directions, but thorny, withered vines began to grow and wriggle right out of her body. Magical beams of red and blue colors stretched from her across the floor, getting closer and closer to Ned and Jeffer. Jeffer couldn't resist the pleasure of making fun of the would-be romantic Ned, whose darling turned out to be a monster. And he, as expected, cursed his comrade, citing an illusion. The next second, they bounced away from each other, escaping from the deadly rays. It turned out that it was a special skill called Black Hand. The red hand steals the body's physical resources. The blue hand steals magical energy. Eurydica creates several hundred of these hands at a time. The report of this raid stated that the team was unable to cope with the princess's abilities and became something like vessels for Eurydica. In the end, Lucius, barely alive, still won the victory over the princess, who was constantly restoring her strength at the expense of other fighters. The warrior felt this gaze on his skin, colder than a frozen river, a gaze that wanted his death. On the throne, shrouded in blue haze, sat proudly the god of death's Asura, stroking the little animal, strewn with precious stones, sitting on his lap. The skill, Iron Wall, was given by the god of debt Asura. The fatigue and damage received during the use of the skill accumulates as debt. When the level of magical energy is depleted, the debt also accumulates. Asura smiled predatorily, revealing a row of snow-white, strong teeth. He was anticipating the imminent harvest. There was a moment of silence in the part of the dungeon where the raid teams remained. The warriors were divided into two armies. Grimmer stood at the head of the devil's followers, while the subordinates of the Temple of Light, led by Giornetti, gathered in a group on the other side. Lucius glared at Matthias, asking why he was trying to sabotage the operation and when he had managed to team up with that side. Frowning, the man didn't answer. He knew that the Son of God was not a fool. After Shoggoth and the unbranded slave, he couldn't help but understand. He just wanted to interrogate Matthias to confirm his guesses. The culprit would not be able to escape even with the help of slaves, and he knew how the structure of the dungeon had changed. Even if the follower manages to escape, the leadership of the devilish cult will finish him off when they learn of the failure of the mission and the return with nothing. There is only one conclusion. All that remains is to finish off the raid team, and in order to survive, you need to kill Lucius right here and now. Realizing he had nothing to lose, Matthias chuckled, mockingly mimicking Lucius by repeating his question. Is it really only when Grimmer did it that worries his friend? The man had long since given up on his fate, and Lucius, the son of God, armed with legendary-level items, the head of the healers, and a group of combat priests, Matthias needs to finish them all off without the Shoggoths and the princess. However, he had one more trick up his sleeve. Those troops only consider one side as an enemy, but even on their side, the brothers' followers remained unnoticed. If you hit the weak points in the defense, there will be a chance to fix the situation. The closest slave, standing behind Matthias, noticed that he put his hand behind his back and began to explain something with his fingers. It was their secret sign language, the commander ordered. On the count of 3, everyone drink the elixirs. The eyes of the bandaged slave sparkled with understanding. After the elixir, it was time to move on to Plan B. He fingered the bottle of medicinal mixture in his pocket, a special elixir provided by the leader of the devil's followers that helped temporarily remove the effect of the slave brand. The brunette grinned and suggested that Giornetti arrange a duel, as is established by the laws of honor. And if he wins, he will be told everything that the man wants to know. 3. Lucius's eyes narrowed. He suspected the man opposite of deception here too. Matthias bent another finger. 2. He continued talking, and almost told about what would happen if he won. Unfortunately, he decided to finish the count too late. The Son of God abruptly ordered his squad to attack the former leader of the Vanguard squad. Giornetti straightened up. His order carried not only the need to obey the commander, but also had an effect on the slaves. It was impossible to resist it. The squad immediately perked up, their bodies weakening like ragdolls. Matthias clenched his teeth in despair and cursed. He really was late. The first bottle, made of strong glass, fell with a clang onto the stone floor, slipping out of the hands of the first slave. Trembling voices denied and made excuses, but the power of the priests was stronger than their own will. The weapons were immediately released from their scabbards. The slaves were enveloped in a green haze. Their faces were filled with sincere regret. They were shouting that they did not want to do this. The veins on Matthias's face appeared as he turned to his own team, who had unwittingly betrayed him, calling them worthless scum. Lucius mercilessly stated that this was an order from the Son of God above, who stood on the same level as His Holiness the Pope. And while the order was in effect, the slaves did not obey other priests. Now they only needed to be killed to stop the attack. The man closed his eyes, whispering to Matthias that he was sorry. The pain of betrayal still burned in his soul and mind. They had been friends since childhood, ever since they entered the academy. Now that both were 30 years old, many hardships had been experienced by this time, both in everyday life and on the battlefield. Close enough to understand each other without words, Giornetti couldn't believe his friend had stabbed him in the back. Pushing all his feelings into the background, the blonde silently ordered first of all to destroy the traps set by Matthias. The slaves, blinded by the thirst for murder, led by the Son of God, rushed to the attack. The Reaper of human lives did not have to wait long. After some time, the army of Matthias, his confidants, and the followers of the devil lay in a heap on the floor, covered in blood. Suddenly, the mouths of the dead began to move strangely. Their lips began to twitch, as if on their own. Sliding with tenacious paws through the bloody puddles, shuddering centipedes with the symbol of the devil on their small heads crawled out of the bodies. The brand insect is a parasite in the stomachs of devil worshippers. It was this that gave them physical strength. The brand of the devil on his shell allows followers to gain the abilities of both minions and priests. Noticing the insects, Lucius immediately stepped on one of them, and the squelching sound of the crushed body was heard. The blonde frowned, his handsome face showing genuine pain as he said that he trusted Matthias when he entrusted him with the selection of slaves, and he had fallen so low. Who would have thought that all these slaves would turn out to be impudent, disgusting followers? The man glanced at the corpses, then looked at his former friend who was sitting leaning against the wall, bound in the chains of light. Arno, standing silently next to his commander, knew that Sir Matthias was very strong. It would not take him even half a minute to deal with a large number of slaves. But there is no doubt that the Son of God is much stronger. After all, now, despite all the confidence and victory, it was the devil worshipper who sat at Giornetti's feet. The brunette angrily spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth. He knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't think that he would be the one who lost. During the entire battle, they failed to hit Lucius even once. The man clenched his teeth in impotent rage. Was there really such a huge difference between them? Between the Son of God and the Fallen One? An incongruous question came to mind. Did the Heavenly Father himself forge the links of this chain in which he was wrapped? Matthias leaned forward, coughed, and vomited his own blood onto the floor. At first, there was a desire to say goodbye to life, but then from the depths of the body to the throat, replacing the nausea, something approached. Greimer held a small ball with the devil's symbol on it tightly between his teeth. The sick eyes slowly rose to see their tormentor. If this was fate, it was worth making a decision. Giornetti did not notice any changes in his former friend and continued to try to find out the reason for his betrayal. The brunette smiled and chuckled. Is it really still not clear? Continuing that if Lucius was so interested, the man burst into a scream, ordering the goddess to be put on all fours and demanding answers, while he stuck out his tongue, on which the very same pea was rolling. Lucius's face twisted at what he heard, but a second later he stared in horror at his former friend's tongue. The leader of the healers also opened and closed his mouth in shock upon recognizing the object. It was too late for words. The devil worshipper bit into the pea and began to chew it, sharp fragments flying out of his mouth. Not even a second passed before the chain of light was broken by Greimer's newfound inhuman strength. What Cardinal Alden Rasker held out in his hand at the Temple of Light was the secret weapon of the devil's followers, the Stone of Revelation. It was combined with the mark of an insect, turning a person into a demon. It had to be used at the most critical moment, which is what Matthias did. He was swaying from side to side against his will. Once the stone is used, it is no longer possible to become human again. The transformation was almost complete. Now there was almost nothing left of the human shell. And Matthias thought only that from the very beginning, Lucius was unworthy of what belonged to him. If a man is destined to be under the power of God, he cannot resist it. And Matthias, in his demonic form, now had nothing left to make him cling to human life. Lucius angrily ordered his squad to attack immediately, because after the transformation, the power was no longer controllable. Arno held out a cross on a string, calling on the goddess Arya to shed light on her sons, light of war. It greatly increased the abilities of allies, increasing physical strength and endurance, magical energy, defensive skills, healing and light effects by 120%. Rays of bright, scorching light, like falling stars, rushed towards the evil spirits. The horned demon seemed to meekly await its fate. Looking at the light of war, he decided that the attack was useless and extended his long clawed paw forward. Matthias smirked as the light shattered against an invisible barrier next to him. But suddenly he noticed something that made the demonic entity shudder. Now it was not the light that stood in the way, but the Son of God himself clutching the divine spear in his hand. Grimer decided in a matter of seconds what move to make next. Lucius's sacred spear came into play. The blow of God's judgment fell on the monster, and for a moment the figures of the former friends were illuminated by a bright glow. The knights looked in amazement at the area where their commander had disappeared. They were confident of a quick victory, but very soon they realized that their expectations were not destined to come true. When the flashes disappeared, those present saw that Matthias remained completely unharmed. The demon's clawed hand held the end of the spear tightly, while Lucius struggled to move the weapon even an inch. The knights, not knowing what to do, immediately grabbed their spears. It was hard to believe that their commander's attack had no effect. Rihanna bit her lip and couldn't stay away. She needed to help Giornetti. But if the legendary weapon didn't work against the enemy, then what was the point of lower quality items? A sudden thought struck the girl like lightning. There is a way out! There was one more legendary item they hadn't used yet. The Faith Stake. It was in a subspace storage facility. A small capsule that the commander had entrusted to Rihanna and ordered to be used not only to wedge the doors of the monster's room, but also in unforeseen circumstances. The priestess ran forward, thinking that she should use the stake together with the commander's attack, and then the chances of winning might increase. As she ran, she reached into her bosom for the thick leather case that contained the capsule. But to my horror, I discovered that it was empty. The stake of faith had disappeared. At the same time, Ned smiled predatorily, examining the leather capsule of the subspace storage. When he decided to use the thing in the case, he realized that it was a wonderful plan. The rays, stretching from the princess monster, did not stop, hitting the places where the uninvited guests stood. Strayer merely dodged the attacks and counted the seconds in his mind. When the boys landed on the floor again, the red and blue hands began to fade right in the air. Everything was as Jeffer said. The ability disappears if you avoid it for 15 seconds, and you won't be able to use wide phalange attacks all the time. Magical skills use all the capabilities of the brain, so powerful spells several times in a row can melt the head. Serious witchcraft must be diluted with simple magic, unloading the body, in which case even excellent equipment will not help to survive. When the hands almost completely disappeared from sight, and thorny branches from the princess's head stretched forward, the warriors realized that they had to attack. First, a step back and forth, new branches suddenly grew out of the ground, and the princess, roaring, tried to catch the people. Jumping deftly right over the thorns, Jafir ran forward with his sword at the ready. Ned followed him. They needed to climb up. Both of them sped up using magic, and thin lines of mana trailed behind them, throwing lightning at the monster's body. A fight is a lot of unpleasant surprises. Even knowing the future, it is impossible to predict absolutely all of the enemy's moves. Jafir was armed with Sunset, a demonic sword that possessed a powerful striking force of darkness or light. Depending on the magic of the owner, this sword is the best weapon for someone who is not a priest. The tenacious vines, intertwined with each other to form powerful paws, flew off in different directions. The hunter spared no effort or his own magic, attacking the princess and the tendrils extending from different parts of her body. The monster roared loudly, which caused Eurydica unbearable pain, but now she had lost her human features. In battle, equipment was of great importance. Did you have enough items with you? Did you have loyal comrades? And did you have enough spirit and endurance not to waver? Large beads of sweat rolled down the concentrated faces of Jeffrey and Ned. Would they be able to cope? On one side, Strayer attacked the monster, red mana cutting through the air like lightning. On the other hand, Jeffir, using the sword technique Light of the Royal Tiara, Dragon's Ascent to Heaven. Finally, the warrior jumped off Eurydica's huge body onto the floor, leaning on his fist. He managed to cut off the monster's head, and the flesh seemed so ancient and dark that not a drop of blood spilled from the wound. But at that very moment, a black clot began to rise towards the ceiling above the severed part of the body, writhing wildly, taking on various shapes. Ned glanced questioningly at his partner. He shook his head, and the man understood without words that this was not the end. Jeffir ran up to the princess, watching as she began her transformation. It wasn't that easy to defeat a monster. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on the guy's lips. This is exactly what he expected, having learned from his past life experience. A few seconds later, when there was no point in further delay, Jeffer called out loudly to Ned, He replied that he knew everything and suddenly leaned forward, approaching the monster. The long cloak with the Temple of Light symbol on the back fluttered in all directions as Strayer found himself almost completely enveloped in a purple haze that extended from the princess. Even at the strategy discussion stage, Jafir warned that if the monster was left without a head, it would take on a second form, and this would give it even more power. But there is good news. It is tedious to wait for the moment in the transformation process when the monster cannot use skills and move. Ned, remembering this well, immediately opened the leather capsule of the subspace storage. The man felt an incredibly powerful impulse that pushed him back. The stake of faith in its true size flew out of the capsule at incredible speed, blazing with fire, and sank into the transforming monster. This legendary level item reacted to the energy of the unholy creature and released powerful sacred power on its own. Splashes of divine light filled the room, and the stake, digging deeper and deeper into the princess, made her wheeze and scream from unbearable pain. Jafir ran forward and immediately cut off another branch of the growing energy limb from Eurydica. The majority of the damage will be done by the stake of faith, and the warriors are required to swing their swords at that time to prevent the monster from pulling the stake out of itself. Although the stake of faith is considered legendary, the sacred power has its limits. Once the power is exhausted, the stake will become an ordinary piece of iron. Lucius, who borrowed the stake for a huge amount of money, probably did not intend to use it for an attack. Grinning vengefully, Jeffer decided that the money wasn't his, so he didn't care, and continued to chop off fresh limbs. For some time, the stake of faith continued to shine with divine light, fulfilling its direct duties. But, as Jeffer had predicted, the stake's power soon wore off. Its legendary properties were timeless. This meant that the weapon had recorded the neutralization of the enemy. The warrior angrily threw aside his now useless weapon. Because it had already lost all effect from the sacred magic, the creature was too stubborn. The guy decided that, given the princess's strength, he hadn't spent much, and drank a magic elixir that restored lost mana. When the third empty bottle fell to the ground with a clang, Jeffir wondered how things were going with Lucius and the demon Matthias. Giornetti had already secured the support of the goddess of light. However, even in this situation, the outcome was the same. Although the Vera stake pinned the creature to the ground and stopped its transformation, one human eye managed to grow on the floor among the clots of dark matter. Ned, lowering his head, immediately noticed him and almost reached for the ground. This did not escape Jeffir. He immediately called out to his comrade, saying that the creature would not be able to be reborn in such a state, and if he killed it, the door would open and a guard would arrive here. The hunter suggested that they quickly find the dragon heart and threw the man a bottle of red liquid. Ned silently caught the healing potion. Jafir carefully ordered him to take it just in case. Anything could happen during the search. The man looked closely at the warrior, who did not even turn to face him, looking for something on the floor. Strayer couldn't believe that the main monster of the dungeon, which is called one of the 8 mysteries of the world, was defeated by just 2 people. It's just incredible. And although he didn't consider himself a weakling, even such a miracle was beyond Ned's power, all thanks to Jeffir's strategy. It went beyond all bounds of surprise and suspicion. It felt like he had simply foreseen all of this. The men's stream of thoughts was interrupted by a loud sound that came from behind them. Both of them turned around sharply and in unison, staring at the massive door, which was shaking from the furious blows. The purple haze turned into a poisonous liquid, and it flowed in large drops onto the floor. The skeleton knight on the other side, clutching a weapon in one skeletal hand, was beating the stone door with all his might with the other. The knight's magic gradually seeped through the gate, slowly but surely. If at first the smoke was weak, barely noticeable, then after some time the magic became stronger. Jeffrey and Ned, 2 small human figures, could only watch what was happening. The purple and black smoke circled around the people and came straight towards what was left of the princess. The red eye that was lying on the floor opened when the knight's mana touched it. Her eyelids fluttered and Eurydica began to cry, hot tears falling straight onto the floor. The voice that recalled the knight Georgius echoed throughout the hall. And at that very moment, an artificial hurricane formed. Ned shielded his face from the wind with his hand, asking Jeffer what was going on, but he himself didn't know. This was not in Lucius's report on the storming of the dungeon from his past life. It turns out that when the warriors entered here without killing the guard, the future changed. As soon as Jafir thought about this, a female figure, vaguely resembling a princess, grew out of the eye. Looking at the stake of faith, the figure looked back and, with empty eye sockets shining, raised its hand, pointing its finger at something. The stake began to slowly descend into one of the openings of the changing dungeon. The figure turned around abruptly, its face like a gray mask. No mouth, no nose, only black eyes with red pupils. Ned and Jeffer began to attack the princess from both sides, swinging their weapons. Jeffir's sword glowed with the color of his mana, bright blue. Strayer ran forward, his dagger glowing blindingly red. It seemed that the figure had deceived them, or that it was the ghost itself. The men nearly collided with each other's bodies as they tried to crush Eurydica. Strayer was amazed to note that he had not felt the cut at all, and Jeffer immediately understood what kind of ability they were dealing with. The ancient magic of Medea is the curvature of space. Ned looked down to find himself standing on a magic circle glowing green. He immediately jumped back, turning over his head, and the next moment a multitude of thorny vines stretched from the circle towards the ceiling. Seeing the transformed princess up close, the man froze in disbelief. A new incarnation of Eurydica was rushing towards him, her arms spread out in flight like wings. Red eyes looked straight into the soul. One clawed hand reached out to the warrior. Ned stood as if spellbound, not daring to take a step or attack the creature. Jafir immediately came to the rescue. Putting his palm forward, he used the ability of the Silver Room. The princess's figure froze in the air, twitching awkwardly. She was held tightly by the Spider Queen's web, which Jeffer had used to wrap it tightly around his fist. Helping himself with his other hand, he clenched his teeth and pulled Eurydica closer and closer. She twisted her black mouth and hissed angrily, and bright red veins bloomed on her face. The muscles in Jeffer's arms were strained to the limit, and without sparing his strength, he continued to wind up the web, trying not to rush. The warrior used a basic method of energy management, enhancement. Space curvature works great as a defense method, but due to the distortion of space, the caster's own attacks do not pass, which means that at the moment of Eurydica's attack, the warriors will be able to strike back. The figure of the princess rose above the room, her black and torn cloak fluttering in the magical wind. She lowered her hands, and from her monstrous fingers those same thorny vines grew and reached out to the people. The monster's eyes widened, and in its red pupils one of the uninvited guests was reflected, who was about to pounce on her with a dagger. Ned swung his weapon straight in front of him, Eurydica's body hidden from his sight by the red beam of his own mana. The man cried out in victory, deciding that everything had worked and the attack had worked. But the next moment, joy gave way to bewilderment. The attack seemed to be reflected back at him. Time seemed to slow down, and blood spurted from the follower's body. It was all about Medea's ancient magic, which reflected the damage received. The princess loomed over the bloodied Strayer, who was unaware that depending on the caster's abilities, the reflected damage could be increased threefold. Eurydica stretched out her hand forward and sharply lowered her finger with a sharp nail down. She used her Dark Hand ability, and dangerous, no, deadly red and blue streams of energy soared into the air. The movement of his finger meant one thing to Ned: damage and pain. The man screamed shrilly when the first streams touched his wounded body. The process was not over. Jafir's fist was already flying towards the monster. Swinging his arm, the warrior ran up to Eurydica from behind, the veins on his arm standing out from the tension, snake-like crawling up to the phalanges of his fingers. Jafir grouped himself into a fighting stance and thrust his palm forward, using the Thunder Finger, a powerful bolt of lightning, as if from the heavens themselves, struck the princess. But this could not harm the mistress of the dungeon. She was already creating another spell in her palm. The hunter turned sideways and drew a blue line in the air. Bright flashes ran along the entire length of Eurydica's arm, blocking of energy paths, an Eastern technique that cuts off the veins through which mana flows, weakening the enemy. It cannot cause damage equal to a melee strike or a sword strike, but precise movements will prevent the enemy from casting a spell. The power of the princess's magical flow is incredible. As the great magician believes, if Jafir did not have the knowledge of how to use this technique, he would not have had a chance to block her magical veins. As Jafir mentally thanked the daily battles with Altair, the monster, waving its arms, flew back. The next moment, the princess opened her red eyes wide and lowered her head. The warrior once again used the dark steel spider web. Two thin, but infinitely strong threads were firmly attached to Eurydica's shoulders. With their help, the warrior managed to pull himself up and end up right next to the monster's body in order to touch it with the help of the divine object. The princess threw her head back and screamed piercingly. In Jeffer's hands were the enchanted rosary that he had taken from the Silver Room. The guy had bought them from the White Rose. Each wooden bead contained a spell from the Temple of Light, but the second use of the same spell was impossible. Having broken the thread, Jafir deftly sent several beads flying towards his partner. There were 9 seconds left until the dark hand was removed. The beads flew straight into Ned's chest, shining with a bright light. The man was still captive to the tenacious currents. Jeffir was pleased this minion of the devil would definitely not die. However, kindness played a cruel joke on him. The guy was distracted for just a minute and immediately paid for it. The princess noticed this, and one of the thorny vines, listening to its mistress, struck her rival as if with a whip. Jeffir flew back towards the wall, hitting the hard stone surface hard when he landed. The guy hissed in pain and cursed. This damn monster freed himself from the magic block in just a second. What was even more of a surprise to the warrior was that in an instant he found himself under attack by numerous vines that tightly grasped his arms. The huge, soft, pink magical spheres flying towards him clearly did not bode well. Having immobilized the man, Eurydice was able to use magic to finish him off completely. Jeffir could only hope for a miracle as he tried with all his might, wriggling, to escape the tenacious grip of the vines. However, this did not undermine his fortitude. Jeffir only thought that he had gotten himself into something again. The spheres, flying up to the wall, exploded, irrigating everything around with flame, between which the violet color rushed. Eurydice, like a mechanical doll, tirelessly waved her arms in long robes, directing the spheres. The sound of broken glass was heard in the Temple of Light, and a small cup shattered into small pieces. Angelica entered the cell and, seeing Anna on her knees, asked if everything was okay. The girl assured that everything was fine, and she was just thinking. The nun, thinking about her own things, began to collect the fragments and suddenly, with a gasp, sharply pulled her hand back. The burning pain in her fingers sobered her up a little. Primrose pressed her palm to her mouth and looked thoughtfully at the remains of the cup. The nun thought too often about her client, whether he was okay, whether he was using the items she gave him. Having finished cleaning, Anna went to the window, continuing to wonder if the rosary beads had been charged with too little healing power. The very same rosary beads fell out of Jeffir's bloody palm, scattering across the floor. Leaning on his left elbow, he struggled to stand up, his body, cut up by thorns, aching mercilessly. Not far from him, Ned lay on his side unconscious. The warrior stood up, looking around greedily, realizing that the moment had been lost. But this only played into the monster's hands. It's funny, one of the 8 greatest mysteries, even before he was reborn, he could easily kill this monster. How disgusting it is to feel helpless from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. All items have been used up. The weapon is no longer suitable for battle. What else did Jeffir have left? Privileges from the gods, which in fact turned out to be useless nonsense. The skill, Iron Wall, the bearer of which was the god of debt's Asura. Fatigue when using the skill accumulates in the form of debt. And when the mana value is 0, it returns to the user in full. The egg of an unknown sacred animal. If Jeffir opened the egg incorrectly, some animals might reject him and kill him. It was a real lottery. Divine luck. That bestowed incredible luck, but now was not the time to waste the remaining 2 charges, because regret and despair after a wrong decision were the best food for the gods. Sacred item Sword of Light requires skills unattainable for an ordinary person, but not for priests of light. Rebirth. Resurrection. 3 days after death, after activation, the soul passes into the possession of the god of death. The Sword of Light and Rebirth will take away Jeffir's will. He will become a puppet for the gods. Now he either had something that was useless in battle, or something that he didn't have enough space to use. There was nothing left that could change the situation. What the gods did could in no way be called good nature, or a gift to an ordinary person. When Mercedes came to the warrior, it became clear that this was all for God's amusement. The gods have chained Jeffir, like a watchdog, for their own amusement. It is funny to watch a man writhing in search of at least some grain of hope. Eurydice was slowly floating towards the guy, her red eyes sparkling in the semi-darkness, and ominous red mana was reaching out from her hands. The warrior decided to do something reckless for the last time, if he was destined to die here. The weakened hand rose, and Jeffir began to draw some kind of sign on the floor with his own blood. He knew that this would certainly not please the gods watching over him. When the deed was done, Jeffir closed his eyes from the bright light shining straight into his eyes. The room sparkled with divine purity, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. Snow-white wings stirred the frozen underground air, and their feathers fell softly onto the bloody floor. A powerful force pinned Jeffir to the floor. The highest angel, with 2 pairs of wings, a stately woman in snow-white clothes, loudly asked the warrior what to understand this. Her voice sounded as if from outside, menacing and at the same time gentle. The angel asked how the man knew this blasphemous sign. The guy grinned, realizing that someone very important had come to visit him. All he knew about this symbol was that it was proof of the gods' shameful failure in the past. They had banned the sign and punishment was imposed for its depiction. Heavenly punishment, instant death for anyone who violates divine prohibitions, is one of the worldly rules. As soon as Jeffer finishes drawing, he is a corpse. He realized that he didn't feel any magical traces of Eurydice. Perhaps the angel had put up a barrier. She continued to demand an explanation, piercing the man with her gaze. But Jafir decided to go all the way. He read the worldly rule. Higher beings with a high spiritual rank cannot penetrate the world of lower beings. Mercedes shook her head, reminding the boy that it was she who sent him into the past. An angel who has a connection with a lower being also receives the right to visit the lower world. Frowning, the angel said that she had already allowed the order of the answers to be violated, but there would be no second time, and therefore Jeffer must tell where he knew this sign that insulted the gods. Hearing only one word from the man, Mercedes fell silent in shock. Pulling himself up on his hands, Jafir raised an eyebrow, demanding money from the angel for the information. The angel was taken aback by the impudence. She even began to suspect the man's adequacy. Mercedes's beautiful face darkened with anger. Her wings spread, and the air immediately became electrified. Jafir understood that he was playing with fire, and such a game would cost him not only his worldly life. The finger that had not finished drawing the symbol seemed to be glued to the floor. He could not move it. Perhaps this was an angelic ability. Mercedes angrily said that the warrior should not flatter himself. Many gods were angry about the drawn symbol, and were now discussing ways to kill the man. Angel called Jeffer an ignoramus who had crossed moral lines, but the guy immediately interrupted her, grinning, and ordered her to kill him. Mercedes fell silent again, once again struck by the behavior of an ordinary person. Jafir openly mocked her, asking if an angel had the right to kill, and if she would be able to deal with all the consequences of this act. After all, if you look at the other side of the privileges that the gods granted him, it becomes clear that each of them wants something from a person. Asura gave Jafir a double-edged sword so that he could fight to the end. But the gods don't need a suicide, they get real pleasure from watching a massacre. The god of death offers great power in exchange for a man's soul. And those who want to see him in the ranks of their legion will not yield Jeffers' soul to the god of death. Such a conflict is not at all beneficial to both parties, so the gods sent an angel here, not allowing the warrior to finish drawing the sign. Mercedes lost all patience and, squealing, asked what the man wanted. Jafir frowned and demanded to be given more privileges, because the ones he had had become useless. It would be more fun if he died now. Raising his head, he cried out desperately to the gods, warning them that if he died, they would get nothing. This audacity seemed to give the warrior strength. He rose to his feet, continuing to shout, "No one can entertain the gods the way he does, so we need to start placing bets." The god of heaven and the god of debts silently watched and listened to the man. The god of death, clutching a grapevine in his hands, also thought. The god of blacksmiths, the god of medicine, they were all pondering what to do. The goddess of fortune, perhaps the only one of the gods who was sincerely worried about Jeffer, looked at him with sympathy, pressing her hands to her chest. The goddess of light was silent, clutching the sword in her hand. The next moment she chuckled, saying that it was interesting. Hearing her voice, Mercedes looked up sharply. A bright, white light poured from the ceiling, illuminating two figures, an angel and a bloody man. Jafir dared to raise his head, covering his eyes with his hand from the blinding glow. The disconcerted angel screamed desperately, asking why the gods had decided to do this. There was no answer, but a beam of blue light spilled onto the floor, with white energy swirling around it. Eurydice, who had been standing motionless all this time, seemed to have woken up from sleep. Dark, monstrous eyes suddenly opened, scanning the room. Through the fog that poured into the room, the monster saw the vague silhouette of Jeffer approaching. He smiled slyly, fearlessly exclaiming that his girlfriend had obviously been waiting for her for too long. The princess bared a row of dagger-like teeth and hissed shrilly. Her abilities were also activated, and hands, blue and red entities, began to dance in the air. Like a bird of prey, the monster, with its claws extended, rushed at Jafir along with its hands. Eurydice was confident of her victory. Her mana was glowing red, and the princess herself did not notice anything unusual. The monster swung its right hand, creating a huge flaming sphere that could burn several people at once. But what happened next did not immediately register in the princess's clouded mind. The warrior cut in half the magic hands that were reaching out to him, obeying the magic of their owner. The gods took pity on him and decided that this impudent man should receive help. The sacred sword of light materialized in the warrior's hands. Its peculiarity was that when an unworthy person raised the sword, it burned. But now the restrictions have been lifted under special conditions. The The goddess of light Arya, one of the three supreme deities, burst out laughing. Even through the strong armor, her voice sounded clear and loud. The goddess was surprised by Jeffir and gave him a sword, promising to also gift him with the best artifacts from her treasury. Asura, drooling, was perplexed that the goddess allowed some man to use the sacred artifact. A mocking, deep male voice was heard, indicating to the god that he should not care, since the sword was not from his collection. The god of heaven, Akeros, one of the three supreme deities, propping his cheek with his hand, as one of the three, also believed that man should live. Akeros did not say it out loud, but he was alarmed that the god of death, who had never interfered in the world of people before, had so suddenly shown interest in this mortal. And until the god of heaven found out what death was planning, he would not give the boy up. Meanwhile, Jeffir went on the attack against the princess with his sword at the ready. Her figure gradually began to disappear as Eurydica used the ability space warping. But she didn't take into account that there were no barriers for the divine object. Even though Eurydica was a great magician, she would not be able to protect herself from the sacred object using human magic. The blow from the seemingly weightless but powerful weapon hit the monster right in the head. Jeffir used the active skill of the Sword of Light. It was called Yehior, which meant, "Let light be shed." The attack was decisive, and when the blade touched the monster, an explosion was heard. The space was ablaze with divine fire. After a few agonizing moments, everything went quiet. The blackness on the princess's body gradually faded, revealing her human features. The monster's claws fell off, disappearing like ashes from wood. The beautiful Eurydica's snow-white face was half hidden by ash-blonde curls. The girl shuddered when she opened her eyes and found herself lying on the lap of a bloody young man. Thanks to Yehior, which had a high-level curse purification effect, Jeffir managed to completely dispel Eurydica's curse, even though he didn't expect to be able to use it. The warrior became curious as to whether this was her true appearance. The princess closed her eyes heavily, whispering that it was the longest and most terrible nightmare. She was very weak, and barely moving her dry lips, she asked the hunter who he was and how he was able to relieve her of her suffering. After waiting a moment, Jeffir gave his name, stating that he was a follower of Eurydica, one of the 12 heroes. Long ago, on the seashore, a brave knight dressed in armor knelt before her highness, holding in his palms the heart of the black dragon Kaiseros, asking to accept it as a gift. Placing her palm on the offering, Eurydica noticed that Knight Georgius had done a titanic job. Embarrassed, the princess smiled timidly and asked the man to address her simply by her first name. He immediately stood up, and through the sea breeze blowing his blonde hair, he heard Eurydica, who, with admiration and hope in her voice, asked if Georgius wanted to tell her something after the victory over Kaiseros. The man slowly lifted the visor of his helmet. The hands of the young people intertwined. The setting sun, hiding in the water, watched the first kiss of the two lovers. At that moment, they believed that everything would be fine, and this became their biggest mistake. The princess told Jeffir about a magic circle on the top floor of the tomb, which contained a real treasure, the Elven Tree of Life. This circle is needed to remove the curse placed on the dragon's heart. Thanks to the power of ancient elven magic, Eurydica maintained her life for 1,000 years. She even managed to cleanse the dragon's heart, but in return, she lost her human appearance. A slight smile touched the girl's lips when she said that Jeffrey and Ned had helped her find her way back, and now she didn't know how to thank them. The princess closed her eyes again. The end of her briefly extended life was near. Her body had reached all conceivable limits, and there was almost no time left. She looked at Jeffir carefully, her voice steely, as she asked him why he needed a dragon's heart. He shook his head, replying that it was a long story and they needed to hurry. The warrior asked to read his memory, placing his palm on Eurydica's palm. With the ability of contact, an exclusive ability of Eurydica, the girl managed to read Jeffir's feelings and memory. She saw the warrior's past life, filled with pain, destruction, and suffering. The life where the human race was defeated by the demon king Tartaros. Eurydica's eyes looked at the ceiling in amazement. What she saw truly shocked the princess. But what's more, Jeffir returned to life in the divine pantheon. The high angel confronted him with a difficult choice. Jeffir returned to his past life again, showing people dear to his heart, and how selflessly he fought for the sake of all humanity. Once again, those who helped the warrior appeared before Eurydica's eyes, and the tears, the suffering of those he loved so much. While the princess was lost in her memories, a fierce battle continued on the upper floors. The high ceilings shook from the incredible attacks. The Son of God and his former friend, who had become a real demon for the rest of his days, had been fighting for hours. Matthias laughed madly as he fought off the divine spear's attacks, mocking Lucius's expression. When the demon attacked, the blonde screamed heavily. Even with the help of divine items, such an opponent turned out to be very strong. This energy, which with every movement broke the strengthening spells, another deadly mana flower was blooming in Matthias's palm. He kept laughing, reveling in the strength and feelings of the Almighty's power. The flower flew towards Giornetti, who covered himself with a shield. Along the way, the seemingly innocent spell turned into a blazing column of fire. Its echoes even flew a long distance, touching the warriors standing to the side. Arno gritted his teeth in anger. They were completely stuck in repelling the blind attacks. The army of light could not enter the battle. Behind him, Lucius's loyal slaves hid in the shadows, rejoicing in the power that the devil's followers always sought. One of them hoped to get the Revelation Stone if he could get close to the chief healer or the commander of the vanguard. He just had to wait for the moment when the priests would let their guard down. The man, grinning, slowly pulled a dagger out of his sleeve, approaching Arno. The healer would die in the name of his religion, nothing personal. But the follower stopped, staring at the dark streams of smoke slowly creeping towards him. The devil's mark on his body began to glow. He had never experienced such pain before. But it wasn't just him. The rest of the followers also felt it. And the next moment, devilish insects burst out of their chests, eating away at their flesh. Arno turned around at the heartbreaking cry and, seeing this picture, was horrified that there were so many followers of the devil among the priests. The centipedes moved their legs furiously, writhing on the floor near the bodies of their former owners. The culprit was Matthias and his exceptional demonic skill, Collect. He took away the insect energy from the devil's followers. Grimer chuckled as he thanked his brothers, whose meaningless lives would be used for the sake of great power. Seeing a black ball with a golden rim in the middle, Lucius immediately warned his warriors about the danger of the spell, calling on everyone to use any available defensive abilities. An explosion of incredible power was heard, stunning the warriors of light who were standing too close. Lucius managed to create a protective field that protected him and the priests standing behind him. Those who did not manage to hide were literally burned alive. Giornetti felt with horror how small cracks appeared on his protective field, like on glass. The flames gradually made their way through the defense in small tongues. The blonde implored Matthias to stop his atrocities. The demon's face twisted into a grimace of hatred when he heard Lucius's words. He certainly shouldn't have spoken of atrocities. Many years ago, a flower of envy slowly grew in the boy's heart. He wondered how Lucius Giornetti, at the age of 7, could have received the stigmata. Besides, Lucius never claimed the title of the Son of God. Teenagers train until the age of 15, and only then compete for the right to the stigmata. This is the oldest tradition. And what will happen then to little Matthias, who from the very beginning claimed the right to be called the Son of God? The voices of the adults vied with each other to say that money had been invested in the Grimer family, that it was a scam, that the goddess had really deceived everyone, that all the funds needed to be returned quickly. According to old manuscripts, if a person who was not on the list of candidates to become the Son of God receives the stigmata, an era of catastrophes and destruction begins. It seems that dark times are returning to the Temple of Light. Now the demon, striking, asked his former friend why his father, after electing his son, deceived people with his sermons, said that they could survive the apocalypse, having received the useless blessing of Lucius, traded in them, extorted funds from believers. Does Lucius himself know how many people lost everything because of him? How many took their own lives? The entire Giornetti family are crooks. No, worse, a bunch of murderers, and if that's not a crime, then what is? The Temple of Light initially turned a blind eye to these machinations, and soon allied itself with Lucius's family, committing so many terrible acts without anyone being held accountable. Matthias's demonic face twisted horribly with rage, and he screamed that the real evil was the Temple of Light. Eurydica let go of Jeffrey's hand. They sat opposite each other in the lotus position, and now the girl saw what the future could be. She cried from what she saw, asking why people lived this way. It was very sad. The warrior, lowering his head, wondered where to begin his story. Finally, he revealed that the demon invasion that the princess was trying to prevent would begin in a few years. This time, Jafir wanted to win and didn't want to suffer another defeat, so he wanted to ask Eurydica for something. The warrior knew that the power of the dragon's heart could only be captured with the help of a special ritual. If all the rules were not followed, the heart would destroy the chosen one. The guy knew that he could perform the ritual. At first, Jeffir planned to go a different way, but since Eurydica is nearby, the circumstances change. She has experience, she is a girl, and will cope much better. Being a great magician, She had already once mated the dragon's heart with Yorgius, the first dragon slayer. Zephyr looked at the princess seriously, asking her to do it again now, but only for him. Eurydica closed her eyes, gathering her courage. She lowered her head and shook her head, quietly replying that she was sorry, but she couldn't fulfill the request. This answer made the hunter's eyebrows furrow, and he cursed under his breath. About 1,000 years ago, the world was on the brink of total destruction. The strongest of the 7 dragons, Kaiseros, burned most of the world with his fire. Kaiseros was once one of the 12 heroes who fought against the demons, but a cunning curse took away his mind, drowning the glorious hero in his own madness. Death began to strangle the lands on both sides of the horizon, and of those worthy of Kaiseros' strength, only Princess Eurydica and Knight Yorgius remained, and also the golden dragon who took the side of the people. 11 heroes had to engage in a brutal battle with their old comrade in order to protect and preserve peace. The bloody battle between the heroes and the black dragon lasted for more than 1 day, but in the end, Yorgius' blow closed Kaiseros' eyes forever. The events that took place in the era of Zephyr and Eurydica unfolded only due to the fault of the demons who summoned the devil into the world of people. By unbreakable rule, gods cannot descend on the lands of worlds, except those that already belong to them. But the devil Tartaros broke this rule. The ability to summon demons of all kinds allowed him to infiltrate the human abode. Those devil worshippers who helped Tartaros in this founded the Cult of the Devil and are now preparing a springboard for the next coming of the demon from the underworld. Zephyr assumed that Eurydica, having seen the memories, had already understood his goal, since it was similar to what the princess and her knight were doing. Aristocrats, priests, so many influential people didn't give a damn about the world. They only cared about the jingle of coins in their purses and pockets. Greed pushed them into collusion with the followers of the cult. In the end, their purchased indifference undermined the resistance. The only warriors standing against the tyranny of Tartaros were Zephyr's comrades. The guy clenched his fist, reminding that he had returned to the past not for a good life, but only to fight once again and win. The warrior extended his hand to Princess Eurydica, begging the most powerful mage in human history, who led a squad of 12 heroes, convincing them to fight side by side against a common enemy, to help him too. Give strength to protect the common human home. Eurydica looked at Zephyr, painfully thinking about the answer. How painful it was for her to find similarities in the two men. Zephyr and Yorgius were so different and at the same time similar. Yorgius stood by the window in their palace, and when Eurydica asked if he was afraid, he easily objected, because the princess and the golden dragon had removed the curse from the dragon's heart in just a few years, and had performed the fusion ritual many times. Everything would be fine. The man did not doubt for a single second. The remnants of the demon army that fled into the desert. The red dragon, who foamed at the mouth as he looked at the lands of people, and they had the power to protect the light. The knight quietly added that he could protect from them too. He walked up to the skillfully made baby cradle in which his and Eurydica's newborn daughter lay. Yorgius reached out to the little girl, and the little hand grabbed his finger. The man wanted to give his daughter a world without war. Everything went wrong. Purple smoke began to pour out of the special room, and a heartbreaking male scream was heard. Eurydica's dearly beloved husband lay on the floor, his body shaking terribly, as if an unknown force was twisting his limbs in all directions. The princess and her maid burst into the hall. The girl stretched out her hands to her beloved, shouting his name, but the maid tried her best to stop her, saying that it was very dangerous. She needed to be careful. The next moment, blue-violet smoke blew onto the woman, charring her face. The human naked skull clicked its teeth for a few more seconds. Eurydica realized in horror that this was the same energy that Kaiseros had when he lost his mind, a demonic curse. As soon as the girl thought about why this happened, since she had cleansed her heart of filth, she suddenly heard strange footsteps. The golden dragon, in the form of a stately man with golden horns and long hair, was heading towards her. He apologized with a mocking voice, saying that he had done a little magic and created the illusion of dispelling the dark spell. The dragon snapped his fingers and said that it was fun to pretend to be his comrades in arms. But he had a mission. Eurydica jumped back, but a spell began to curl around her figure like a thin golden snake. The man used the skill Dragon Tongue, an exclusive dragon skill that imposes silence. Eurydica will shut her mouth forever. The princess wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound and only greedily gasped for air. She fell to her knees, clutching her throat with her hands, and the golden dragon clicked his tongue, saying that if she and her husband had not hunted for the dragon's heart, the couple could have spent their allotted years of life together. Eurydica's skill amazed the dragon. She flawlessly performed the ritual over Georgius and the cursed heart. The skin slowly peeled off the knight's limbs, and soon the once handsome face turned into a bone mask with empty eye sockets from which a purple glow emanated. Now the princess had to watch as her husband, with the help of his limitless power, destroyed all living things. The skeleton rose to its feet with a growl, the hair that Eurydice loved so much hanging like lifeless straw from its exposed skull. Georgius turned into a real monster, became bigger and taller, hanging over his wife and no longer saw her. His hand reached for the weapon protruding from the stone. The silent princess, raising her head, could not believe her eyes, wishing to die from the pain tearing her apart. The room was filled with a bright, eye-searing purple light. Eurydice told Zephyr that she had torn the dragon's heart out of Georgius's chest with her own hands, and that a whole millennium had passed since then, and that along with the cleansing of the curse, she had been waiting for a hero to whom she could pass the dragon's heart. With regret in her voice, the princess told the warrior that he had earned the right to do this, but his body was not ready for the ritual. The guy would be torn to pieces or permanently paralyzed. Zephyr knew about this. He could no longer strengthen himself with the help of strong poisons. If he did not withstand a pause of several months, the energy flows would become entangled. And the mixture of poisons Jagan and Belial can be used only at a low level of training. We can say that the hunter used all the methods of rapid growth. After thinking a little more, Zephyr quietly said that there was still a chance of success. Eurydice guessed the warrior was thinking of using divine luck. If there was even one chance for a better outcome, then with the help of luck, it could be made absolute. But still, Zephyr miscalculated, because divine luck will be needed more than once. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know about it. The princess wanted to tell her what she meant, but the next moment, her body seemed to be pierced by an invisible arrow, and the girl's throat was tightened by a golden magical noose that appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed her throat, coughing loudly and hoarsely, and the frightened Zephyr immediately approached Eurydice. But the princess immediately guessed what was going on. It was the golden dragon, and even after 1,000 years, she still holds the dragon language. The princess gritted her teeth in anger. This time she would not tolerate it, even though the spell did not allow her to talk about it. But the knowledge could still be passed on. Zephyr carefully lifted Eurydice from the floor, taking her by the shoulders. The girl quietly said that at that moment she would have to choose between the person she loved most and someone else. The boy stared at the princess in amazement, and the image of Alteo popped into his head. His eyes began to blur with the realization of what he was about to experience. Eurydice leaned weakly on Zephyr's chest, telling him to take all her artifacts, becoming stronger. Only after that the heart will become safe, and the princess herself will rebuild the walls of the tomb so that she can leave, avoiding a clash with the priests. The girl squeezed the warrior's shoulder, realizing how difficult it would be for him. If Zephyr wants the dragon heart now, he must take all the dangers into account. Red dragon, blue dragon. These are huge monsters that amaze the imagination. Moreover, the ice dragon, who with his power could lay waste to an entire army. A green dragon with a gem in its chest, but don't be fooled by its beauty. Zephyr will have to kill all 4 dragons within a year. There is no more time. When the girl asked if the warrior could do it, he frowned. But then, a sly smile touched his lips, and Zephyr asked the princess if she considered him a weakling. It will take him only 1 year to finish off 4 scaly ones. Having promised Eurydice that he would show her the world in which she and Georgius were raising their daughter, Zephyr extended his hand to the puzzled girl. The warrior was confident that he would cope in 6 months. Let Eurydice entrust him with this mission and watch over him from the other side of the abyss. The princess stood up, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes for the first time. Tears began to flow down the girl's cheeks. She realized that this burden was unbearable, and now a feeling of peaceful calm came. Eurydice felt sorry that she was entrusting Zephyr with a mission that she could not complete. The altar in the middle of the room glowed with a bright green light, then split into many pieces. The chained dragon's heart floated out from there, straight into Eurydice's palms. Zephyr finally saw the legendary item with his own eyes, the heart of the dragon Kaiseros, and the warrior had a determination worthy of a new hero. The princess extended her hand to begin, the stone hanging freely in the air. The dragon heart slowly, surrounded by a yellow glow, floated towards Zephyr's chest. Divine luck has been activated, the one that temporarily bestowed incredible luck. The stone, now free, rose proudly upward, plunging the room into golden light. And then came the deafening darkness. Zephyr decided that he was inside his own consciousness, looking down at his own hands. Healed from his injuries, he stood in the darkness in a shell of blue glow, and he realized that he had felt a similar feeling before. But he was not alone. Behind the warrior's back, a huge alien eye with a burning red pupil appeared. Jeffer turned around sharply, prepared for the worst. A huge clawed hand grabbed the small figure of a man. The black dragon, with his ugly mouth wide open, looked at the bug in his paw that dared to take possession of his power. This dragon is the mind of Kaiseros, remaining in the dragon's heart. Jafir understood that this was only a feeling of presence, so powerful that it squeezed out the soul. It was difficult to believe that these were the thoughts of a creature that died 1,000 years ago. The dragon brought the man closer to his eyes, noticing that he smelled of the gods. The monster added irritably that it seemed like those splinters had sent their puppet to him again. The red eye flashed with hatred. The snake had no intention of passing on its power to someone like Jeffer. The next moment, the huge mouth began to gnaw and tear the human flesh in its paw with its teeth. Things were going very badly for Lucius and his army. The demon easily chopped off the heads of his knights and mockingly kept count of the dead. Matthias's third and second numbers were Arno and Riona, whom he clutched by the necks with his clawed paws. The grip became only a little stronger, and the walls of the dungeon were already stained with human blood. Now there is only one son of God left. The blonde screamed furiously and pulled back the spear, which was burning with divine fire. An attack of incredible force poured out onto the demon, and he disappeared from Lucius's sight. But the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind his former friend, laughing. The demon swung and tore Giornetti's back with his claws. He didn't even have time to group himself or dodge. Incredible pain pierced the fragile human body. Lucius clenched his teeth. Grimer was pleased. He decided that the squad leader was exhausted. Looking at his constrained speed and dulled reaction, the blonde gave Matthias a withering look. The bastard was using demonic power more and more, and thanks to his regenerative abilities, only Lucius himself felt the effects of the blows. Grimer's next punch landed square on Giornetti's chin. This time he managed to react in time and, quickly coming to his senses, attacked the demon. The end of the spear that Lucius had hoped to pierce Matthias with ended up in his paw. He held the spear with the blonde hanging on it, as if he weighed nothing. The demon extended his hand, whispering a particularly powerful spell, and a stream of devilish fire poured out onto Lucius. The man hissed, shielding himself from the stream of fire with his shield. Matthias pulled the weapon out of his opponent's hands, throwing him against the wall. Lucius flew into the stones, which cracked behind him from the impact, and coughed violently. Now neither Arno nor Rihanna can help him. There is only one way out. But this could put the blonde in mortal danger. The demon's clawed hand cast a demonic spell in the air. It was time to finish everything. A huge fireball appeared in place of the symbols. Laughing madly, Grimer swung his arm and was about to say goodbye to Lucius. But suddenly I felt some unusual alien energy. The demon's gaze darted around. He didn't understand what was happening. Something passed through the created fire sphere and destroyed it. Something white flashed in the air. How did this white feather end up here? Lucius rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his armored hand. A stately figure with snow-white angelic wings appeared behind the man. The golden halo on the back of the previous version of Giornetti's head was golden. How much is he willing to sacrifice this time? Eyebrows furrowed as Lucius replied, 1 month. The voice said that 1 month would not be enough, it would take 6 months. The finger touched the halo. A golden flash exploded in the air. White fragments fell to the floor. Giornetti's spirits were revived. His wounds healed. And now only the tattered cloak on his back reminded him of his defeats. The demon was beside himself with rage, and he was amazed to notice that he was experiencing animal fear. What he saw simply couldn't happen, it was impossible. Could it be that an ordinary man, even though he was the son of God, Lucius became his equal? With a single wave of his hand, the blonde created a multitude of divine bullets in the air, which immediately pierced the demon's entire body, and Matthias became like a sieve. Black, thick blood poured onto the floor. Grimer fell on his back, accusing Lucius of betrayal and secrecy because he had hidden this ability for decades. The man slowly approached the defeated opponent, telling him about the glimmer of honor, a skill that only a son of God can use. It is the power of an angel that the owner of the stigmata becomes in the future. But in exchange for this, part of his lifespan is given. It is a secret of the temple, known to the Pope and the Cardinal. Therefore, the average life expectancy of God's sons is no more than 30 years. Sooner or later, despite the dreams of living long and happily, an enemy is encountered on the way, forcing one to use the ability. The temple sends God's sons to deadly dangerous places every now and then. And for good reason, this order is cruel. Such people are jesters dancing to the tune of the temple. Lucius looked at the demon with disgust. asking if he really wanted this power so much that he was ready to betray his friend and give up everything. Matthias grinned with all his might, replying that Giornetti only said that because he had been chosen as God's son. But the only difference is that the goddess recognized his life but not Grimer's life. But what was the difference between them? Matthias was a gifted child, on whom hopes were pinned. Why did everything turn out this way? Tears gathered in the corners of the dying demon's eyes. The goddess who gives no answers is so endlessly merciless. The dragon heart levitated in the air, the gold inside it melting from the burning fire around it. Ned's bloody hand trembled. He barely opened his eyes, not understanding why there was such silence around, and what had happened to the main monster. The man strained his eyes and suddenly came to his senses completely from what he had seen. The main creature, sitting with its back to him, was doing something with Jafir lying in front of it. Meanwhile, Lucius desperately waved his hands over the bodies of his assistants, calling on the goddess Arya for help. When the leader of the healers and the rear guard began to cough, the man asked worriedly if they were okay. How bitter it was to admit that the Trinity was the only one left alive. Giornetti merely concluded that the raid was over and it was time to return. In the darkness where Jeffer was, a glimmer of light appeared. The dragon, still clutching the man in its paw, began to wheeze and spit. This energy prevented him from harming the warrior. The human being was protected by a female silhouette that appeared in front of him. Jafir watched the silhouette with intent, assuming that the light was due to divine luck. Is this figure trying to protect him? The guy grinned. It was worth relaxing for 5 seconds, and she was already doing everything her own way. This is not reality, but the labyrinths of human consciousness. The main thing here is the brain. If Jeffer succumbs to fear, Kaiseros's mind will be bitten off by it. Even if the ritual is successful, this cannot be allowed. The warrior felt incredible strength within himself. A voice from outside whispered to him, ordering him to remember who he was, and the hunter began to free himself from the dragon's clutches with his bare hands. Blue mana slowly created armor on his body. After some time, fully clad in armor, Jeffer raised his head proudly. The paw holding the man suddenly released its grip. The black dragon growled in fear as he felt the burning sensation. Jeffer, approaching the dragon's face, pulled his fist back to attack. His blow hit the dragon right in the eye. Physical strength and magical lightning did their job. The wounded monster, blinded in one eye, roared deafeningly, writhing. Jeffer deftly jumped down, landing on one knee. A sword of incredible beauty and power appeared in Jeffer's hand. He had played similar mental games with other dragons before. From his past life, the guy remembered well that the black dragon would be the 5th in a row. Dragging his sword along the ground, the warrior slowly approached the monster's bloody mouth, grumbling that dragons only made life difficult for themselves and others, even being dead. The reptile did not allow the ritual to be completed normally. Holding the blade out in front of him, Jeffer straightened up, promising to teach the black dragon a lesson and educate him. But first he had to knock off the monster's jaw. The dragon turned its good eye to the man, hissing that the enemy's tongue was as sharp as a dagger, and ordered him to attack first. However, the reptile began to wriggle like a snake, opening its mouth wide. Jafir didn't hesitate. Mana sparked like lightning throughout his body as he accelerated to attack, raising his brightly shining blue sword high above his head. Meanwhile, Ned was looking intently at what was happening in the room, unaware that Jafir was now fighting with all his might with the black dragon in his mind. To him, it looked as if the princess was bewitching the unconscious Jeffer lying before her. The guy was enveloped in golden streams of magic, and a mournful shadow lay across his bloodless face. It was as if the warrior had been overcome by evil forces. Eurydica had clearly done something to Jeffer. She didn't pay the slightest attention to Ned, who was nearby. The man slowly dropped to one knee, thinking that now was his perfect chance to attack. The princess did not stop her actions, directing the golden-colored substance flowing from the dragon's heart straight onto Jeffer's chest. But Ned didn't even have time to raise his hands when he suddenly realized that he couldn't move, as if someone had glued him to the ground. It was a mana freeze. A person in such a state feels pain and powerlessness. The warrior realized that the mana was blocked by Eurydica, because earlier all his energy was sucked out by the black hand. The princess, without turning around, gently ordered the man to stay where he was, because he needed peace. She still took a quick glance back and slowly moved the finger of her left hand, creating a small flow of energy, the same magic that enveloped Jeffer. This magic slowly crawled towards the stunned Ned and wrapped itself around his body. The weakness went away, but nausea also suddenly rolled over the man, hitting him right in the throat. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, making a groaning sound. There was a hacking cough, and Ned vomited blood onto the floor, with the devilish larva of the brand writhing in it. The warrior looked in amazement at what had been resting in his stomach a few seconds ago, an insect that he had once swallowed. Eurydica looked at the man sympathetically, saying that she had taken this lump of evil out of him. And judging by the fact that the insect was in the larval state, Ned did not use its power, but only demonstrated his own abilities. The warrior's eyes were closing, but he managed to see the princess's soft smile, who added that she had shared her magical powers with Ned since his body and internal organs had received minor damage, which is why the man needed to rest. While he was slowly falling asleep due to the fatigue sent by Eurydica, a trio of temple priests led by Lucius Giornetti were examining the walls of the floor above. They noticed that the purification mechanism was moving along with the walls of the dungeon. Arno concluded with a sigh that they would have to look for a way out again, since the layout of the catacombs had completely changed, while Rihanna wondered out loud whether the company would be able to get out before the provisions ran out. The healer leader asked the commander what his orders were, and he lowered his head and thought. A second later, the man firmly said that first they needed to find a stake of faith. When Arno objected that it was very dangerous and that it would be better to find a way out first, Lucius made it clear with a loud no that there was no point in arguing with the order. After all, this way the remaining members of the squad will have a chance to escape from the dungeon in time. The trio hurried to the exit, before which Rihanna told them that the slaves who stole the stake were behaving strangely, and without even engaging in battle with Matthias, they attacked him, for some unknown reason. Is it possible that they are part of warring cult factions? In that case, the Son of God and the internal political opponent Matthias had to destroy each other, and that explained their actions. Lucius reasoned that if he died, then all the money invested in the raid would be wasted. The temple would have to put the dungeon up for auction so as not to lose the property, because a whole decade of preparations and raids had failed. There was no more use for it. It turns out that two slaves from the devil cult were interested in this place from the very beginning. They need the tomb itself, in which the dragon's heart is kept. The cult will buy the rights to the ruins, and those two will enter a new raid, then return to these corridors with a stake of faith. The guys should have something that will help them find their way home. The commander's plan was to find the slaves and figure out how to get out of the dungeon before they left the tomb. A tornado, created by the skeleton knight, met the squad at the exit. The guard attacked even more furiously than before, angered by the flood of people who disturbed the peace of the tomb. Lucius, holding a shield in front of him, barely had time to defend himself and the other priests. They helped, but their attacks could not cause much damage to the skeleton. Arno and Rihanna could not believe that the Guardian had not yet been overthrown, because the door to the last room, which contains the stake of faith, only opens after the warrior is killed. The skeleton opened its mouth wide, rattling its bones and iron armor, letting out a long, terrifying wheeze. Like an enraged bull, he sent waves of deadly mana at the Son of God. The blonde struggled to contain the alien magic, his sacred lightning weakly penetrating the raging streams. Noticing the change in the enemy's impending advance, Arno shouted desperately, warning his commander. A powerful wave of mana nearly knocked the priests off their feet, knocking all the air out of their chests. Lucius lay on the floor, clutching his spear to his chest, struggling against the skeleton's weapon that was bearing down on him from above. He couldn't use the glimmer of honor more than once a week. The man had already used it up in the fight with Matthias 3 days ago, and he still had 4 more to wait. Was this the end? But what about the always kindly smiling wife and tiny son? Is it really destined that we will never see them again? Just when it seemed like it was all over, Giornetti noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and turned his head. The same fair-haired runaway slave opened the door of the tomb wide. Lucius blinked several times, unable to believe his eyes. Half-naked Jeffer came out of the last room. He was surprised by the presence of the Son of God, promising to help him. The guy touched his throat and cleared his throat, suddenly realizing that everything he had said had not been voiced, then mentally drew Georgius's attention to himself. Jeffir extended his hand, calling on the guard to lower his head, and magical runes immediately floated out around him, forming a circle. The warrior's voice was lost due to the skill Dragon's Tongue, a dragon-exclusive skill that inflicts silence, but its use is limited due to Dragon's Heart. A second later, just as a result of one movement of Jafir's finger, the skeleton was indeed pinned to the ground by the same runes, screaming deafeningly. Lucius jumped to his feet, completely confused about what had just happened. He took a few steps back, realizing that this monster, like an obedient dog, was following the orders of a slave. Georgius lay writhing on the floor, his bony limbs bound magically behind his back. Even in this position, he towered over Jafir, who stood at his head as he counted off the seconds with interest. 4, 5. The guard slowly rose to his knees, still twitching, his hands trying to tear apart the magic runes. 8, 9… Georgius had almost managed to free himself from the binding shackles. The symbols were gradually dissipating. At the 10th second, he howled loudly, spreading his arms out to the sides, standing firmly on his feet. Jafir calmly watched the guard, placing one hand on his hip. The fact is that the duration of the dragon language is 10 seconds. It is not surprising that immediately after the completion of the ritual, it is not possible to use the dragon's power to the fullest extent. In order to protect himself from the heart that could kill the warrior due to the difference between their magical powers, he will only use 1/100th of his power. Jafir waved his hand, and mana snaked around his chest. Although the power of the heart was limited, it was still the power of a dragon. Georgius, purple lights glowing in his eye sockets, slowly reached for his sword. There was a loud bang as the handle was firmly clamped in his hands. The guardian's sword was called Graham and was especially powerful in combat against fire-breathing asps. Specifically created to kill the strongest of them, you couldn't imagine a worse alliance. The walls shook as black and purple mana rained down on the knight's enemy in dirty blobs along with Graham. However, in the dance of these flowers, a bright golden flash appeared, which Georgius stumbled upon. Jafir knew he would have to use something else instead of dragon power. A sword of light appeared in the warrior's hands, a holy weapon, the restriction on the use of which was partially lifted. The first task from the goddess was to save her son. It was she who blessed this sword. The hunter accepted this task and vowed to fulfill the order of the goddess of light. He raised the sword high above his head, and the deadly blade merged with the incredible flow of magic emanating from the weapon. Georgius fell silent and froze in place, watching the obstacle that had appeared. Jafir frowned and smirked, mocking the guard again, calling for the dragon slayer to come closer. High in the ceiling, a divine light lit up, freezing there like a golden star. The skeletal figure drowned in this scorching force. The bones instantly flared up, burning to ashes right in motion. Jafir held the sword of light tightly with both hands, not moving it to the side. Lucius, speechless, had no doubt that this was the weapon that, according to legend, could only be raised by a chosen priest. Wasn't that slave a supporter of the cult? Even if a person was not a priest, he could use all his powers while still being a member of the devil's cult. But why did Giornetti sense the energy of the goddess of light from Jafir, who had just used the silver key skill to hide the sword? Moreover, there was an unusual feeling in the air, which the blonde had experienced as a child. It was then that the boy first encountered the golden dragon in the royal palace. The creature emanated unbearable pressure and force that knocked him off his feet. Giornetti's knees trembled and he fell to the ground, barely managing to support himself with his hand. Jafir, hearing the rumble of armor, turned around in surprise. The entire temple trinity bowed before him on one knee, like knights before their master. Lucius, with his head bowed low, greeted my lord. The battle inside the hunter's consciousness with the once powerful Kairos lasted for 3 whole days. When the dragon collapsed, stretching out its entire body, it acknowledged the warrior's strength. But that did not mean that the creature would submit to an ordinary man. Dissolving into space, Kairos hissed that he would continue to watch Jafir. Finally, the guy was thrown into reality, and he slowly came to his senses, opening his eyes. Sitting up on the floor, dizzy and abrupt, Jafir first saw Ned lying unconscious. Next to him, Eurydica crumbled into ashes, her ashes covered with white clothes. Jafir bowed to the princess, pressing his fist to his chest. He warmly thanked the girl, promising that she would not regret her choice. Among the remains of Eurydica, the guy found 2 things that, although they fit in the palm of his hand, possessed incredible power. The first thing was a red magic stone, clad in silver interweaving, a grimoire created by crystallizing the main streams of magic, allowing one to master skills through meditation. It contains the ancient magical power of the Medea kingdom, which was owned by Eurydica, and to learn the abilities, one must master the ancient magic of Medea of the 2nd level. The second thing was the master key of Eurydica, a blue stone with the same weave as the grimoire. This key allowed the use of all the functions of the Eurydica tomb, and was now in the possession of Jafir. Currently, the power of the dragon heart is only 1/100th. But when it evenly fills the hunter's body, the safe threshold for its use will also increase. Jafir, having learned this information, which the princess left as a message in stone, remembered Eurydica with gratitude. But there was a nuance. If the power of the heart increased and exceeded the threshold of 1/10, 1/4, or 1/3 of its maximum, a physical reconstruction of the body would be required. Eurydice bequeathed to the warrior to find someone who could master the necessary knowledge and replace the princess. This person must be given the magic stone. Jafir thought about Altair. This child could help. The gods knew about his past life. Only a few of them were benevolent. But the guy could not fully trust them. Altair was supposedly in danger. The girl must be found immediately, but the hunter has unfinished business. Lucius, calling Jeffer my lord, asked him and Ned to show their shoulders. When they approached, Giornetti immediately ran his palm and with a flash of light removed the slave seals. Now both warriors were free from the enslaving tattoos they hated. The seals disappeared from the shoulders in golden flashes, dissolving into the air. While Ned was silently dressing, Jeffrey asked with a smile if Lucius would sort out his debts. He, laughing, assured that he would do it in gratitude for saving his life. Besides, he himself now did not know how to pay his debt. Giornetti expressed admiration for the work done by the guys who had been secretly in the rear of the cult for so many years in order to destroy its plans, to the shame of the commander. Even in the Temple of Light there were no such rabid opponents of heresy. A sharp, painful flash of pain pierced his head with the memory of his former best friend, who turned into a demon at the end of his life. Since eliminating the enemies of the goddess, namely the followers of the devil cult, is one of the top priorities for the Son of God, the commander was ready to provide the soldiers with any assistance. Ned eyed the blonde suspiciously, unsure if he was trying to join forces with the Dragonheart owner just to keep him from being replaced by a rival faction in the Temple of Light. Strayer knew that St. Lucius, a tool created by the temple at the expense of people like Ned himself, was someone to be despised. But still, putting feelings on the back burner, the man understood that he needed to use what he had. The strength, status, money, and connections of a son of God were priceless. The devil's followers have infiltrated the temple. Reaching the very leadership, it is better to maintain good relations with Giornetti, because that is what Ned did with Jeffer. The blonde interrupted, saying that it would be better to return to the temple to change the scenery. Arno realized that his commander, moreover, was eager to meet his wife. But Jafir did not support the zeal of the Son of God, honestly admitting that nothing was over yet, and the real battle awaited the team ahead. By this point, the Temple of Light was likely already a crowded nest of cult followers. The warrior could tell from the battle groups that Cardinal Alden had brought. Lucius's insides turned cold when he heard about this. And what's more, the Cardinal brought along a pair of knights who were among the top 10 strongest people on the continent. Jafir warned that he could not use the dragon's powers to the fullest extent due to serious limitations. Thorough preparation was needed, because knowing Alden, it would be difficult to get off with one battle. The guy raised his palm, over which the activated master key of Eurydice levitated. A chill immediately blew from the stone, and green magical lightning appeared in the air, which activated the moving beams that changed the layout of the building. They began to move and replace each other with incredible speed. Some of the fastenings flew dangerously close to the people, forming new outlines of what was enclosed in the stone. Soon, the company saw golden doors leading to a secret room, the treasury of Princess Eurydice. Jafir waved his hand, inviting those present there to replenish their stock of artifacts. The guy looked with anticipation at the patterns decorating the entrance. He wondered what was inside the treasury, which no one had entered for 1,000 years. Burning with curiosity, Jafir opened the door with both hands, almost blinded by the light pouring from inside. Ned and Lucius behind him gaped in shock as they looked into the room. There was an incredible amount of translucent crystals floating in the air, casting playful reflections everywhere. Even the floor was not visible, as it was completely covered with boxes filled to the brim with precious coins. Gold also covered the entire surface of the treasury. Arno let out a long sigh of admiration, but when he looked up, he was even more amazed. Some objects were clearly visible inside the translucent crystals. At first glance, it was clear that there were dozens of serious artifacts there. Jafir picked up the blue keystone and held it up to one of the crystals. A stream of magical energy somehow melted the glass shell. The guy deftly caught the artifact that flew out from there. This is the only way to get objects. While Rihanna happily asked their savior to continue opening the crystals, Lucius thought distantly that his people had done nothing to defeat the main monster. It was Jeffer who was the owner of all the trophies. The man shook his head, laughing and ashamed of his own arrogant thoughts about the importance of his team. Jeffir asked if anyone present had appraisal. Arno and Rihanna immediately spoke up. Appraisal is an ability of the clergy that recognizes the characteristics of an object. The higher the mastery of this skill, the more information can be obtained. Both priests spread a cloth on the floor and bent low over the objects laid out on it with special instruments for work. Even Rihanna instantly became serious. carefully examining the artifacts. Because the ancient state of Medea had serious knowledge of magic, the quality of their magical items was much superior to the current one. Ned was just looking at the golden cup. He knew that you could put a price on the artifacts, but since no one was selling them, money didn't matter. The Median relics were priceless. One translucent crystal in particular caught Jafir's attention. He couldn't believe that the small, elegant bottle with a purple eye painted on it was also in the treasury. The guy grinned. The find incredibly lifted his spirits. Meanwhile, the company kept finding new items. An obsidian bracelet was adorning Rihanna's wrist. A precious soul was slowly floating into her hand. Arno was happily examining a tin shield and the stone ability he had found. Lucius carefully cherished the mirror chainmail in his hands, from which one could feel the powerful magic. Ned found for himself from the attire a raven robe and a twilight tunic. The bracelets of the mist sat comfortably on both hands, and the man chose the mirage sword as a weapon. The unusual blade of Yorgius's sword Graham flew into the air, which Jafir took as a trophy. The guy threw the Graham over his shoulder. He was dressed in the plate coat and plate boots of the Dragon Slayer found in the treasury, not forgetting to put on gloves. Having collected the trophies in bags, the company settled down on the lids of the chest to discuss further strategy and continue the conversation about the battle against the Cardinal. Lucius admitted that there is no way to recognize the followers of the devil in the temple. They are detected only by using the cult's abilities and conducting interrogations. But if the suspect denies everything, then nothing will work. Ned, who had been silent until then, spoke up, saying that there were other ways to find it. If you kill a follower of the devil, an insect will crawl out of his body. Giornetti sighed heavily and added that no matter what method they were going to use, the problem was Alden's kinship and his position. Alden Rusker's family has considerable influence. After his father, he led the Fourth Rectory, and after his appointment as cardinal, he took on the duties of the Central Rectory as well. The worst part is that the Giornetti family has a pretty good relationship with him. Bishop Alphonse Giornetti, head of the Third Parish of the Temple of Light, received great help from the cardinal just before the raid. Security detachments. Because Alden maintains neutrality between the temple factions, he has no enemies. When Lucius said that it was impossible to kill such a person without reason, Ned immediately thought that it was possible to falsify the material evidence after the massacre. Although the blonde said otherwise, he probably does not trust him and asked to present evidence. The corner of Jafir's lips twitched. He crossed his arms over his chest and said mysteriously that, of course, they had evidence. He took the bottle he had found in the crystal out of his pocket and shook it in front of Lucius. Then, he pulled it towards himself again, allowing everyone to examine the little thing. What is it then? In the opinion of the Son of God. In one of the rooms of the Temple of Light, a commanding male voice was heard, ordering the man opposite to look to the right. The exhausted Alphonse Giornetti shuddered convulsively. His sick eyes obediently looked first to the right, then to the left. When Alden ordered him to look straight ahead, Alphonse immediately obeyed and heard praise. The man's devastated look proved that he had become a vessel for the parasite. The bishop, smiling weakly, muttered that he felt great. The cardinal, smiling triumphantly, extended his hand to Alphonse, remarking that it would have been much better if he had listened to him immediately. Behind him, a silent night loomed over Lucius's pale wife, who held the baby tightly to her chest. The woman covered her son with a trembling hand, clenching her teeth. The poor fellow could not understand what had come over Cardinal Alden. Rasker, folding his hands behind his back, turned to her with an unctuous smile. He had said that he had prepared something interesting. It was about the brand insects that are found in the stomachs of the devil's followers. They allow the use of demonic power. Looming over Claudia like a menacing shadow, the man continued to talk about how if the power was used to its full potential, the insect would grow quickly. When growth stops completely, unusual abilities appear. After these words, Alden suddenly put 2 fingers in his mouth, intending to get something out of there. A thin thread of saliva flowed from his mouth, and the cardinal pulled out a wriggling larva straight from himself, revealing the special ability of the insect inside him. A hive. When the beetle evolves into a queen and produces offspring, an insect eaten from such a brood allows one to take control of a person, which is what was happening to the bishop now. He, still smiling, leaned over Claudia, who was frozen in horror, asking if she understood why this was being discussed. Looking the woman straight in the eye, Rusker ordered her husband, Sir Lucius, to be convinced. Trying to protect the baby, Claudia swallowed hard and tried to make her voice firm, asking again what she needed to convince her husband of. The next moment, the awakened child began to whine and sob loudly on his mother's chest. Alden clicked his tongue and approached the baby with a smile, beginning to calm him down. Hearing the baby's name, the man grinned carnivorously, loudly asking if he liked bugs. Claudia trembled, clutching her son's blanket until her fingers went numb. Marius screamed as a strange hand reached into the small, wide-open mouth, clutching a disgusting insect in its fingers, destined for the baby to swallow. Salty tears watered the tail of the larva, which was already crawling along the child's cheek. Claudia screamed and grabbed the cardinal's sleeve with her free hand, knocking the brand insect out of his hand. With this movement, the woman slightly exposed Alden's arm. Under the sleeve of the priest's clothes was putrid flesh. Instead of skin, just below the wrist, dozens of larvae wriggled. The unfortunate woman's face seemed to instantly turn green from what she saw, and her lips began to tremble with fear and disgust. All the feigned politeness instantly disappeared from Rasker's face. He looked like the devil himself, swearing foully. He sharply pulled his sleeve, covering the insects. Claudia was only saved by the fact that Alden's attention was distracted by one of the henchmen who entered the room to say that they were in trouble. The man screamed in anger when he heard Lucius outside. He jumped up and ran to the window, throwing it open. It couldn't be. Why so quickly? Because now the raid was in full swing. The veins on Alden's face bulged at the sight of the carnage at the very foot of the temple. 3 priests, led by Lucius, mercilessly destroyed his best knights, getting closer and closer to the entrance. Previously unseen artifacts, chains of light and divine magic were used. The Son of God, hearing the creaking of the window, raised his head and angrily greeted Cardinal Alden. He shouted that Lucius had gone mad, killing the priests of his own parish. The blonde remained silent, not answering the questions that Rasker continued to ask him. The bottle that Jeffer showed him contained a potion called Eye of Truth, 1 drop of which was enough to see the insects inside the devil's followers. Now Giornetti could clearly see the bloody silhouette of Aldine, in which was a huge creature, larger than all those the man had managed to see. The priests were no better off. Larvae were wriggling inside them, demanding more and more food from their owners. Lucius chuckled bitterly. It turns out he hadn't been so perceptive all this time. He understood that every second of delay would cost the lives of his family and friends, all those who had not yet fallen under the influence of the followers. The blonde pointed his spear at the cardinal, loudly exclaiming that he was arresting him on suspicion of involvement in cult affairs. To deceive the Temple of Light is a grave sin, and the traitor will have to atone for it. Alden's eyes lit up with a devilish green light and the man chuckled, calling Lucius an insolent son of a bitch. He did not lower his spear, and once again loudly repeated his sentence in relation to the priest. The leader predicted that Giornetti would return alive. But it happened too quickly. The squad could not clear the tomb so quickly. It turns out that Matthias lost. It seems that he was exposed before the final battle. The man grimaced, deciding that Gramer, the worthless scum, had given him away. But there was nothing that could be done. And besides, it didn't matter now. Lucius was trapped, having crossed the threshold of the Temple of Light. Bustling footsteps were heard, and a male voice loudly scolded the blonde for his behavior. Bishop Alphonsus went down to his nephew, who dared to accuse the cardinal of diabolical heresy. Arno, Riona, and Lucius turned around at the sound of the scream, their faces clearly showing extreme disappointment. Giornetti saw that there was also an insect in his uncle's body, but not a centipede, which meant that this was the same ability that Jeffer had spoken of, Alphonse under Alden's control. The man continued to say that even though Lucius was God's stepson, there were things that could be accepted and things that could not be accepted. The nephew interrupted him, saying that there was evidence, and threw a stack of letters at his uncle's feet. The cardinal growled in anger, losing all words. He recognized numerous envelopes with the familiar blue seal on each one. Earlier, the priests, Ned and Jeffer, while escaping from the treasury, agreed to keep the Eye of Truth a secret, because if people found out about the existence of the potion, Giornetti could be killed. While the leader of the rear detachment was admiringly looking at the moving platforms, Jafir suggested getting other, no less weighty evidence. It turned out that the tomb of Eurydica is a large labyrinth, covering a huge underground territory. The labyrinths are laid to the very bottom of the main temple of the third parish. The company found the exact spot, dug a hole, and helped each other get out. Before them appeared the shelter that Matthias had used, where the devil's followers had gathered. Jeffer led the others inside and found a box containing letters, evidence. Lucius held a letter in his hand, showing it to Alden, one of those exchanged between the cardinal and Matthias. It described the plan to steal the dragon's heart and praised the devil. Rasker was shaking with anger and indignation, and streams of sweat were running down his face. The letter was instructed to be burned after reading, but it seems Matthias decided to save them in case Alden betrayed him. There was no trust between them. The cardinal, clutching his head, burst out laughing, exclaiming that the meticulous Lucius had exposed him, and Matthias, feeling indebted, had told everything. The man put his hand on the windowsill, finished laughing, and confirmed everything that had been said. Behind him, the devil's magic burned with green fire. It was Alden who was one of the leaders of the cult. He occupied the 11th place in the hierarchy of the devil's followers. Giornetti glared at the man standing by the window with a poisonous look full of hatred. Rasker paused for a moment after adding that no one could lay a finger on him anyway. The next moment he was already pressing Claudia to himself with one hand, and with the other he was holding a dagger at the woman's throat. Lucius turned pale and leaned forward, screaming his wife's name at the top of his lungs. She, with tears in her eyes, almost ran into the sharp blade, calling him for help. Alden pulled the woman toward him sharply, smiling as he said that he would calmly stab her through the throat before Giornetti could blink. The man shook the insect princess in the air, which he had prepared especially for Lucius, because it was a powerful brainwasher. Whoever eats the offspring of this insect becomes Alden's faithful servant. Rasker moved the blade slowly across Claudia's throat, asking her husband who he should feed the princess to. His beloved, or the child that was now being held in the arms of one of the paired knights. Or maybe the insect will be eaten by the Son of God himself? Having given the blonde the right to choose, Alden began to count off the seconds. 3, 2, 1. Lucius screamed desperately that he would eat the insect himself, just so that they would leave his wife and son alone. The bastard fell silent and grinned widely in response. He immediately put his hand with the beetle to the struggling Claudia's mouth, saying that he would feed it to the woman. She clenched her teeth tightly, moaning muffledly. Giornetti almost lost consciousness from horror, realizing that he would not have time to cover the distance to save his beloved. A surprised expression appeared on Alden's face as the tip of the magical blade burst out of his chest, spraying blood onto Claudia's face. Ned, appearing out of nowhere, passed the knight and plunged Mirage's sword into the cardinal's back. Rasker slowly moved his eyes, unable to even turn around. A sharp pain pierced his entire being. The paired knights could only stare at the leader stupidly, and he didn't feel anything. And besides, the entire floor was being checked with detection magic. Strayer was helped in his deed by the bracelet of fog from the treasury of Eurydica. It possessed the magic of stealth. When wearing a pair, only the corresponding charms of the legendary level could detect a person. Without saying a word, the man suddenly pulled the blade out of his follower's back. But then he plunged it back into the same bleeding hole, the magical dagger ringing with bloodlust. The next moment, Ned tensed his hand, squeezing the handle, and moved the sword to the right, cutting through half of Alden's body and arm along with the larvae. He leaned forward, grabbing air with his healthy limb. Claudia, freed from the villain's clutches, flinched when she felt a stranger's hand touch her shoulder. Luckily, it was Ned who gently put his arm around the woman, telling her to hold on tight. One of the paired knights, cursing, rushed towards Strayer with his sword at the ready. The cardinal's henchman lowered his weapon straight at his opponent, not paying attention to the fact that he was defending Lucius's wife. But it seemed that Ned didn't care about anything. Even with one free hand, he deftly repelled the attack. Lightning flashed between the men every now and then. Although the blow was parried, the warrior felt the grinding of his own teeth. The elder of the twins was an iron knight, and one could feel his full power as soon as he attacked. The slender, long-haired man in golden armor was one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. A bright flash suddenly appeared in the air, blinding everyone present. Rasker still stood at the window as cut insects fell from his huge wound onto the floor. Below the walls of the temple, Lucius pointed his spear at the man, and an avalanche of sacred fire rushed upward along with thin snakes of lightning. Sensing danger, one of the loyal pair of knights screamed desperately, calling Lord Alden by name, immediately forgetting about Ned. As the divine light from Giornetti's spear poured through the temple window, destroying the wall of the building, the knight ran forward, covering the cardinal with his body and repelling the fiery attack with his sword. A new stream of light knocked the twin off his feet, throwing Rasker aside. Strayer, holding Claudia tightly to himself, jumped up and ran to the window, meeting a knight in silver armor on his way. The warrior's dangerous and angry gaze literally screamed that he would not have time for this twin. So the knight's chin, with losses for himself, collided with Ned's strong fist. Claudia, with tears in her eyes, snatched the bundle with her son from his hands and, supported by her savior, ran on. Alden, who had sunk to the floor, watched as Strayer suddenly flew out the window with a woman in his arms, a magical trail stretching behind him, and his cloak fluttering in the wind like the wings of a bird. The maggots in his belly moved quickly. The dead ones fell. The living ones took their place, creating whole flesh for their owner. The man thought the disciple of the man from the east was dead, or long forgotten. So why did he appear now if Lucius had fought against the cult brothers before entering the main monster's room? The pulsating thought that the man from the east had deceived the cardinal writhed in his brain just like the maggots in his body. Did he really want to corner Rasker by pretending to help? Throwing to the knight in golden armor, Castor, on the move that he was leaving the matter to him, Alden decided that the right decision now was to escape. Because he had lost the hostages, it would become dangerous if the Holy Sun decided to use the glimmer of honor. Castor, whose face was almost completely covered by the visor, grinned and replied that he could be trusted. His brother supported the cardinal by the shoulder, helping him leave the dilapidated room. Lucius looked up tensely, waiting for his opponents to make their next move. Castor approached him, jumping easily from the window, confidently, his long hair falling in a dark wave onto his shoulders. Giornetti mockingly egged the knight on, asking where his brother was, since they were rumored to be a couple in love who were always seen together. But Castor was not at all affected by this. Accustomed to such rumors, he reached for his sword, answering that one brother would be enough for the blonde. The 20th in the hierarchy of the Devil's followers, the eldest son of the county of Hugo, Castor Hugo promised that he would teach the Son of God a lesson. He stretched out his weapon in front of him, all illuminated by magical streams of energy. The first son of light, Lucius Giornetti, representing the third parish of the Temple of Light, accepted the challenge of the enemy and called on him to attack first. A little advice: according to the Temple of Light's doctrine of priestly marriage, priests and priestesses are required to live chastely and not marry. However, many are married without the permission of the temple. The issue of status and inheritance is resolved with the help of brothers and sisters to whom children are sent to be raised. The gates on the way to the temple were guarded by knights. They did not let parishioners in, citing the training of warriors. People were indignant. Some came from afar to cure the disease. The smoke and explosions on the temple grounds were noticeable from afar, and the sound spread throughout the area. Even a group of miners emerged from the mine, distracted by the unusual sight. The men peered tensely into the distance, talking to each other. Anna Primrose looked up with a frown, suspicious that something was wrong. This was hardly a normal training session. She remembered saying goodbye to Jafir, her favorite customer, inviting him to drop by after the raid to give her change. Then the hunter suggested that she issue loans in the mine because soon someone would come who would carry out transactions on the black market. It would become dangerous, and White Rose should not show up in the main building. The nun already had a bad feeling and was trying to stay out of the slave zone. Did the client really know this would happen? Against the backdrop of the sunset sky, the smoke from the temple looked ominous. It darkened and thickened with every second. What was happening there? The priests, under the insect's control, behaved like the living dead. Arno and Riona were left alone against a whole crowd of maddened priests, rushing at them like a pack of dogs. Arno held out one of the relics of the Eurydica treasury in front of him, the Shield of Petrification, which cast a curse of petrification on the enemy. Riona defended herself with Slow and Dispel. The first skill of the Stone Soul slowed the target. The second reduced all the abilities of the target. The girl tied several priests together with a chain of light, and also used an obsidian bracelet, which increased the recharge time of abilities by 50%. The healer understood that now his fellow priests were enemies who had been brainwashed by the larvae. If the commander killed them, the opposing temple faction would tear him to pieces. It is necessary not to kill the priests, but only to neutralize them. Arno decided to limit himself to feinting, a skill that is activated when it hits a target, and can only be used once. He threw small balls so skillfully that Rihanna was distracted for a second, asking the priest about this skill. He replied that he had been a handball player during his studies at the academy. The next moment, the man heard a suspicious crackling sound from somewhere above. Right in front of him and Rihanna, a huge spire landed from the roof of the temple, sharp end down, damaging the floor. Arno covered the frightened girl with his body, remembering that a protection spell had been cast on the temple building. When the priest raised his head, he saw two male silhouettes on the roof of the Temple of Light, who were fighting fiercely with each other. Lucius dodged the enemy's attacks, his spear throwing fiery lightning bolts into the air. Castor, standing on the edge of the roof, tirelessly attacked the priest, wielding a long sword. He was furious, and streams of blood were running down his handsome face. The man did not expect their battle to last so long. If a sword clashes with a spear in a fight, the latter generally has the advantage because the spear's radius allows it to strike before it has the opportunity to get close to the enemy. But, as a master, the knight could release the sword's energy over a long distance, or dodge the spear to close the distance and strike. and now everything that was happening, including Giornetti's skill, came as a surprise to him. Having once let the enemy get close to him, the blonde immediately brought down a powerful blow on him without even raising his hand. The commander was helped in this by the mirror chainmail. It activated Medea's ancient spell, Black Mirror. When receiving a blow, it reflected 50% of the damage received. Castor grinned and praised Lucius's reaction, luring him in by pretending to open up, almost tricking the knight into playing the weakling. He returned the smile, asking if the opponent knew the reason why the twins' names were listed among the continent's strongest. The man, who had been standing still until then, moved forward and suddenly accelerated. He thrust his spear forward, striking the knight with inhuman speed, his blows multiplying, turning into fiery flashes. Castor didn't have time to react, and only dodged to the sides, escaping from the attacks. Finally, Hugo the Elder raised his blade, the end of which collided with the metal tip of the spear of the Son of God. The sword went down, not reaching the alien flesh, since Lucius did not give a chance to reach himself, skillfully wielding the spear. As the twins' weapons seemed about to reach him, Giornetti gracefully arched, throwing his head back. A second of hesitation cost Castor a punch from the priest, but the man managed to avoid this attack again, pushing back with his whole body. While Hugo was trying to get to his feet, Lucius had already approached his face. The blonde said that the Holy Sun, as a sacred being, could not be on the list of people. If it were not for this circumstance, the twins would never have appeared in the top 10. Both found themselves at the very edge of the roof, and Giornetti, using his spear, adding magical power to the blow, pushed his opponent down. The one, having caught a small tower of the temple, fell to the ground like a stone. Castor lay in a pile of rubble, with a hole in his side from a spear, breathing heavily and spitting out blood. When Arno and Rihanna saw the commander jump onto the rock, they ran closer with joyful cries, but the man turned around abruptly and rudely forbade them to walk. The bloodied Lucius received no less damage than the knight. The armor on his stomach was crumpled from someone else's blow. There was probably a huge wound there. The blonde was counterattacked the moment he used judgment, and now counted 7 damages on himself after as many attacks. The larvae in Castor's body were quickly restored, replacing the damaged ones. He muttered under his breath that it seemed like the damage was being reflected to the body. This effect was not from the skill, but from the item. The reflection percentage was 100. The knight's flesh smoked, becoming covered in skin, hiding the disgusting sight. He had planned to hold Lucius until Alden had disappeared, but now he had changed his mind. The visor on his face had shifted to the side from the fall, and the man's mad eyes were blazing with rage. He jumped to his feet and flashed past those present. Lucius did not see, but he felt someone else's movements, filled with incredible rage and thirst for revenge. Hugo's hands were not his now, and thousands of devilish larvae were swarming in his armor. Finding himself right behind the Son of God, the twin raised his sword over his head, shouting that he would now send him to the goddess. But Castor never lowered his blade because he heard Alden's voice in his head, shrilly calling him to him. The outlines of larvae appeared on the knight's cheek because the owner of the royal larva can transmit his voice or information about his location to the owner of the princess larva. Distracted by the leader's voice, Hugo did not immediately hear the clanging of chains. The blow from the spear that flew into his face caused paralysis of the entire body, and the prison of chains immediately began to wrap around Castor. Lucius, with a terrible cry, brought down a divine blow on his enemy. The knight's figure was drowned in fire and lightning, his writhing silhouette barely visible in the flames. Despite this, the twin continued to shout the name of the master, who transmitted his location to him and ordered him to run to him immediately. Without waiting for an answer, Aldine howled, bending low to the ground, covering his mouth with his hand. Somewhere in the forest thicket, Jeffir was slowly approaching him with a smile on his face, carrying a gram on his back. When the smoke from the dying fire cleared, Lucius mockingly asked Castor if he thought something had happened to his master. Behind the commander stood his faithful companions. All 3 of them had come to the temple specifically to tie up the twin. They were going to separate the brothers and the cardinal to finish them off one by one. Thus, Hugo Sr. found himself trapped. He, realizing what a mistake he had made, clenched his teeth in impotent rage, cursing foully. Earlier, the head of the cult, sitting on the throne, listened to Rasker, who came to see him. He wanted the transportation of the dragon's heart to be entrusted to him. The man, kneeling, claimed that with the help of his ability to control consciousness, he would quickly be able to take over the third parish and subjugate even the Holy Sun. After all, the safest method of transportation is the absence of one. Alden will keep the dragon heart in the temple. The leader will only need to appear there for its transplant. The figure on the throne, wearing a mask and steel armor, nodded in approval of the idea. How did it happen that the cardinal was now shamefully escaping from the Temple of Light on the shoulders of one of the twins? He devised a plan that took into account all possible events, the chance of the raid failing, and the possibility that the disciple of the man from the east, Leonardo's son, would learn that he would be destroyed. Alden had set his traps with all this in mind. They couldn't take action so quickly, but there could still be something he hadn't foreseen. This is a betrayal by the man from the east. He lied about planning to get rid of his student due to his uselessness. He wanted to deceive Rasker and kill him. The cardinal hissed, unable to believe that the vile son of a bitch had done this to him. At the appointed place, he was met by a man in a white cloak, urging him to quickly hide in the carriage. Although Lucius learned the truth, the cardinals of the Temple of Light, counting on his vote in the election of the Pope, will protect Alden, even if he himself is the head of the devilish cult. But if the man from the east betrayed the cardinal, then he will not know how many more students he has. And if the man from the east himself or his son Chingon gets involved, it is unknown what will happen next. With the thought of hiding and gathering more fighting forces, the man leaned his hand on the wall of the carriage, preparing to sit down. But his hand was in some kind of liquid, and Alden raised his fingers to his face in surprise to examine the substance. The strange smell and green color did not arouse any suspicion in him at first, but the next moment the cardinal's face lengthened, and lightning danced before his eyes. He fell to the ground and grabbed his hand, screaming terribly. The knight immediately ran to his master. It was poison number 68 from King Fade's collection of deadly poisons. Incredible pain pierced the cardinal's entire body. Even the larvae, sensing something was wrong, began to squirm and crawl out. The person in the white cloak was none other than Jeffir, grinning as he slowly removed the hood from his head. The Dragon Slayer's dark armor shone in the sun as a white cloth flew to the side. A poisonous web spread across Alden's twisted face as he saw the unfamiliar face. Jeffir didn't let him finish speaking, hitting him right in the dirty mouth with his boot. Having roughly shut him up, the boy removed his leg, while the knight still did not take any action, still confused by what was happening. Finally coming to his senses, he ordered to surrender right now to the Silver Knight Pollux, one of the 10 strongest on the continent. But Pollux didn't manage to finish speaking either. A poisonous needle pierced the guy's cheek. He immediately fell to the ground, and Jeffir chuckled irritably, saying that they should have taken a real knight instead of this fake, dying from one poisonous needle. Exhausted by pain, Alden mentally summoned the real Pollux with the help of an insect. To gain time, he began to beg Jeffir for mercy, asking who had sent him, promising to pay a lot of money if only the warrior would not hand over the fugitive. The man still hadn't managed to neutralize the poison. He tried to distract Jeffir with talk of cooperation until help arrived, or until he managed to remove at least some of the poison. The hunter was not stupid and immediately asked if the cardinal was waiting for someone. He held out the Silver Knight's helmet, dripping with blood, and waved it mockingly in front of Rasker's face. The man's face turned even greener with rage. This was the body of the real Pollux. Just 12 hours ago, early in the morning, the most ardent followers of the devil, along with the Silver Knight, met their end deep in the forest. Lucius didn't believe that the Eye of Truth really could spot traitors. He shook his head, convinced that even Cardinal Alden's protector turned out to be a henchman. Ned recalled how the teacher ordered him to hand over the dragon's heart to the brothers waiting at the gathering point, among whom would be the priest of the temple. Immediately after freeing Stryer from the brand, it was necessary to hide. It turns out that the followers were going to subdue the man with the help of a slave mark and kill him, pretending that they had the dragon's heart, and the disguised knight guaranteed the success of this plan. Ned hissed quietly, realizing that he had been tricked. The warrior believed that these bastards would help him get revenge. In his past life, he miraculously managed to escape from the Silver Knight. After wandering with the heart still unabsorbed, his older brother in martial arts stole the heart and threw the exhausted Ned into that cave. And Lucius, taken under control by the larva, committed atrocities and eventually died ingloriously. Claudia, who had lost first her son and then her husband, sobbed inconsolably over his bloody body. She herself was wounded, but she still held the dead man tightly in her arms, begging him to kill her, because there was no reason left to live. Jeffir, remembering all of Alden's atrocities, simply could not help but kill him here and now. The warrior, throwing off blue lightning bolts of rage, raised the gram over the mutilated cardinal and with incredible force driven by revenge, brought it down on the maggot-infested body. There was an explosion that shook the entire forest. When the smoke cleared, Jeffir looked down and saw a small spot there. But something was wrong. The volume was too small. There should have been at least something left. Even if Alden had been struck by lightning, the remains could not have looked like this. Jeffer turned around sharply, defending himself from a sudden sword attack. The blow was so strong that it forced the hunter to slide back several steps on the slippery grass. Although the forest clearing was illuminated by flashes of fire, it was difficult to notice something lying on the ground. It was moving and laughing maliciously in Rasker's voice. The larvae gradually increased in size, and a voice sounded over the clearing saying that it had not taken this form for a long time. He trusted the battle to the twin knights not because of his own weakness, simply because this was the form Alden did not want to show. Right now he appeared before Jafir in a state of demonization, in the form of a huge creature consisting only of larvae. After the lightning strike, part of the cardinal's body was torn off and he returned to his true form, in which state he most likely already deactivated the poison. 5 years have passed since Alden used the Revelation Stone and became a demon. During this time, he acquired the skill of disguise, allowing him to transform into a human as well as demonic power. No one survived who saw him like this. Rasker did not hide his surprise that Jeffer had managed to force him to use metamorphosis. 4 appendages that replaced eyes reached out to the warrior, and a hole in the shape of a smile formed right from the body. The demon hissed that the man had made a mistake. The monster, abruptly changing shape, came down with an attack, destroying the earth around itself. The whole space shook from this. A blast wave of incredible force passed through different parts of the forest. Ned, who had led Lucius's family to safety, looked back sharply. Claudia, clutching Marius to her, cried out in worry. Strayer asked her to hide in the cave and not come out until he gave word. He handed the woman the mist bracelets, telling her that they had a powerful cloaking spell on them, and Claudia was worried about what would happen to Ned without them. The man, having forcibly placed the bracelets into someone else's hand, briefly said that he didn't need them. Claudia was distracted by her son, but when she looked up, she realized that her savior was no longer there. The warrior ran with all his might. He had been waiting for this day for so long. Memories of his father played in his head in bright colors. About his beaming smile when he first showed him their family sword. Ned still felt the gentle touch of his loved one on his hair. How long he had waited to take revenge, just from that 1 second when the twins took his father's life. Alden, who pretended to be a saint and committed atrocities with impunity. Now Strayer will take revenge on the killer who stole the family heirloom. First, he dealt with the Silver Knight. 1 died, 2 more remained. The warrior was determined to send the rest straight to hell. Then Castor and Lucius continued to fight on the roof of the Temple of Light. The knight rained down multiple blows, tirelessly, wanting to push Giornetti to the very edge. It was obvious that he was using the power of an insect. His attacking ability had increased significantly, but the effectiveness of his attacks had decreased, and serious attacks were gradually becoming fewer. Lucius believed that the enemy was nervous after seeing such a strong defense. This was a chance to win. He gave a command to Arno, who was hiding behind one of the columns, and he responded immediately. The priest used Light of the Battlefield, which greatly increased the skills of allies, increasing attack power, defensive ability, mana, and healing by 120%. Giornetti felt the summoned power of the goddess Aria. Even Rihanna felt the effect of the ability as the artifact from Eurydica's treasury began to glow with golden light. The crystal of the precious soul immediately increased in size, which frightened the girl quite a bit. A shooting star was heading towards Castor. Then, the reinforced light chain, rattling its links, approached the knight. For some time he tried to fight off the artifacts, raining down blows of his sword on them. But in the end, the objects trapped him, coming dangerously close. Hugo did not understand why the attacks became so slow. He missed the blows, not noticing the new influx of soul. Suddenly the world around him shook. The twin felt very strange. Everything around him began to move at an incredible speed, and Lucius appeared in front of his face, flying towards him, holding his spear forward. The man realized with shock that he himself had become slower. The enhanced stone spirit skill, Shooting Star, came. Approaching the spirit inevitably gave the negative effects of slowing down and reducing characteristics. Giornetti let out a shrill scream, trying to aim as accurately as possible. Castor, blinded by the divine light, roared helplessly. At this moment, taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, Lucius managed to pierce him with a spear, using his exceptional strength. There was an explosion that was probably visible and audible throughout the area. The warrior's lower part, separated from his body, was burnt and lay nearby. Giornetti breathed heavily, gasping for air, and wondered if it had worked. But suddenly the space darkened and whitish lightning sparkled. There was a flash of light behind Lucius. The man turned around abruptly, not understanding what could have happened. Ryona hung in the air, holding onto the chains, saving herself from falling from a height. Arno decided that the destruction occurred because the sword's energy struck the temple directly, although it could have been something else, because the Golden Knight's fight with the commander caused the attacks to continue to form cracks in the building. Could it be that the Knight's goal was not the commander's head at all? The entire upper part of the Temple of Light split into pieces. The building slowly sank. The priests, still under the influence of the larvae, stood silently below, wrapped in chains. Lucius rushed to the edge of the roof, realizing that parts of the temple could collapse right on people. And his uncle, Bishop Alphonsus, was also among them. The stones from the fallen area moved and flashes were heard. Castor managed to attach his body back, but a third of the larvae burned, and because of this, the knight's combat power dropped. We must quickly ask Mr. Alden to restore the insects. The healers and damage-reflecting armor took longer to fight. Did they really think that would hold Hugo back? Once upon a time, the twins' elder sister took upon herself the right to inherit the count's title, and they had to serve the priest. Alden, looking at the warriors bowing before him, said that this was not their fault. This happened not because the twins lacked something, but because the world is unfair. Rasker extended his hand to the knight, promising that together they would make the world, where false gods were worshipped, such that it belonged to one true God. They would become truly righteous people of the new world. That was why Castor was now running through the forest with all his might. He covered enormous distances as best he could in his weakened state. Mr. Alden has given the twins' lives new meaning, and they won't let anyone touch this man. If only the cardinal would wait, his golden knight would rush to the rescue in an instant. He was prevented from making another jump by a sudden attack from right under the ground. Something burst out from below, hitting Castor right in the face. He didn't immediately realize that he had started to fall, and a stream of blood was pouring out of his cut body. It was caught by the Mirage sword in Ned's hands. This weapon formed a magical blade. The length of the blade and its shape depended on the user. The warrior gripped the dagger's handle tightly, and not a single muscle moved on his face. The long blade in his hands had shrunk, and the defeated enemy lay on the ground behind him. Maggots crawled out of Castor's face onto the grass when he saw the disciple of the man from the east. And why was he the only one constantly meddling in other people's business? Ned said quietly that, after 12 years since their last meeting, the knight would still recognize his face. Have the twins forgotten that they killed his father, Leonard Strayer? Castor, slowly rising on his elbows, spat out contemptuously that he did not remember such a thing, because he had slaughtered several hundred people and was not obliged to remember everyone by name. These words made veins appear on Ned's face, and it seemed as if he would kill the knight with just one look. Hugo threw off the parts of his armor that were in the way, saying that he was too lazy to fight. Standing in front of Strayer, he suggested that he get out for a chance to go home with his limbs intact. However, the man appreciated the powerful and sudden attack. The skill of stealth allowed this impudent fellow to pinpoint Castor's location. Even if he could deceive the ability to recognize mana flows, he should not underestimate the warrior. But since they decided to separate the twins and attack suddenly, it means Ned is not sure that he can win in an open duel. Castor, from whom magical flame emanated, gave Strayer 10 seconds. He calmly replied that he didn't seem to arouse the warrior's interest, and took some kind of bundle out of the bushes. He slowly untied the cloth so Castor could see what was inside. The knight's face stretched out in shock the next moment. This bastard had a silver sword, his twin brother's sword. Ned immediately grabbed the handle and raised the weapon above himself. The twin knight's symbols, received from Alden, paired with the golden knight's sun sword, and the silver knight's favored weapon, the moon sword. Strayer mockingly offered to defeat him to find out the dying words of Castor's younger brother. Oh, how pleasant it was to see the knight's face, distorted with anger, who promised to kill the warrior right now. Jeffer fought fiercely against the cardinal's demonic form. Alden, in his seemingly clumsy form, skillfully dodged. Jafir was surprised that he could still move quickly. The knights of the temple would have fallen long ago from such attacks. The monster wheezed, the larvae that made up it stretching out, turning into fists. He used mimicry, a skill that allows him to change the shape of his body using larvae located inside the body. Dozens of fists rained down on Jefir, knocking him to the ground. But the warrior did not allow himself to be offended, and chopped off the limbs with a sword, behind which a blue trace of magic stretched. Catching the moment when Alden hesitated, Jeffer raised the gram over him. The huge weapon, having outweighed its owner, fell on the monster's carcass, flattening the limb. If you concentrate mana, You can not only change the image, but also recreate the sharpening of the metal and the hard armor of the monster, which is what Jeffer did. The digestive juice of the larvae gushed out from the severed appendages like devilish fire. The guy jumped to the side to avoid being hit by that disgusting wave of the cardinal's internal fluid. He landed on the ground, right at Alden's feet, and swung his sword sharply. The monster didn't immediately realize that the blade had passed straight through his legs, cutting them in half. Jeffir's magic shone at full power, and he used the sword technique Royal Tiara Flow. Rasker was cut into tiny pieces in a matter of seconds. With one last swing of the gram, the warrior jumped to the side. Behind him, parts of Alden's chopped-up body fell to the ground. Jeffir abruptly covered his face with his hands as a fog of gastric juice began to settle in the air. However, the cut-up larvae had no intention of dying. By mimicry, they turned into a variety of different weapons aimed directly at the warrior. Jeffir found himself surrounded by a variety of swords and rapiers, but he was only confused for a second. Gathering his courage, the boy once again used the flow of the royal tiara. After a few moments, Rasker's body began to grow together. He laughed, saying that he was called Immortal Alden. No matter how much people tried to destroy the cardinal, he was reborn again. Pointing his finger at Jeffir, the monster concluded that he had limits to his stamina and mana, and the outcome of this battle was predetermined. Several larval appendages formed a hand and grabbed the guy by the collar. Rasker whispered in his true demonic voice that he appreciated Jeffir's strength and fighting skills, and he earned his respect. As soon as he, moving the maggots on his head, promised that he would feed Jeffir a maggot and make him his slave, he swung sharply and hit him right in the side. The guy was thrown far back. The human body hit the rock with force, raising a pile of dust. The monster stood waiting. Traces of blood remaining on the larvae formed into a fist. The hunter was breathing heavily, having found himself literally embedded in solid stone by a powerful blow. Rasker ran up and soared upward, illuminated by his green mana. Using mimicry, he extended his arms and struck them on both sides of the rock where Jeffir was sitting, sending pieces of destroyed rock flying around. This blow even caused destruction in the form of large cracks on the ground. Alden raised one limb up in the form of an iron saber, its entire length encircled by magical devilish lights. He continued to use his advantage, damaging the battlefield every now and then, probably with the aim of showing his superiority. The huge appendages slowly writhed in time with the cardinal's excited breathing. In a past life, the head of the cult seduced young Alden with wealth, fame, and unshakable status. If only the boy would absorb the brand insect, as his father had done. The priest from the Marquis Rasker family would live in the enjoyment of all this. The chief warned that there is no insect that would give unlimited power. Everything depends on how it is used. He advised Alden to try to grow a larva. From the first day, the priest used the insect's power to grow. And with this power, he killed people, again and again. And when the beetle's growth was complete, the man became a demonic creature with the help of the Revelation Stone. Rasker returned to the present again, carried away by memories. He certainly didn't expect Jeffir to have a bored expression on his face, fingering his weapon-shaped appendage and mockingly asking if that was the 1% of power. Alden trembled slightly, not understanding how the guy remained unharmed after such an attack. The hunter continued speaking, assuring that he would have finished off Alden and the twin knights at once, but decided to reward Ned, whom he allowed to take revenge on the brothers personally. Jeffir's fingers, glowing with mana, gently outlined the edges of the chute. Demonic creatures are a rarity these days. A flash of incredibly bright light lit up the clearing, and dangerous black threads were woven into its colors. Jeffir's eyes darkened. Looking straight at Rasker, he said that he had just received the power of the dragon's heart, but there was nowhere else to try it, except here. He used the skill Dragonization. Once a day, the power of the dragon heart would be temporarily increased. The duration was 1 minute, and it would increase the strength by 9%. Jeffir's face grew charming scales, and he kept his dark eyes on Rasker, anticipating the fight with the immortal demon. The huge larvae on the cardinal's head writhed and trembled. He continued to convince himself that this was impossible. The guy was not a holy son, and not a disciple of a man from the East, an ordinary rogue. A clawed paw, several times larger than Rasker himself, reached out towards him. Jeffir's booming voice announced that he would try several techniques on the monster, such as powerful pressure. Rasker pushed off and flapped his wings, deciding to shamefully flee from the upcoming battle. Now he could only groan and dream of mercy, because he was most afraid of dying and ending his existence by losing. The cardinal's mouth opened in another plea, when suddenly he felt himself falling. Magic of incredible power, such as he had never experienced in his entire life, trapped the man in its embrace, tearing his entire body into several pieces. Jeffer remained far below, but the dragon's power helped him easily reach the enemy even at such a distance. Pieces of Rasker's demonic body, leaking black liquid, landed on the ground in front of the boy with a squelching sound. The heart changed Jeffer. Dragon eyes, scales all over his body, and a powerful dragon paw did not promise anything good to his enemies, and the monster did not even dare to dream of an easy death. Meanwhile, Ned continued his bloody battle with the Golden Knight. Pollux's moon sword clanged into the cold ground as Castor knocked it out of his opponent's hands. Ned found himself trapped by the Golden Knight, who held a sharp blade to his throat, muttering that the battle had dragged on too long. Hugo loomed over Strayer, his face twisted with anger, trying to plunge the blade into his throat, but the stubborn warrior grabbed the steel with his palms tightly. His hands were shaking, and blood from deep wounds in his palms stained the sword. Back in the treasury, while discussing strategy, Jeffer told how to deal with the twins. Success depended on how much damage the priest would inflict on the Golden Knight. The hunter added that Ned's role in this matter was no less important. 25 years ago, the boys' parents were told about their unusual body structure, in which energy resonates with each other. If one uses magic, the energy of the other is stimulated, and together the children are amazingly synchronized. The owner of the magic tower, Archmage Henrik, told Count Hugo that the twins' innate mana reserves would allow them, with proper training, to become powerful warriors who complement each other. But if they are left, the children will live in their own world. The father must try hard. Thanks to Count Hugo, Castor and Pollux became powerful knights. But Alden, having learned of this, secretly invaded the inheritance of the Hugo family's count's title. The cardinal made the twins his subordinates, giving them resonant sun and moon swords to maximize their abilities. The men used a technique with a bad reputation, which they supplemented with sun and moon swords. After an attack, while the opponent is changing his stance, a flaw is sure to be revealed in the fighter's movements. This is a common weakness. This is what the twins' opponents thought. But seconds later, they discovered that the Silver Knight's blow seemed to cover the Golden Knight's vulnerability. Eclipse is a storm of blades that flawlessly deal with the enemy, surpassing the limits of speed and accuracy that can only be imagined. A technique that allows the blades to be used freely in combat thanks to the linked magic. There is no mistake in the sword strikes that knights make together. After listening to the story, Ned himself guessed what the matter was. This technique was very similar to the flowing clouds of the Royal Tiara Flow. The secret technique of the Royal Tiara Flow is flowing clouds, a defensive technique that balances the yin and yang of the electric field in combat between students of the same master, repelling the enemy's attack. There is a difference in the source of power, lightning, or the magic of the twin knights themselves, but it is similar to a tactical technique in that it quickly switches the attractive and repulsive forces, successfully completing an attack or defense. Ned, who has mastered the flowing clouds technique, will be able to use the moon sword to reproduce Eclipse by resonating with the Golden Knight. After this, you can calculate all enemy attacks and get closer. Then, taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, cut him with a sword. Castor cursed. He couldn't believe he was so vulnerable. To come to his senses, he had to jump back a few steps. Only Mr. Alden was privy to the secret of the eclipse, so how could his enemy know about it? Hugo gritted his teeth, burning with the desire to quickly kill his opponent. What kind of atrocities did his brother face when he was dying? Was Pollux really forced to reveal the secret of the technique? It was at this moment that the cardinal called on his Golden Knight to help, tearing apart the bundles of maggots. But Castor was no longer listening and did not hear the master, concentrating on the desire for revenge. He ran at Ned with an incredible machine of rage and madness, creating a bloody corridor of his attacks. Strayer defended himself. He realized that, as Jeffer said, if he showed the sword and technique of the Silver Knight, then no matter how worried the Golden Knight was about Alden, he would not be able to ignore his opponent. If you send a Golden Knight to the Cardinal, he will make any sacrifice to help his master escape. And if the Silver Knight disappears, Alden will be wary. No one knows who he will bring next, soldiers or his teacher. The furious battle did not stop for a second. Ned wielded someone else's sword. Castor tried to hook the enemy's sun sword. Hugo swung the blade to the side. It grazed Strayer's cheek and blood spurted. But at the same time, the sword of the moon, resonating, caught Castor's skin in that very place. The enraged Golden Knight got tired of these games and grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands. Leaning forward, he raised his weapon and brought it down sharply on the figure of the enemy opposite him, cutting him in half. Imagine his surprise when the warrior's body suddenly became like an empty vessel, crumbling into ashes. Thanks to the Raven Robe, Ned was able to teleport a short distance, leaving a clone in his place. As Castor began to look around for his opponent, Strayer appeared behind him and unleashed a Thunder Palm technique on the man's back. He finally managed to stop the knight's movements. This was his chance for the final attack. But Hugo abruptly moved his hand with the sword behind his back, the blade sparkling, repelling the enemy's mana fire. The moon sword that Ned had used to attack the enemy became locked with the sun sword and did not move. Slowly counting off the numbers in his head, Castor turned his head, his wild eyes glittering. Ned was trapped. The swords of the sun and moon are attracted to each other, which allowed the Golden Knight to free himself from the shackles of technology and turn his whole body towards the enemy. With all his might, he clasped the fingers of his left hand together and pierced the warrior's stomach with his palm. Ned recoiled, coughing up blood. Hot, pulsating. There was so much blood, it irrigated the cold night earth, pouring out of the body in spurts. How long did the brothers' killer force Castor to fight him? But now it was all over. The mad eyes no longer saw anything. The knight only wanted death for his enemy. He delayed the moment of retribution, holding back the onslaught of the sword with his own palms. The sharp blade touched the thin skin on the neck. Blood flowed down his hands from his weapon-wounded palms. Ned heard his father's calm, commanding voice in his head as they stood before the family heirloom. One day, the son will continue the business, becoming Baron Strayer, and will keep the bloody tears. The boy will become the greatest knight worthy of this sword. These words, carved into Ned's heart, gave him strength. There was no way he would die here. As if to prove his own thoughts, the man's skin turned to iron, and his fingertips were able to withstand the pressure of the sharp blade. Lightning from mana cut through the air. The warrior's fist flew up and threw the weapon away. The blow was so powerful that the Sword of the Sun cut off the wrist of its owner. Strayer didn't even have to get off the ground to inflict damage on his opponent. Having lost his sword, he could only look at his opponent in confusion, and Ned, taking advantage of this, immediately grabbed his face with his palm. An electric shock ran through Castor's body, and Strayer squeezed his hand tighter and tighter. The Golden Knight screamed in incredible pain, and his eyes were gone. Ned used his bare hands and mana to deprive Hugo of his sight. He saw only vague silhouettes, and due to the super-fast attack, he could not recover. The man blindly rushed from side to side, trying to hit his opponent, threatening to finish him off, but Ned continued to leave clones in his place. Sensing another presence, Castor rushed forward with a cry, raising his sword above his head. But the enemy turned out to be much faster, and Mirage's sword flashed through the air. Having slashed his opponent with the thin blade of the magical weapon, Strayer jumped to the side. Lightning engulfed the man's entire body. He felt, that this was the end. The final attack of the sword is lightning discharge. Castor found himself at the epicenter of a powerful explosion that engulfed his figure in a supernova. Playing on his weakness, Ned managed to win. At the place of the blow, there remained only a charred hand, still clutching the Sword of the Sun. The names of Hugo's heroes, who were among the top 10 strongest on the continent at that moment, were crossed out from the list. The ruined vaults of the Temple of Light were cooling in the cool of the night from the recent attacks. The loud counting of the clergy could be heard as the knights helped them clear away the rubble. Thanks to Arno and Riona destroying the falling building and using defensive magic, the damage was minor. Good thing Alden cleared the building of people. The leader of the healers, using divine power, healed people one by one who did not even remember what had happened to them. Lucius realized that the larvae were dead, so the priest woke up from hypnosis. Alden was either dead or incapacitated. Giornetti turned around sharply when he heard footsteps. The next moment, moisture gathered in the corners of his eyes and his lips stretched into a smile. The man quietly thanked the goddess Aru. Ned was barely able to stand on his feet, practically carried by the unharmed Jeffrey, with Claudia hurrying ahead with the baby in her arms to her husband. Lucius hugged his beloved and son tightly. Tears of happiness rolled down his family's faces. Thus, the team managed to destroy Alden's plans and restore the third parish of the main temple. After what happened over the next few days, everyone forgot about rest, because it was necessary to heal many wounded soldiers. Also identify and arrest the devil's followers from the central parish. First of all, support was provided to the allies, whose forces were practically gone. A little later, Lucius Giornetti gathered the highest ranks of the clergy for a ceremonial dinner at the temple. As soon as the lips of these people touched the cups, their lives came to a logical conclusion. It was a purge of cult followers. The dinner party turned into a memorial for those who had been hiding among the temple servants for years. The clear daytime sun penetrated into the temple premises, gently illuminating those present there. Bishop Alphonsus still could not believe that he had lost control of his mind, and because of the internal wounds inflicted by the larva, he could not get out of bed for several days. Lucius asked solicitously if his uncle was feeling better now, and he nodded in agreement. The man turned to Ned and Jeffer, who were sitting next to him, not knowing how to thank the warriors who had rendered an invaluable service. Jafir, leaning over a cup of steaming drink, modestly said that they had done what they had to. He pointed his hand to the side, activating the silver key, and took out a small gift from the room for the bishop on the occasion of his recovery. The room contained Mamera's bird cage, one of Eurydice's favorite things. The prisoner inside this cage cannot use magic and remains in the state in which he was imprisoned. Cardinal Alden's head lay on the bottom, his distorted face muttering something incoherently. Alphonse jumped up from his seat and shouted that it was dangerous and that the head needed to be burned. But Jafir assured the man that after killing the royal larva, the ability had disappeared and Rasker had now become obedient. Moreover, Alden is a member of the leadership of the Devil's cult. Perhaps it will be possible to obtain a lot of useful information from him. The bishop coughed and accepted the gift. Jeffer mentally turned to Ned, asking if he could definitely give away the head. He didn't even bat an eyelid, replying that he didn't care, since the warriors already had all the necessary information. A strange light lit up the man's eyes. He was very pleased. More importantly, he knew he couldn't keep this matter in his own hands. Jeffer handed Alphonse papers that contained information about the composition of the cult, the hideout, and the plan known to Alden. The bishop began to greedily leaf through the bound documents. He was shocked by what he saw, unable to believe that it was true. The plan of the coming of the devil, the destruction of the world, and its reconstruction. Was it really the Eastern Alliance itself that pushed this whole plan? In the Kingdom of Kayan, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two forces, Western Alliance and Eastern Alliance. Initially, the two factions were equal. But after the Western Union's Queen and Holy Son appeared in the Giornetti Duchy, this balance was disrupted. Jafir said that due to some negative factors, the Eastern Alliance continues to be in a state of decline, and some of their territories were sold to the West. The difference in strength, unfortunately, became too great. For several years now, there have been followers of the devil cult among the aristocrats of the Eastern Alliance. The two great insoluble things of humanity, Blue Dragon Artelis and Ice Dragon Merenia, began to destroy the Western territories. Jeffer looked seriously at those present and fell silent. Lucius was aware of this, and that was the reason they were in such a hurry with the raid, because the West didn't have time left. The Blue Dragon's nest was in a large grain region of the continent. The Ice Dragon had occupied the central port of the West. If nothing was done, the South would soon disappear altogether. In the West, people who lost their homes and impoverished aristocrats join a devilish sect. It was hard to believe that this was planned by a cult. As Alden said, the devil's followers have only pushed the world to the brink of ruin. The dragons help the devil's worshippers. Everything will end after the destruction of the Blue and Ice Dragons. Jeffrey announced that he and Ned could handle it. Alfonso was once again taken aback by what was said. Killing dragons in itself sounds crazy, and these guys decided to deal with them together. Lucius, who had been silent until then, sighed heavily and asked if Ned and Jeffrey needed him. Jafir asked him to protect the third parish. It was impossible to allow the temple to be captured, especially since the attacks had not yet ended. Giornetti nodded. It was scary to imagine what would happen if something happened to God's son and his family. At that very moment, the blonde proclaimed Jeffer and Ned as senior holy knights in his own name. He added that he expressed gratitude to the soldiers for their help in defending the parish. They would be presented with gold, precious, and magical stones. Senior holy knights can visit any places under the control of the temple, as well as use items and magic in the temple. Men will be issued a certificate of authority to gather and lead people. Lucius added that he would give Jeffer and Ned half of the offerings paid to the temple, which caused his uncle to look puzzled. The warriors refused the priest's mark. Giornetti was surprised by this decision because they would not be able to use the abilities of light, but they insisted on their own because they did not want to be controlled by the goddess. Lucius shook hands with Jeffer and Ned, asking them to let him know if their decision changed, and he also promised to help with preparations for the upcoming hunt. Alfonso was still hesitant about the dragon raid, but he trusted his nephew, who was just asking Jafir when the men were going to leave, because first they needed to hold a reception before departure. The conversation was interrupted by a strange sound, as if someone in the back of the room was laughing hoarsely, and the backs of those present were illuminated by a bright purple light.